Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of What If Deku Infiltrated Teyvat Academy? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. We're here guys. Look. Hu Tao excitedly exclaims, far too cheerful after the horrors of flight and definitely disrupting the strangers taking up the rest of the plane. She points out her window, which is currently angled in a way that makes it so the sunlight bounces off the wing next to it and shines directly into Xingqiu's eyes when he turns to look. Marvelous, he grumbles, shielding his precious face. I don't get what makes you so happy to see a bunch of visionist, quirkist JRKs. No fancy words? Xiangling teases from the row behind him, braiding Sai's hair as the narcoleptic teen snores away in her lap. Shut up, I'm too plain sick to think right now. Alice, Chio, it was only like 3 hours. Hu Tao exclaims, still far too loudly. They're going to be kicked off the plane mid-flight at this point. She's being so disruptive. 3 hours too many, Xingqiu grits out through his teeth. And my point still stands. Everyone knows those a-holes at UA hate our guts. I wouldn't say they hate us, Ayaka chips in gracefully, a gracefully thoughtful look on her face. Look, she's a naturally graceful person, okay? Everything she does has the air of elegance held by those of higher moral standing. I think they dislike the academy and see us as pathetic, defenseless victims to it because of their systematic and subconscious bias against quirkless people, she continues, bringing Xingqiu back to the moment. Which we technically are. There's also a bunch of people who don't like visions, Xinyan adds from next to her. Think we're cheating and stuff cause of them. Or that they're fake quirks and other bullshit. Ugh, honestly, the greater populace is so ignorant. Farina complains, falling back onto her seat with a dramatic hand over her forehead. How unjust of them to parade about the streets, claiming our home to be corrupt. After being those who brutally and violently chased us out to begin with. Guys, Amber interrupts, when Farina turns to slump onto her with a sigh of disappointment. I'm loving the energy, but maybe we shouldn't be having these discussions on a plane? Glancing around and lowering her voice, she adds, especially when there are the JRKs you're talking about sitting around us? Okay, Xingqiu reluctantly agrees. Even though I doubt any of these people can speak French, this is better argued with a PowerPoint and flashcards and a room full of ignorant idiots anyways. I can't really argue with that, Amber concedes. From her left, the side not occupied with the French drama queen, Kale pats her arm. Don't worry, we're almost there. Then they can all run around and expend that energy, she says reassuringly, smiling. Amber just sighs. I really hope everyone behaves when we meet too. TA's reputation is already in the dirt. Unfortunately, Amber's fears are not in vain. Once they get through baggage claim and find the bus meant to take them to UA, successfully pile into said bus after arguments of who's sitting where and watch it my suitcase is fragile and archons that is my foot you are stepping on, turn around halfway there because CRP they forgot Bennett, and finally make it to the school after a 2-hour drive that felt like 4, Amber kind of wants to throw herself off a building. Thank the Archons for Ayaka's stability and Yuamiya's crowd-rounding skills because, dear Barbados, why did Headmaster Ningguang think letting 20 teens lose in a foreign country with no supervision would end up fine? Okay, there is supervision, but sneaky teachers spying through binoculars is not very useful for anything outside of an emergency. I can't believe I actually have to manage students older than me. Amber mutters loudly with a pointed look at where Farina and Yanfei are heatedly debating the ethics of various laws for the 5th time this trip. You've done a good job, Ayaka says gently, placing a cryo-infused hand onto the back of her neck. Amber sighs and leans into the pleasantly cold touch as she continues speaking. We've made it all in one piece, thanks to you. You can take it easy, the UA staff are now responsible for us. Thanks, Amber replies quietly, and does one last quick head count of the students spread out before the UA gates. While looking, she notices someone approaching, and is a bit surprised to see Farina. Yanfei seems to be talking with Hu Tao now, meaning their argument has once again come to a draw. I notice you look very stressed. The hydro user starts once she's near enough. Isaias, I am not very easy to travel with, so I want to apologize for making things difficile. I am sorry. I should be more responsible, car I am the eldest here. She bows quickly and a little uncertainly, still unused to the traditional customs Teyvat Academy follows. It's okay, Amber smiles. It's over now. Just try to help out more when we go back to China with Yue. Oui, bien sûr. Farina agrees, and hastily goes to check up on Freminette and Charlotte, who are quietly chatting at the edge of the group. It's nice to see she's fitting in, Ayaka notes softly. She's only been at TA for a few months, after all. Whatever Amber was going to say is lost to the sound of the giant gates rumbling open. Immediately, all pleasant conversation and banter goes quiet as they all turn to face the school. Students of Teyvat Academy, echoes a voice through hidden speakers. Please make your way to the main office. I repeat, students of Teyvat Academy, please come up to the main office. It falls silent. What talking? Razor hesitantly asks in German. I mean, what about? Oh, here. Bennett replies, holding out an earpiece and deactivating his own Razor can understand him. That's what I was gonna do. You forgot to put your translator in, buddy. Thanks, Razor says happily, sliding the device into place. They asked us to come up to the main office, Bennett explains, tapping his translator to reactivate before turning to Amber. Do we go in? Yuamiya speaks up before she's forced to make another stressful decision, bless her. Come on, you heard the voice. Pick up your gear, we're headed in. What? But I have so much heavy stuff. Xingqiu groans. Should have packed light then. Hu Tao teases as if she isn't currently trying to carry 2 stacked coffins on her back, because they're too good quality to drag on the ground according to her and you never know what'll happen. I'll help, Chongyun sighs, walking over and picking up 2 of Xingqiu's suitcases, which is already an indication the guy definitely overpacked. His own hiking bag thumps against his back where it's securely strapped, a gift from his aunt. My savior. Thank you, babe. Xingqiu says with a giggle, giving his boyfriend a quick peck on the cheek and hoisting up the last baggage, conveniently the lightest one. Alice. Farina urges, having summoned her faithful hydro companions to pick up her bags for her. They chitter and warble away at each other, swinging the suitcases as they twirl around. We mustn't let less prejudiced and ignorant fools wait. She suches to French for that. Last bit, happily humming her way through the gates. You all heard her, let's go. Yuamiya shouts encouragingly, herding them all towards UA with Ayaka and Amber's help. Bennett trips over the sidewalk and accidentally catches Charlotte's camera on the way down, shattering it on the concrete, but they all hurry on with a rushed apology and Freminette offering to fix it later this evening. The Teyvat Academy students funnel through the wide gates, stumbling onto the school grounds. It's much smaller than the grand expanses of TA's campuses but nonetheless disorienting, seeing as they've never been here before. Luckily, Kale somehow spots a directory laid out on the wall, and after a few minutes of fighting to cram up against it and find their location excluding some of the calmer, more rational students who hang around behind them, they're off once more. Amber is quick to shush the rowdier students as they climb the stairs and speed walk down the halls, reminding them that school is in session and they should avoid disrupting the classes. Hu Tao chooses this moment to accidentally drop one of her coffins, which lands heavily with a thud that rings for a few dozen seconds. No! She whisper yells, muttering a few curses in Mandarin as she frantically checks it over for damages. I can't sell this at full price if it's ruined. This wood is good quality. Come on, Tao Tao. Yanfei shakes her shoulder gently. We can get it fixed later. We gotta make Te look good, remember? Our main priority is leaving a good impression on the principal, which we can't do if we aren't even at his office. Mika hesitantly speaks up. Why are we rushing in the first place? I am. Freminette adds quietly, I was wondering that as well. Everyone falls silent apart from Hu Tao still grieving over her ruined coffin. Oh my archons, Xinyan says. We're such utter imbeciles. Amber cries, distraught. The voice said to come to the main office, not that we had a time limit. We're making a scene, Chevreuse comments, and nudges HIATUS' coffin with their shoe. Come along. The principal is still waiting. I could carry your coffin, HIATUS, Noelle offers politely. That way you only have to deal with one of them. If you'd like, of course. I don't mean to pressure. Why, Noelle? I love you so much. Thank you, you're too kind for this cruel world. Come on, Tao. Yanfei is grabbing her girlfriend by the arm and pulling her to her feet. We'll get your business stuff sorted out later, alright? HIATUS sniffles. Okay, she mumbles in Mandarin, plodding dejectedly behind Yanfei. It's just a coffin, what's the big deal? Chevreuse mutters, amused to the other pyro user's antics. It's here. Kale calls out quietly, gesturing at the tall door before her. At least, if I'm remembering properly. Yes, I recall seeing this hallway on the floor plan, Ayaka confirms, looking back at the TA students. Alright, behave yourselves. Remind yourselves why we're here. She waits for everyone to gather themselves, HIATUS straightening up and dropping the exaggerated act, before going to knock. Right as her hand is about to make contact with the wood, the door swings open. Behind it, what appears to be a large, white mouse? Weasel? Some kind of creature, sitting at the desk. Teyvat Academy, says the creature. Right on time. Come on in, the tea has just finished steeping. No, I'm telling you, the answer is 3.025. Kaminari argues rather aggressively. How? Ciro replies, looking more exhausted than anything. Denki, the whole point of this worksheet is to find the slope, which, as you can clearly tell by the direction of the line, should have a negative somewhere. You're just reading the question wrong. Look, I did the calculations properly, see? Denki-kun, Midoriya starts gently, tapping his classmate's paper with his pencil. That's supposed to be a subtraction, not an addition. Seriously? Kaminari exclaims, deflating onto his desk. Man, I'm never gonna graduate at this point. Come on, Denks. Mina chips in, slapping his back encouragingly. Never give up. We're heroes, aren't we? You're gonna study hard and pass this class, and we're all gonna have successful debuts, and it'll be amazing. I think you're overestimating my academic ability, Kaminari mumbles, smiling. But you're right. I can't be a hero if I just give up. That's the spirit. Mina responds. Class, settle down, their teacher suddenly says, having reappeared back at the front of the classroom after leaving them alone for some while. I have news to share regarding the Teyvat Academy and UA exchange program. Oh my gosh, it's these students, isn't it? Mina whispers excitedly. Today's the day they're supposed to arrive, right? Ciro asks. I completely forgot. Midoriya confirms with a smile. He pulls out a brand new notebook, bought and preserved specifically for this day. I can't wait to see their abilities. Wait, I thought they were quirkless? Kirishima questions, leaning closer to them. Well, they are, but they have visions. Midoriya hastily explains. I've been trying to research them ahead of time, but there are hardly any sources with reliable information. This is a great opportunity to learn more about how they function. Oh, maybe we could find a way to incorporate its uses into stuff like support gear and modern-day tech, since apparently the powers they give are more consistent than quirks. Right? Visions, Mina says, and something about her tone smothers Midoriya's excitement. She glances around at the students grouped around her uncertainly. I dunno. Doesn't it seem kinda cheating? Yeah, Kaminari adds, because it's not really a quirk, is it? It's like they got a second chance at picking a cool ability and stuff when their genetics failed them. It's not very fair they get to choose their powers, Ciro comments. He lifts his arm to show his quirk-mutated elbows. I know my quirk has its uses, but I would have liked to be able to pick something more flashy, I guess. And aren't they quirkless anyways? Jiro pipes up from where she's doodling music notes onto her biology worksheet. Doesn't that mean? I dunno. They're not meant to have abilities to begin with. Midoriya goes to say something. He's not sure what, because even though they have a point, He feels a little uncomfortable with the way they're discussing quirkless people, but their sensei beats him to it. I said to settle down, Aizawa says flatly. When the murmurs and whispers die out, he sighs. I'm sure you're all well aware of the true purpose this exchange program has, and your role in it. The class immediately sobers up, nodding. Maybe we shouldn't be judgy, Mina whispers, since they are getting, abused and stuff at school. As I was saying, the students have recently arrived and are being given a tour of their temporary dorm space right now. Aizawa continues, flashing a look at the table group Mina's sitting at, so we're going to take this time to set up the classroom the way we need it. I'm sure you've all noticed how much larger the room is today. They had, and since they ended up so spread out, many students had moved their desks together to feel less isolated. Cementos expanded the space so we could accommodate the extra 20 students. If you were paying attention when I went over the exchange details, you'll know that every student has been paired with one of TAs. You're all going to make name cards and display them on your desks. The exchange students already know who they're paired with, and you should too if you were listening last week. Aizawa then turns, looking at Mina's table group once more before pointing at a piece of paper taped to the board. If you weren't, because I know some of you weren't, here is the list. Organize your desks into rows, and set up the ones stacked at the back of the class. Midoriya and his table group start to pack their stuff away, when Aizawa speaks again. Oh, I almost forgot. Try to respect any of their attitudes or actions that may seem out of line. I won't get into details, but you all have a vague idea of what they've gone through. Remember, you're heroes in training. Act like it. Yes, sensei. Comes the cry of various students, some more enthusiastic than others, as their teacher leaves the room once more. All right, come on, boys. Mina exclaims, lifting her desk with a grunt. You heard Aizawa-sensei. Let's go. It's not a competition, guys, Midoriya says with a smile, but nonetheless joins in on their cry of plus ultra. As they move their tables back into place. With the entire class being as competitive as they are, the desks are lined up with an empty seat next to each in a matter of minutes. Ida hands out the stack of blank papers Aizawa had left at the front, and soon everyone is busy scribbling away, trying to make their names the prettiest or most welcoming. Mina covers her name card with pink bubbles, because circles convey comfort and safety. As everyone is finishing up and folding their papers to stand up on the desks, the classroom door is pulled open and Aizawa walks back in. This time accompanied by a group of presumably students, if their UA uniforms are anything to go off. Oh my gosh, it's them! Mina exclaims, seeming to forget her previous reservations of TA and jumping to her feet. A few of the TA students flinch back, but one of them, a girl with long pigtails, waves back with matching energy. Yes, Ishido, your deduction skills are impeccable, Aizawa drawls, interrupting their interaction. Mina sits back down with a mumbled apology, a bit red with embarrassment. Their teacher turns to address the entire class. As you can see, these are the Teyvat Academy students chosen for the exchange program. I'll let them introduce themselves on their own, and I'm sure you won't have any trouble finding your pairs. On your own. And then he pulls up his sleeping bag, spawned from the void as usual, and promptly falls asleep. It's quiet for a bit, neither side knowing how to start. Well, one of the TA girls, a brunette with her long hair freely flowing down to the waist, claps her hands. Hello, Class 2A. My name is Amber, she/her, a pyro bow user who specializes in long-range attacks, and currently the closest thing to a representative of TA. It's nice to meet you. So, how are we picking these? Xiangling asks, poking her head through one of the doorways. They're all the same basic rooms, aren't they? Chongyun responds, still valiantly carrying Xingqiu's suitcases. I meant more like, I want to be on the same floor as you and Xingqiu and Xinyan too. Xiangling explains, then turns to Amber. Is that okay? Of course, Amber grins, energy replenished after drinking Principal Nizu's wonderful tea. Nizu-sensei said they were split by gender, but I don't think anyone here minds if we share the spaces. Nope, Hu Tao cheerfully replies, tugging on Chongyun's hoodie. Yun, you'll let me stay in the room next to you, won't you? What, so I can wake up to spiders in my hair? Chongyun says flatly. Xingqiu is already enough. Said Hydro user giggles. The reason he brought so much luggage is because one of the 3 suitcases is stuffed to the brim with prank materials, not that he'll ever tell his dearest boyfriend. Hu Tao! Yanfei exclaims, exaggeratedly upset. What is this? Leaving me? No, Hu Tao immediately runs to her side, clinging onto her arm. I love you Yanfei heart Chongyun is nothing to me I dunno what I was thinking. What the hell? The cryo user mutters, but he's already being dragged off by his best friends alongside Xinyan, who are arguing over the order of the rooms because, Chiu, how am I supposed to make midnight snacks if I have to walk past the sight of you and Chongyun aggressively making out? And, we don't make out all the time what the hell, and, don't lie to me you raging homosexual, and, okay I promise to close the door, and, the walls aren't soundproof I can still hear you, and, Xiangling I swear to Rex Lapis you can have the room closer to the kitchen. So, it's 4 per floor for each side, right? Charlotte asks. Freminette, Mika, and Noelle, are you 3 okay with sharing a floor? We can take the top one so it's quieter, if you'd like. Oh. Noelle replies, looking a bit surprised someone asked her. Oh, of course. We can go on a lower floor, that is if you'd prefer. I. Freminette says quietly, would like that. I'm, very grateful you asked me. Mika hurriedly adds. I would also like to share a floor with you. If you're okay with it, of course. Charlotte giggles. Of course I am, I offered. Come on, let's go pick our rooms. Saker Blue, they're all leaving. Farina pouts, then brightens when she notices Chevreuse. Chevreuse. Ma chère Amy. Come, let's room next to each other. Why? The pyro user in question asks. I've talked to you twice. Parce qu'honnête français, what else? Farina replies happily. Freminette and Charlotte have gone, meaning you are the only one left. Okay. Please, Chevreuse? Je peux seulement parler le français couramment étudiant AI marde porter ce matin de bail. Regarde, Illinois va même pas avec ma tenue. She tugs on her clothing to reinforce the point. J'tiens pris, s'il vous plaît. Okay, Chevreuse sighs. Alright, I'll share a floor with you. Mean most valiant companion, dearest Razor. Fiscal exclaims loudly. Might I, Prinzessin der Veritelung, tempt thou with the prospect of residing? Do you want a room on our floor, Razor? Bennett asks. Razor would like to. Razor replies happily. Thanks you. Fiscal scoffs at the interruption, trailing after them with a haughty look on her face. Hu Tao Yanfei? Ayaka gently asks. Is it alright if you Amiya and I share a floor with you? Heck yeah, Yuri floor. Hu Tao throws her fist into the air. Yanfei sighs but agrees, and the 4 of them head off. Call, Sayu, Amber says, would you guys like to stick with me? Okay. What? Whatever's fine. Once Amber has set down her stuff and gotten both Kale and Sayu sorted out, she pulls out her phone and texts the group chat made for the TA exchange program students. Outrider Amber. Guys, remember to change into your UA uniforms. They should be hanging in your closets. There's a male and female version in each, so pick whatever you feel comfortable wearing. Outrider Amber. The Class 2A teacher is supposed to pick us up in 15 minutes, so please try to be on time. Thumbs up 19 people reacted with this emoji. Butao, okie dokie 3. Chongyun, I will remind my floor. It takes a bit of coercion and threats for some of the more stubborn students to get moving read. Fiscal, Xingqiu, and Farina, who all refuse to leave without fixing their makeup, but eventually everyone is downstairs and waiting for a teacher to come fetch them. More specifically, the teacher that will be theirs for the rest of May. I hope they're nice, Kale mumbles. I hope they're a good teacher, Yanfei. I hope they're a bigot, Xingqiu states, so I can argue open-mindedness into them. That's great, Farina comments. Or would it be a good one? Second one, Ayaka confirms. Well, even if the teacher's not a bigot, the students probably are, Xinyan points out. What's with the negativity? Amber interrupts. We haven't even met these people yet. Maybe they're nice, who knows? I really hope they are, Xiangling says, right as the door opens. A person stands before them wearing scruffy-looking black clothes, their face hidden in the silver scarf around their neck and their messy dark hair. They look a bit, well, too unprofessional to be one of UA's staff members, if Amber's going to be completely honest. Teyvat Academy? The stranger says gruffly. Yes, that would be us, Amber hastily replies when she realizes her classmates are all looking at her. Apologies, sir, but who are you? Your new homeroom teacher, they say curtly. Aizawa Shoyuta. I'm here to bring you to class. Oh, never mind then. Apparently UA staff don't care for professionalism? Well, it's not as if people like the current Professor Barbados don't exist back at TA. Seriously, who hired him? And made him the head of the Anemo course at that? Ahem. Amber clears her throat. Well, you heard him. Students, please line up and behave yourselves. Please. You got it, Miss Ma'am. Hu Tao exclaims, throwing up a hand in salute with a cheeky grin on her face. Tao, she said to behave yourself. Yanfei scolds half-heartedly, but giggles at Amber's expression. If you'll follow me, Aizawa says, turning and leading them outside. It's already near the end of the school day, so the last PRD will be a free one. Take this time to familiarize yourselves with your paired students and explore the school if you want. I don't really care what you do as long as it doesn't cause trouble. The TA students stay quiet, some starting to sober up when they realize they're about to meet their classmates for the next month, some being naturally soft-spoken people, and some just trying to take in as much of the school's campus as they can. Within what feels like mere moments, they're standing before the large door marked 2A. Aizawa pulls the door open, and they file through behind him. Well, Amber claps her hands. As always, it's up to her to dissolve this awkward atmosphere. Hello, Class 2A. My name is Amber, she/her, a Pyro Bow user who specializes in long-range attacks, and currently the closest thing to a representative of T. It's nice to meet you. Before the silence gets awkward again, Amber pushes Hu Tao forwards. Introduce yourself, Tao. The girl in question stumbles, but in all Hu Tao fashion is quick to readjust. Ni hao everyone. My name is Hu Tao, but please use my full name. She/her please. I am also a Pyro user, I'm proficient with polearms and I am a nuke DPS. I also run the Wansheng Funeral Parlor part-time as its 77th funeral director, so feel free to hit me up if you're in need of any post-death related stuff. DPS. One of the UA students asks, a guy with spiky blonde hair with a black streak through it. Like in video games? What she meant was fighter, Amber quickly explains. Sorry, it's, kind of a TA tradition to refer to our hero roles as RPG character ones. Hero roles? Another kid asks, this one with a bush of green hair. They have a notebook open on their desk, which they'd been furiously scribbling away in since the TA students stepped through the door. You guys don't do Hu Tao starts, only to be interrupted by Amber. How about we finish the introductions? I'm sure all of us can answer any questions our paired student may have, and we don't want to drag this on. I'll go next. Xiangling exclaims enthusiastically, pushing past Xingqiu and Chongyun and breaking their hold, because yes, they were holding hands like a gross couple. Hi, I'm Mao Xiangling, but please call me by my first name. I use she/her, and I'm also a Pyro user. And polearm user. Like Hu Tao. I'm really good for vape teams and a pretty good Pyro fighter, in my opinion. I love cooking and I'm super happy to be here. Since it seems like we're going in vision order. Yanfei raises her hand and waves to the class. Hey everyone. Call me Yanfei. She/her, I'm a Pyro Catalyst user and though I specialize in semi-ranged attacks, I can double as a decent shielder and healer if needed. I'm also currently studying for law school, so if you need any legal help just let me know. Xinyan. Your turn. Okay. Hey y'all. I'm Xinyan, a rock star in the making back at T. I'm a Pyro Claymore user and can fill in any spots you need for fighters, backups and shielders. Oh she/her please. Yuamiya, you go next. Hi. Naganohara Yuamiya, she/her, co-runner of Naganohara Fireworks in my free time. I use Pyro and a bow, like Amber, and I specialize in long-range attacks, also like Amber. I'm very excited to see how schooling works in UA. There's a bit of silence as they wait for the next pyro user to go. Chevreuse and Bennett appear to be in a standoff of sorts, with Bennett encouraging them to go before him and Chevreuse just not wanting to talk to these people. Finally, one of them caves. Chevreuse. Pyro polearm user, but I'm handy with guns. I specialize in overload support, but I can work as backup. They slash them, feminine terms are okay. I guess I'm the last pyro user. Bennett looks around him before turning to the class with a grin. Hey all. Bennett, the first he slash him so far. I'm pyro and I use a sword. I'm an attack buffer and an okay-ish healer, and I'm the leader of Benny's adventure team. Since my courageous companion hath completed his introductory spiel, Prinzessin der Veritelung shall now commence. Fiscal proclaims loudly, throwing a hand over her chest in all Chunibu glory. You may refer to me as Fiscal, a formidable archer blessed by the eyes of the Electro-Archon, shining beacons that pierced through the veil of darkness to deliver this glorious gift of the gods within my outworldly hands and allowing my arrows to fly true, ensorcelled with the power of lightning. Whatever assistance you may require, I shall be happy to lend my aid as all great heroes do, and allow us to shed the fog of lies together. What she means, Bennett hastily explains, is, her name is Fiscal and she's an electro-archer, and is happy to help anyone who needs it. She uses she slash her by the way. Razor go next, said Electro user states. Hello. Razor's name is Razor. Electro Claymore. They are my friends. He points to both Bennett and Fiscal. He uses he slash him by the way, Bennett quickly adds. Sorry, the next person can go now. Farina de Fontaine, attest services. Just Farina is good. Okay. Désolé, I'm trying to work on my Japanese without using the translator. I am a hydro person. No, user? I do not care for pronoms, use whichever. I am not as knowledged, experienced as everyone, but je suis là for the opportunity. Enchanté. Guess I'm next. Feiyun Xingqiu, but I'm used to being called by my first name. He slash they, I am the second son of the Feiyun Commerce Guild, which I now realize probably isn't as known in Japan, but whatever. I use hydro and a sword, and I specialize in hydro application and dabble in supporting abilities. I am also quite the writer, if I do say so myself. Yun Yun's turn. Hi, my name is Chong Yun. He slash him. I am a cryo user who wields the claymore, and I practice the art of exorcism past. Down in my family. I have a pure Een constitution that makes it difficult to deal with warm temperatures and spicy foods, so please try to avoid those coming into contact with me. I'm Charlotte, a part-time photography student who shoots for a popular newspaper back in France, where I'm from. I use she slash her and I am a cryo catalyst user. I'm very excited to see all your abilities and maybe even photograph a few, if you're willing to, of course. My friend here is a little shy, Charlotte says when she notices how uncomfortable Freminette looks. I'll introduce him for you. This is Snezovich Freminette, he slash they, and they're a cryo user like me. He uses the claymore and he's very good with mechanical stuff. Thank. Freminette whispers to her, and she flashes them a thumbs up. I am Kamisato Ayaka, she slash her, Ayaka says with a polite bow. I'm a cryo user and a sword user, and quite skilled at frontline fighting. I'm in the process of learning fan dancing. I'm very grateful to have been given this opportunity to learn from the educators of UA. Who will go next? Mika starts hesitantly, looking around for anyone else to speak up. When Charlotte gives him a thumbs up, he smiles. My name is Mika. He slash him please. I have a cryo vision and I can both do attack buffing and healing, and I use a sword. Oh, but I also am proficient in crossbows. Please call me Kale. I'm a dendro applicator who can attack pretty well, and I use a bow. She slash they, I'm a little nervous but still excited to meet you all. Oh, please avoid touching me, it's a very important boundary I have. I am Noelle, she slash her, training to enlist in the Knights of Favonius back at T. I am a Geo user and I wield a claymore. I am a frontline fighter, shielder, and I can also work as a healer. It's very nice to meet you. She accompanies her introduction with a bow, like Ayaka. Another moment of silence. Sayu, Amber whispers, gently nudging the younger teen. It's your turn now. Oh, I'm Sayu, says the Anemo user, rubbing their eyes. They slash them. I use Anemo and claymore. I can heal and swirl. I have narcolepsy, sorry if I fall asleep. And that should be everyone. Amber says loudly, clapping her hands together once more. It's a nervous habit, okay? So, you guys don't mind if we pair up now, do you? That was a rhetorical question. That's what we're supposed to do. She then turns to her classmates. Remember to behave yourselves. You all know why we're here, right? I'm looking at you, Hu Tao and Freina. Don't worry, Hu Tao says, much more seriously than usual. I love TA as much as any of you. I promise I won't do anything so out of line it'll flag suspicion of the academy. Moi aussi, Freina declares. I know more than, better than, to cause du trouble. Je vous promets. I trust you guys, Amber nods, then smiles again. But again, this is meant to be a fun experience, so go enjoy yourselves, okay? Yes, ma'am. They all chorus, some going so far as to salute her, before splitting up to find their paired students. Bonjour, mon ami. Aoyama exclaims brightly, flashing a pose. You speak French? Freminute asks softly. He's already semi-fluent in Japanese, having picked it up alongside his siblings who were learning it to better communicate with their respective Japanese-speaking dorm mates Sayu and Toma, but he's much more comfortable with their native language. Yes, of course. Aoyama turns to a different pose, sparkles flashing from somewhere. The language of love, how could I not? Then, you don't mind if we speak in French sometimes? Worry not, mon ami. I can recognize a troubled soul when I see one, and you won't have to fret over unfamiliar languages if it stresses you to do so. You have my word. Aoyama ends it off with a sparkly wink. Thank you. Hello. You're a Shido-sen, right? Xiangling asks excitedly. She drums her fingers on her new desk happily. It's not every day you get to meet someone as cool-looking as her paired student. Call me Mina, it's what my classmates use and you're my new classmate. Mina sticks out her hand, which Xiangling shakes enthusiastically. Can I call you Xiangling-chan? Yes. I'm super excited to be here. I'm also so happy I got paired with you. Mina-san seems like such a cool person. Is it okay to ask about your quirk? Mina giggles. If you're wondering about my appearance, it's actually from mutated genetics. My quirk is acid generation. She lets a few drops of acid sizzle on the table to demonstrate. Whoa! Xiangling leaps to her feet. Oh my archons! That's so cool. How do you do it? Well, it's instinctive. I'm learning how to regulate the pH levels so I can use it differently than just melting stuff. Oh, I'm pretty good at melting stuff too. One time, me and my cryo seniors Qiaxianxing and Rosariaforin were paired up for an all-grades event and we made it to the top 10. Mostly, 'cause of their skills, but I got some hits in too. All-grades event? Yeah. The course heads like to host events every few months to spice things up a bit, and last year to celebrate the seniors who were graduating, they decided to hold something like a randomized team battle royale. I was a little bit nervous to be teamed with two of those seniors, but they were really nice and I learned a lot of techniques to help proc reactions. They let you do that? But weren't you, 3 years younger than them? Mina asks. If Xiangling notices the uneasy look on her face, she doesn't comment on it. I was 6 years younger actually. I'm 15 now. But, don't they graduate at the end of high school? When they're around 18? Well, the school system works differently at T. I'm not very good at explaining things. I know. You guys live in dorms too, right? I'll ask Amber and Ayaka to explain stuff to the whole class after school. They will probably make more sense than me. And as such, I hope you'll be willing to lend your irreplaceable aid against the forces of evil and prejudice attempting to seize this world in its dark and dastardly claws, noble warrior of the shadows. You're strange, Karo, Su states. Well, dearest Su-chan, if I, Prinzessin der Veritelung, were to act like the common people, could I truly call myself a princess of condemnation? Fiscal huffs. You are very straightforward, Karo. I like you. Su, are you, like, one of those uber-strict visionist a-holes? Xingqiu asks, a little too enthusiastic about the answer. Xingqiu-san. That language is inappropriate for classroom use. Please think before you speak and respect the space you're in. You are a hero student, an exchange one at that. Such displays of rudeness will not be tolerated. So you are an uber-strict visionist a-hole then. I see. So we're a bit like opposites. Uraraka grins. My quirk lets me remove the gravity of objects, and yours makes your weapon heavier? It's, well, not a quirk. Noelle half mumbles, flustered at her enthusiasm. But basically, yes. You use a sword? Ojiro asks, after a moment of awkward silence. Yes, Ayaka replies. I prefer using katanas, but I am versatile enough with all types. Do you use a weapon? No, Ojiro frowns. Heroes typically only require their quirk. Support items could technically be considered weapons, but we're not taught to rely on them. I see. Ayaka loses some of her pleasant attitude. Something about the way Ojiro phrases that, and his tone, makes her think he doesn't quite appreciate this exchange program as much as she does. Oh, really? Aha! Yuamiya grins, clapping her hands and letting a few pyro sparks shoot out. I'm a MSTR of firework making. It's almost like my vision was gifted to me for this reason. Ha! Right, your, vision. Kaminari seems a bit lost in thought. So, you do pick them? Ha! Yuamiya tilts her head, confused. What do you mean? Nothing. Just dumb thoughts. Kaminari laughs it off. So what were you saying about fireworks? So, you're like the leader? Kirishima asks, scratching the back of his neck. Wonder why they paired you up with me of all people. Oh, I'm not actually their leader, Amber explains. I just happen to be one of the more responsible and experienced students here, so they look to me for help and stuff. And half of them have trouble with public speaking, which I'm pretty good at. But, isn't that girl, Furina-san, older than you? Well, yeah, but she only enrolled back in the beginning of February, and I've been at TA since I was around 8. So I'm technically her senior. Wait, what? Kirishima looks confused, which makes sense considering it doesn't run the same way as hero schools. Or, well, any other school for that matter. How does that work? I'm confused. It probably doesn't make sense to you since hero schools work differently, Amber reassures, glancing up at the clock hanging at the front of the classroom. But school's going to end soon, so why don't I explain it to you and your class later? I'm sure they all have similar questions. Do you like Wolf? Razor likes Wolf. Razor had Wolf Lupical, now new Lupical. He points to Bennett, currently being interrogated by a green-haired student, and Fiscal, seemingly giving a speech to a different green-haired student. Benny and Fish Razor's Lupical, he explains. They are nice. Razor is sorry. Razor is not good at talking. It's okay. I am not good at talking either. Koda whispers. Are those? Saya breaks off with a yawn. Macarons. Oh yeah. Sato clicks open the container on his desk. I like baking stuff. I made these this morning. Do you want to try one? Okay. Saya takes the offered treat and swallows it whole. Her eyes fly wide open. Oh. These are good. They're... She suddenly sways as a sleep attack kicks in. Almost good as Ms. Navia's. Saya-chan? Saya-chan. Shoji takes apart and puts back together his pen. Chevreuse does the same but slightly faster. You like music? Like music. Music is my life. Have you ever performed in front of anyone? I do weekly concerts on Saturdays, after my extra classes. Oh. I'm way too nervous to actually perform. That's really neat. Do you think you'll perform at UA? Jiro twirls her earjacks, excited. You betcha. I was thinking of just playing for my TA classmates, but I can figure out a joint class concert if y'all are up to it, of course. Sinyan grins. It's nice to know at least one UA student here has good taste. You throw a boomerang? Ciro asks, confused. The visions were like flashy elemental powers? Or something? Well, yeah, Kale tries to explain. But it manifests differently. And it's really difficult to use a vision's abilities without channeling it through a medium, or that's what Professor Al-Haytham says, anyway. So some people's elemental powers end up having like physical manifestations? It's to help facilitate the use of them, I think. Anyways, my vision can summon both a boomerang and a doll thing? I'm not quite sure what Quillian Bar is, but it's very helpful with fights. But I'm guessing those are flashy abilities? Ciro frowns, and something about his body language raises a red flag in Kaliai's head. It depends on the person, I guess. She looks around the class, suddenly not very comfortable talking to him on her own. I can ask my classmate Ayaka to explain more? She's very interested in those kinds of, studies. Hello. Mika hesitantly tries. Tokoyami does not seem very impressed, and the cryo user scrambles to come up with a way to solve this problem. It would be terrible if he ended up having a bad relationship with his paired student. They're going to be paired for 2 months, after all. Archons, darn it. Think, Mika, think, what would Charlotte say in this situation? Probably a question, since she's a naturally curious person? About Tokoyami's quirk. But what if he sounds rude? Offending his paired student would be even worse. Oh, he shouldn't have agreed to participate in the exchange program. So what's your quirk? Oh, let me guess. Something flashy, right? 'Cause you're a hero student? You look like a pretty tough guy, Sue something strong. Well, not strong per se, but destructive. Something that has a big effect on the environment. You know, you kinda look like a frosty kinda guy. You get me? I'm getting ice powers. Ha! Todoroki stiffens slightly. I was right. But I don't think that's all to it. You know what your split hair reminds me of? Because wouldn't it be super handy to have both ice and fire powers? Todoroki's eyebrows rise a fraction. I got it right again, right? Right. Yes. Yes. Hu Tao pumps her fist in victory. I'm so cracked at this. Oh my Archons, please do a photo shoot with me? Charlotte begs. Please, 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 do you know how many concepts I can photograph with your quirk? I can probably make a whole collection. It would look so cool, pretty please. Okay. Hagakure agrees, though her tone seems a little confused. I don't mind helping out. Yes. Yay, thank you, thank you. Charlotte claps her hands, excited. Oh my Archons, this is the best day of my life. Thank you. So, are you anything other than some shitty law nerd? Bakugo drawls, looking extremely unimpressed. Yenfei blinks at the hostile greeting. Did you hear my introduction? I'm a fighter who also works as a shielder and healer. I study law on the side. What's with those stupid names? Shielder? Healer? What kinda CRP are you shitty exchange students yapping on about? Hey, just because your education system is flawed from hero society standards doesn't mean ours is. Heroes aren't just meant to beat the CRP out of villains, you know. Things like rescue and rehabilitation are also important. That sounds like an excuse to hide the fact that you're just a bunch of weaklings, you extras and your fake quirks. Hey man, calm down, Yenfei frowns. None of us are weak, we all have our own strengths. Clearly you don't understand the concept of what strength actually means if you think all it is how badly you can harm your opponent in the flashiest way possible. Are you challenging me to a fight? Bring it on, beach. I'm not gonna fight you, are you insane? I'm here for the exchange program to learn about how hero schools function, not to throw hands with immature children who can't be bothered to show basic respect for others. TSK, this is why I hate working with quirked people. So how does your vision work? Is it manually activated, or is it instinctive like quirks? Do you have a time limit on usage? Does everyone who uses the same type have the same abilities? If not, how do you determine what your vision does? Is it manually chosen or instinctive as well? Also, why are there so many pyro users? Are they more common than the other elements? How old are you, by the way? Our grade is around 16 to 17, but some of you look younger and some of you appear to be adults. Is the education system different in TA? How did they determine who would participate in the exchange program? Bennett replies, a bit dizzy from how fast Midoriya is talking. I'm sorry, can you, say that again? Oh, I'm so sorry. Midoriya claps a hand over his mouth. I got really excited, but I probably overwhelmed you. I apologize. It's probably creepy to you that I'm asking all these questions. No. Bennett quickly reassures, waving his hands. It's okay. It's no problem at all. I get that you probably haven't met a Vision user before. The thing is I'm not very smart, so I don't know how well I can answer your questions. It's all right. Anything you have to say is valuable information. Like you said, I've never met a Vision user before. How different is it to wield a Vision instead of a quirk? Well, I've never had a quirk before, so I don't really know. So you guys are quirkless? It seems like a mocking question, but the way Midoriya says it makes Bennett think that's not his intention. Maybe the guy has experience with quirkless people and how they're treated? A family member maybe? Yes. Bennett hastily answers before that thought spirals. He scratches the back of his neck. Well, some Vision holders have weaker quirks? Or I guess not very useful ones. My friend Razor has a wolf mutant quirk that gives him above average strength and agility and stuff, but it also affects his, Coney cognitive thinking. I'm not sure, but I think some of my classmates think Hu Tao has one that attracts ghosts, because the ghost tracking devices go off the most when she's there. That can't really be proven, though. And Charlotte has a minor aim-adjusting one? Something about finding the perfect shot every time she takes a photo. Fascinating, Midoriya mumbles, but it doesn't sound creepy like sci-fi movie mad scientists say it. It sounds genuinely excited. Yeah. Bennett agrees happily. I guess it kinda is. You're Farina, right? Shinso asks. The Hydro user responds, a little nervously. What happened to that dramatic bravado from earlier? I'm not you very good with, comfortable by my own? Myself, he corrects half-mindedly. Yes, by myself. Farina fiddles with the hem of her uniform. She'd chosen to wear only the shorts provided with the girl's uniform and not the skirt intended to be worn on top, giving off a more masculine appearance offset by the femininity of her knee-high stockings. You good at putting a show? I mean, acting. I am not really good at being myself with newcomers, sorry strangers. I do not want to act in front of Shinsu-san. I will prefer to be myself, but I am not good at talking. Huh, Shinso mutters. I think I had the wrong idea of what kind of person you are. GM excuse? It's alright, I'm not very good at talking either. I appreciate Furina-san trying to be honest about yourself with me. Oh, it is pas de problème, Shinsu-san. I am very excited, to be paired with you. Hello. Yaoyorozu greets warmly, extending a hand. I'm Yaoyorozu, but feel free to call me Yamamo. Chongyun shakes her hand. Hi, please call me Chongyun. It's nice to meet you. Likewise. Yaoyorozu falls silent. Sorry. I'm not quite sure what to say now. Do you have any questions for me? Chongyun offers, albeit a little awkwardly. He also has no idea what to do now. Not really. I think I overheard something about your representative explaining things to the whole class later. I'd rather wait. I see. Oh, not that I think your explanation would be bad. I would just prefer to listen it with everyone so we can discuss and stuff. I'm sure you have a lot to say, Chongyun-kun. No, you're right, I'm not very good at explaining things. A few minutes later, when the bell rings, Amber is the first to stand up. Okay, everyone. She declares loudly. I know some of you are curious about how our academy works, so if you guys are willing, we can go over to your dorms later and explain everything to everyone. How does that sound? Immediately, all UA eyes are on Ida, even Bakugo, strangely enough. He adjusts his glasses. An informational presentation of the experiences you've had to go through would be greatly appreciated. Ida half shouts, swinging his arms in a robotic manner. I think I speak for all of Class 2A when I say this. Okay, you got it. Amber replies, grinning and throwing him 2 thumbs-ups. We'll come over after dinner, see you then. Experiences we've had to go through? Had. Xinyan mutters under her breath, glancing at her TA classmates to see if anyone else caught that. They did, judging by their expressions. Xingqiu in particular looks stuck between satisfaction and bitterness, as if happy they have someone to argue with but annoyed that the rumors around Tia actually exist, and Yanfei seems to be more than willing to bring them all to court this instant. If only things were that simple. What with the way society's doubly prejudiced against quirkless people and vision holders, of which they are both, the Academy wouldn't be able to get out of it so easily. Come on, Xinyan. Xiangling exclaims, pulling her both out of her thoughts and physically tugging her to her feet. Let's go. I gotta try out the dorm's kitchen. Okay, Xinyan laughs, letting herself get dragged off. Behind them, Xingqiu pulls Chongyun along, the 2 of them holding hands because they're a disgusting couple. I wonder how things are gonna go, Xinyan mumbles to herself, and then decides to not think about it for now and just enjoy herself with her friends. All right. Yuamiya calls out, clapping her hands to get everyone's attention from where they're all spread out in the common area. We've just called Class 2A, and we're going over in about 10 minutes. Get ready if you want to come with, and those who don't are free to stay behind. We're going to be explaining a lot of stuff, Amber adds. Stuff that they have misconceptions about and stuff from rumors they've heard, so if you want to see how that turns out and maybe contribute, because I know how infuriating it is when everyone has these prejudices against you, then consider coming along. I'm not trying to force people to come because it might end up getting out of hand, but still. It's our one shot at making a good impression on behalf of Teyvat Academy. Everyone is paying attention now, expressions serious. Who would like to come? Freminate says, making an effort to raise their voice more than his usual quiet murmur. Not that they really have to, it's unlike him to speak up, so their classmates are all listening attentively. It's really important to me that they understand the impact their prejudice has on us. I agree, Xingqiu frowns. I know I joke around a lot about this kind of situation, but it's really just so frustrating to see them act and speak like this. They have no idea what we have to go through daily, and to make matters worse, they're trying to make Teyvat, the only place that actually accepts us, into some kind of horrid institution. I won't stand for this kind of injustice. Yeah. Call out various people. Okay, Amber says, gesturing to quiet down. I'm glad we're all so fired up for a good cause, but let's save it for Class 2A. Right now I need a list of people coming with us. Raise your hand if you want to come. They should have enough room to host all of us, since the dorms were originally built to accommodate 32 students and they're super spacious, so don't worry about it being too cramped. In the end, the only people not going are Noelle and Mika, who thought the amount of people and arguing would be too overwhelming for them, Sayu, who was having problems dealing with their narcolepsy because of the jet lag ruining their carefully maintained schedule, Razor, who figured he wouldn't be able to keep up with the conversation, and finally Fiscal and Bennett, who decided to keep Razor company and trusted them to get all the points across. Everyone, get ready. We're gonna leave as a group in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Amber does a quick head count of the students crowding around the common area. 12, including her. They're missing Hu Tao and Yanfei, oddly enough. A few minutes later, the 2 pyro users in question stumble down the stairs, appearing a bit disheveled and red-faced. Oh my archons, were you 2 seriously making out? Xiangling exclaims, slapping a hand over her mouth. Xingqiu and Chongyun are bad enough, now you too. Right before our important political discussion, too? Hey! Hu Tao scowls, crossing her arms with a huff. I'm not gonna apologize for having a hot girlfriend. Tao! Yanfei hisses, her cheeks red. She smacks Hu Tao's arm. Come along, lovebirds, Yuamiya teases with a smile. We don't want to be late, do we? No, we apologize, Yanfei replies quickly, bowing politely. Oh, it's fine, Yuamiya laughs. Just keep better track of time in the future, okay? Yes, of course. Yanfei exclaims, and nudges Hu Tao to agree. We'll be more responsible in the future. Ugh, can we go already? Xingqiu complains. I thought we were here to verbally fight for our rights and perspective, not discuss Tao and Yanfei's disgusting romantic endeavors. Okay, homophobe, Hu Tao retorts. I am not homophobic, what the hell? Xingqiu shouts back, flustered. I literally have a boyfriend. He flings an arm out to point to Chongyun for emphasis. Oh, so we can listen to your romantic endeavors, but it's a problem when it's me and my girlfriend? What are you, misogynistic too? What? Stop putting words in my mouth. I would never put anything in your mouth, full offense. Hu Tao. That's disgusting. What is wrong with you? Guys, Amber hurriedly intervenes, before this turns into another one of Xingqiu and Hu Tao's infamous and unending verbal spats. Let's do this discussion thing first, okay? Then you can argue as much as you'd like. Fine, they both mutter. Hu Tao sticks her tongue out at Xingqiu, who flips her off in return. Ayaka opens the front door from where she's been waiting and the students start to file out, Amber staying at the back to make sure none of them are left behind. They start their walk towards Class 2A's dorm, set a few houses away from theirs. Alright, guys, Yanfei calls as they approach the dorm. Anyone we should look out for? Based off your conversations earlier today? My paired student, Bakugo-kun, seems very uneducated and has problems with anger management. He might try to start a fight, if he's there to begin with. Ida-kun, Xingqiu says. Well, he didn't seem outright visionist, but he seems to be somewhat prejudiced about us. Kale adds nervously. My paired student, Siro-san, didn't seem to like it when I talked about my vision abilities. Ojiro-kun. He disapproves of the use of our weapons, Ayaka says. There's a moment of silence as they wait for someone else to add on. Well, Yanfei concludes. We'll look out for those people for now, but hopefully the discussion will change some of their minds. Oh, you're here! A new voice exclaims, and they all turn to see a short brown-haired student standing at the entrance to Class 2A's dorm. Hi there. It's Uraraka-chan, right? Amber cheerfully responds, and the group hastily stumbles back into a line, having spread out into a sort of circle to have their discussion. Yes, that's me. Come on in. Uraraka says, stepping aside to let them pass. Everyone's waiting in the common room, we're all super excited to hear your stories. Our stories, Xinyan parrots quietly as she crosses the doorway. She scowls. Ugh, it's really bothering me the way they refer to us. If Uraraka hears her, she doesn't say anything. That's what we're here for, remember? Yoimiya reminds her cheerily. Behind her and last in line, Amber, Ayaka, Farina and Yanfei decide who's going to talk about what. In the end, Amber nominates herself to do the basic explanations. Ayaka and Farina, who puts on her translator for now, agree to go in-depth about practical vision and weapon application, and Yanfei readies herself to jump in about specifics whenever needed. Class 2, as common room has been modified. All the couches, originally set around the TV, have been pushed to the far end of the room and turned to face the dining area. Similarly, all the dinner tables have been moved to the side, the chairs set out in a semicircle in the empty space and facing the couches. The UA students themselves are all sitting on those couches, a few on the carpet where there isn't enough space. It seems all of them are here, though a few of the more reserved ones are keeping to the back. Amber quickly herds her classmates into a circle to go over the details before the discussion starts. Freminute can feel the eyes of Class 2A on them and shivers, tugging at his collar. Ayaka, Farina, Yanfei and I are going to do the most talking, Amber explains, since I think the four of us are the most knowledgeable about these things and the best suited for explaining, but you're all free to speak up if you feel like it. Yes, Ayaka adds, I expect that the Class 2A students will have many questions, and you are all welcome to answer. Additionally, Yanfei finishes, those of you who came with the intent to tell them about the injustices you've had to endure will get a chance to. We've agreed to transition to a storytelling part to our discussion after we go over the education system stuff. Thank you, Xingqiu says, uncharacteristically earnest. Many students echo his words. Yes, and you guys should take a break after this, Kale comments. It hasn't even been a day and you've been running around organizing everything for us. Especially you, Amber. I agree, Chevreuse says. You don't have to be responsible for all of us. We all know what we were getting into when we signed up for the program. Yeah. Hutaweds. You gotta take care of yourself, Kay? I'm saving these coffins for the UA students. Okay, Amber chuckles, shushing them, but a fond smile graces her face. Thank you everyone. I'm glad I have such caring classmates. Kale frowns at her. Friends? Let's do this thing. With that, the TA students disperse, settling down in the chairs. Amber and Ayaka take up the middle seats, with Farina and Yenfei next to each respectively, and the others just sit wherever they feel like. So, Amber starts once everyone has settled down. What would you guys like to know first? Immediately, several students speak up at once. Hands please. Farina calls, using her naturally loud presence to get them to listen. Raise your hands to speak. Let's be civilized, shall we? Many of those students clear their throats with a shameful or sheepish look on their faces, some of them raising their hands. You first, Ida-kun, Amber decides. Since you're the class president, right? Yes, I am, Ida replies, straightening and moving his arms robotically as he speaks. I would like an explanation of Teyvat Academy's education system, considering this was meant to be an exchange program between students of the same grade. Yet I can see both children and adults present. Good question, Ida-kun. Amber replies with equal energy. She gestures to her classmates. Clearly, some of us are older and younger than you, which I know a lot of people were wondering about, but it's quite simple. Basically, TA operates based on experience and not age. Yes, Kaminari-kun. But that doesn't make sense, the blonde frowns, confused. Don't you learn the same stuff by grade? That's because we are vision holders, not quirk users, Ayaka calmly explains. I'm not sure how much you know of visions, but unlike quirks, there isn't a set age where we receive them. For example, Farina exclaims, I only received mine a few months ago, hence why I am currently the most inexperienced student here. However, Xiangling received hers when she was around 10. Xiangling nods in confirmation. Henceforth, she has 5 years' worth of experience on me. This is why she was permitted to participate in the exchange program. This time, Kirishima raises his hand. So then, why were you allowed to come? Oh, I am a special case, Farina hastily explains. The head teacher of my course thought it would greatly benefit me and quicken my advancement to experience this program, but most of the other students have been at TA for roughly 3 to 5 years. Our classes are labeled by grade, Amber continues, but that grade has to do with your experience and practical applicability and not your age like traditional school systems. For example, while Kale would be a first year in senior high, she actually takes various second-year classes. Kale blushes with embarrassment as the UA students turn to look at her. That's not that impressive. I mean, my dorm mate Yao Yao takes those classes too, and she's 13. Whoa, someone gasps. Another hand goes up. Yes, Midoriya-kun? Ayaka politely calls. Practical applicability, Midoriya recites. Do you mean your vision abilities? How do those work? And the different types you mentioned in your introductions, do they correspond to different elements? I read an article saying so, but I'm not sure if it was reliable. How is the type determined? Sorry, that was a lot of questions. No, I'm glad you're excited to learn more. Amber quickly reassures. Yes, our visions have different elements. Pyro, my vision type, means I have fire-based abilities. Hydro for water ones, Cryo for ice, Dendro for plants, Geo for rock, Electro for lightning or electricity, I guess? And finally Nemo, for wind-based abilities. Just to clarify, Yenfei interrupts, every vision user has different applications of these elements. For example, some people choose to use their abilities to heal or provide buffs for others, and every ability manifests differently even if they serve the same purpose, based on the holder's personality and intent. Yeah, Futaweds. Me and my classmate Liney both specialize in DPS and do lots of damage, but while he turns himself into his cat assistant, I summon a ghost. Class 2A stares at her. He's a magician, by the way, she clarifies, as if that actually explains anything. Oh, I forgot to mention, Amber says, I think hero schools work differently, but at T, we focus on what we call hero roles. There are 3 main branches: frontline fighter, supporter, and healer, and a bunch of subcategories. People can choose which track they'd like to take. I'm not sure when this tradition started, but for decades now, TA students refer to them using RPG character roles. For example, stuff like DPS, sub-DPS, shielder, buffer, and etc. Why'd you even need that sheet? Bakugo interrupts. Sounds like some of you are just weaklings. Because, dummy. Hu Tao exclaims, a bit too happy with her name-calling. Visions work differently than quirks do. There's a ton of variety in capability and ways to make missions more efficient. There's this supernatural phenomenon where if our visions have enough elemental energy, we can use what we call bursts, which are kind of like an ultimate move, so some people specialize in generating this energy for others to use. Aha! Xiangling adds cheerfully. And some abilities work better on single targets, like Hu Tao's burst, so some people do crowd controlling to round up enemies so the ability can be more efficient. At Teyvat Academy, Ayaka explains calmly, we tend to focus more on teamwork and cooperation, because at the end of the day, we aren't quirk users. Using a vision doesn't come naturally to us, unlike you with your quirks. It takes time to learn and adapt to our abilities, and some people don't have the inherent will to fight, hence why the different hero roles exist for us. Additionally, vision holders have to face a lot of prejudice and backlash when trying to work as heroes, so most students and graduates work in vision-only teams when out in the field. Visions also naturally synergize with other visions. Some holders with higher levels of synergy with one another have even reported feelings of acting as one, where they felt as though they could easily read the other's intentions and actions ahead of time, she finishes. This is why our values differ from yours. It's quiet. The UA students exchange glances. I'm sorry, Ayaka whispers to Amber. Have I talked for too long? No, you're good, the Pyro user reassures. She looks back at Class 2A. I think they just didn't expect us to talk so openly about the prejudice against vision holders. Prejudice and backlash? One of them suddenly speaks up, Ciro, if Amber recalls correctly. His arms are crossed and he frowns as he speaks. I don't get what's so unfair to you about getting to pick out shiny heroic abilities. You. Xingqiu starts, standing up abruptly. Chongyun tugs him back to their seat. Let them handle it, the cryo user whispers. One shot, remember? The majority of the TA students are acting in similar manners, expressions ranging from resigned disdain to plain outrage. Hey! Farina calls out, once more using her loud presence to get their attention. Classmates, please. They are simply uneducated and ignorant. Do not waste your anger on them. Waste your anger? Bakugo exclaims. You arrogant bestias. Trying to start a fight. Stop. Amber quickly stands. This is getting out of hand much earlier than she thought. Class 2A. Ida says loudly, also standing. We are hero students, remember? We must act with the professionalism of heroes if we want to call ourselves true heroes. Let the TA students choose what to explain as agreed upon. I want to know about this too, though. Kaminari speaks up. Like, isn't it super convenient that their quirks are all flashy? Yeah, I agree, Ojiro adds. The use of weapons seems a bit overkill as well. Okay, calm down, let us answer. Amber starts, only to be cut off by Chevruz, who had been keeping quiet so far. How dare you? Each word is sharp and hits like a bullet. Is it not common knowledge that nearly every vision holder is born quirkless? For a society made up of quirk fanatics, you people sure are ignorant. We were born with nothing. Kala yells, and Amber internally sheds a proud tear at seeing her have the confidence to speak up for herself, especially considering how much this topic relates to her traumatic experiences. We were all born with nothing. And you all have the gall to try and take away the one thing we do get. Our quirk's not good enough for you. Class 2A is quiet once more, but there's still some signs of lingering doubt. And for the record, we don't just pick and choose our visions, Xinyan adds, visibly irritated. If we display a show of ambition great enough for the heavens themselves to recognize it, we're gifted a vision in accordance to the specifics of said ambition. It's not completely proven what each vision type corresponds to, Yanfei explains, but some popular TA theories are that pyro visions are gifted to those whose one true passion has carried them through trying times. Hydro visions to those who have a great sense of justice, Xingqiu continues, frowning as he recites the next part, often derived from experience with injustice. Cryo is given to those at a crossroads in their life, Charlotte says, voice unusually flat and missing its typical enthusiasm. Or who have conflicting ideals. Dendro, Kole starts, taking a breath to stabilize the shakiness in her voice from her previous outburst, for those who strive for knowledge above all else, who rely on it just as badly as breathing. Electrovisions for those who feel alienated or alone because of their eccentricities or differences, Amber recites, considering there isn't an electro user currently with them. Geo is for those who are hardworking and have pushed themselves against all odds again and again, Yuamiya says, since Noel isn't here. And finally, Ayaka finishes, Anemo visions are gifted to those who are seeking to escape a difficult situation, often a metaphorical one. Of course, again, these are just theories, Yanfei quickly adds. But we use them because it lets us feel connected to one another. Because we don't have any other connections, Xinyan mutters, still loud enough for Class 2A to hear her. Do you get it now? We don't pick our visions. This isn't some kind of game. This is our strength, our battle against a society that hates us, finally being recognized by someone and being rewarded for it. I mean, Yaoyorozu looks a bit uneasy but speaks anyways. I doubt society hates you. Were you even listen? Hu Tao starts angrily, only for Charlotte to hold up a hand. Next to her, Freminette stands up. His hands are clenched and they're trembling with anxiety at speaking in front of so many people, but he does it anyway. A few months ago, my older siblings were out for a stroll. I don't see how, Ida starts, only to be violently shushed by almost all the other TA students. They do this often, Freminette continues, because my brother, Liney, enjoys shopping and my sister, Lynette, likes to make sure he doesn't lose track of time. And one day, they happened to be browsing a store when someone was pushed off the roof of the building next door, in a murder. Several loud gasps come from the UA students, as well as Farina, who hadn't been around when the incident happened. Freminette tightens his fists. They didn't do it, of course they didn't. But when the heroes and police arrived, they immediately suspected my siblings. Because they saw the visions my siblings were wearing. Well, they just happened to be on the scene of the crime, of course they would be detained. Kirishima tries to explain. They were inside on the first floor. Freminette replies, and wipes away a tear building at the corner of his eye. They stayed there the whole time. There was camera footage and several other shoppers and workers that saw them. They couldn't have pushed the guy off the roof. But then they found out the victim had a past of violence towards vision holders and quirkless people, and the court twisted a story that Liney and Lynette wanted revenge on some guy they'd never even seen before. Charlotte raises a hand and intertwines it with one of Freminette's as he shudders. Do you have any idea how scary it was being forced to listen to strangers accuse my family with crimes they didn't commit? Just because they had visions? The only reason we got out of it was because our father had connections and money. Most vision holders aren't that lucky. No one cares about us unless they're one themselves, and there aren't many of us to begin with. That's why there's so many international students, that's it. There isn't anywhere else for us to go. So when you insult the academy and call it abusive and stuff, they finish, it feels really terrible. No one said anything about your school being abusive, Yaoyorozu attempts to reason, hands held up placatingly. Bullshit, Xinyan rolls her eyes, slouching back in her seat with her arms crossed. Everyone knows you guys only agreed to this exchange program so you could keep an eye on us or whatever. and find evidence to bring Did to court, right? Xingqiu continues unhappily. We're not ignorant, you know. We've heard all the rumors. We know you think to treats us badly, 'cause we get sent out on missions, unsupervised, at a young age. Aren't you though? Midoriya asks, but unlike the other UA students, he sounds genuinely curious. A notebook is opened on his lap, which he's been scribbling away in this entire time. I mean, aren't you guys unsupervised right now? Not that I'm trying to make your school look bad, it's just, well, from an outside perspective, seems a little concerning. Like, this is a whole other country and some of you can't even speak Japanese without the translators. Which is not an insult or whatever. I know the language structure differs a lot from more Western ones, so it's perfectly understandable that some of you have difficulty grasping the language, but, sorry. I'm going to shut up now. You're fine, Amber reassures and smiles. We aren't unsupervised, actually. Various TA staff members accompanied us here. They're just leaving us be because we thought it'd be funner to get to call the shots on our own. Yoimiya adds. Really? Jiro does not look convinced. Are you sure you aren't just saying that to make your school look at least a little less irresponsible? Nichim, Kaminari agrees. I haven't seen any teachers anywhere. Amber and Ayaka share a glance. You people are so... Kale starts angrily, but Ayaka gestures to stand down. The cryo user stands up. Apologies, but I feel as though we have now shared all that is required of us. Attempting to further explain ourselves to you only leads to arguments, so my classmates and I will now be taking our leave. Thank you for your time. Have a good night. Dutifully, the other TA students stand as well, and they all silently trickle out the door. Class 2A watches them leave, a few calling out with questions or insults, but none of them respond. Well, Yenfei says as they start the trek back to their dorm. That could have gone better. I'm really sorry you guys didn't get a proper chance to talk, Amber says regretfully. She bows, looking at her feet ashamedly. I know we promised to give you the space, but that didn't really happen. I apologize. Hey, it's not your fault. Yoimiya exclaims. The whole discussion was getting out of hand, you couldn't control that. Yeah. Kale adds. You did really well with what you had, it's not your fault Class 2A were so uncooperative. And we did manage to get one story through, Yenfei nods, gesturing to Freminet. The latter stutters a bit, shuffling his feet in embarrassment as the attention is put on them. So hopefully it got a little bit through to them. Yeah. Nice job, dude. Xiangling says encouragingly. You described your story really well. It was very disheartening to hear, Farina tells him in French, translator deactivated since they arrived at their dorm. I'm sure it also had an effect on Class 2A. I'm really proud of you for speaking up like that, Charlotte says, smiling at him. I know it was probably really scary, so good job. Freminet flushes red at their compliments, murmuring stuff about how it's not a big deal, and I was just talking and stuff, but he has a happy look on their face. So, what do we do now? Bennett asks. Him and the others who stayed behind had joined them in the common area, having been briefed on what happened by Xingqiu. Well, nothing much, Yoimiya frowns, lost in thought. We just have to keep doing the exchange program, right? It's not like that's changed. Class 2A now has a more informed view of us. More prejudiced, you mean, Chevreuse quietly comments. They toy with one of their traditional muskets, taking it apart and putting it back together half-consciously. It's quiet for a bit. Razor yawns. Let's not dwell on that, Amber says. It's been a long day. It's late, and some people are kinda jet-lagged, so let's just go to sleep. We'll have clearer minds in the morning, we can discuss it more then if we have to. Everyone agrees, and they start to split up into their floors, drifting off group by group. After brushing her teeth and finishing her skincare routine, Amber makes sure to check up on Sayu, who had been sleeping when they returned and was left undisturbed. After seeing the teen safe and sound, comfortably snoring away, she then goes to tuck in Kale. Amber, the girl quietly says in German as the pyro user in question tucks her blanket over her. I'm kinda scared of my paired student, she whispers, shrinking into the sheets as if ashamed of her revelation. Really? Amber asks, alarmed but keeping her tone gentle. She sits down on Kaliai's bedside, running her fingers comfortingly through the younger girl's hair. Can you explain why? Kali hesitates, glancing around as if Ciro was going to appear at any moment and overhear her. Well, he seemed kinda upset when I was explaining about my abilities and stuff. He said something about how it was flashy and stuff. Sorry, I know it's kinda dumb. No, of course not, Amber quickly reassures. It's Ciro-kun, right? I saw him at the discussion, remember? He did seem unfriendly towards us. I expected that some of them wouldn't like us. Kali hurriedly defends herself, as if she thought she sounded stupid for saying that. It's just, I dunno. He seemed kind of scary when he said that. His expression kind of brought back some memories. I'm sorry, I know I'm just bothering you. You can forget about everything. Of course not, Kali. Amber replies. I was the one who took responsibility over our group, and that includes making sure every student feels safe. So if your paired student is giving you issues, then I'll make arrangements to swap you with someone friendlier. How's that sound? That would be really nice, Kali sniffles. Thank you, Amber. No problem, Kali. Have a good night's rest. I'm next door if you need anything. Amber leans down and plants a kiss on the younger girl's forehead, as per their nightly tradition. Kali giggles a little and waves her off, but some of the worry in her eyes has vanished. After leaving the room and turning off the light, making sure Kaliai's night light is on, Amber goes to the stairs and walks down one floor. She, Kali and Sayu are on the third floor of the dorm building, including the common floor, meaning there's still some of their classmates on the floor across from theirs and above them, but Amber trusts them to be fine. Instead, she goes to the second floor, where the younger teens are staying. Xinyan's light is on under her door, muted sounds of a guitar coming from the room. The other 3 rooms are dark, but Xiangling's door is wide open. Amber knocks softly on Xinyan's door. The music stops, and there's a few sounds of shuffling before it's pulled open. Hey, Xinyan whispers in Mandarin, conscious of her friends sleeping next door. Behind her and sitting on her bed, Xiangling waves, fiddling with her Guoba-themed vision keychain. Hey, Amber whispers back. What are you guys up to? Oh, we couldn't really sleep, Xinyan explains, making sure to keep her voice down. Since Japan's 1 hour ahead of China and we both took a nap on the plane. So Xiangling came over. She's fixing her Guoba plush. Xiangling waves the plush in question, and Amber spots a needle poking out of it. And I'm working on my new piece. Sorry, did we disturb you? No, you're good, Amber replies quietly. I was just making sure you guys were all settled. Since it's the weekend tomorrow and we aren't signed up for any of UA's clubs yet, I don't mind you guys staying up a bit. Just make sure to get some sleep, okay? Okay. They both respond, and Amber waves as Xinyan closes the door again. The dorms are a bit inconvenient in the way that in order to get to the other side of the dorm rooms, you have to go down to the first floor, the common area, and cross over to the staircase on the other side of the space. Because she'd feel much better checking in on her younger classmates than giving up over some walking, Amber does this, stopping when she notices a light on in the kitchen. Approaching, she notices Fiscal, with her hair down and makeup removed, moving about the mugs and messing with the water boiler. Fiscal? Amber asks in German, quietly as to not disturb the nighttime atmosphere. Ah. The girl yelps and stumbles, moving a hand over her chest. Amber. Archons, you scared the CRP out of me. Seems like she's too tired to keep up her usual expansive and confusing vocabulary. Sorry, what are you up to? Amber steps closer, leaning against the counter. Oh, Razor was feeling a bit homesick, so I'm making hot chocolate to make him feel better. Bennett's staying with him to make sure he doesn't fall asleep before I get back, so my work isn't wasted, Fiscal explains, pouring the now boiling water into one of the cups and pulling out a jug of milk from the pre-stocked fridge for the other 2 mugs. Bennett is lactose intolerant, she elaborates when Amber raises an eyebrow at the different liquids used. What? The pyro user hisses, shocked. He's lactose intolerant. But he's always eating ice cream and other dairy stuff. He told me he had no lactose problems when I asked before the flight. Fiscal shrugs. That's 'cause he didn't want to make it a big deal. He likes to pretend he can take lactose just fine, so he's not excluded from stuff and people don't have to make arrangements for him. Oh. Amber frowns a bit. This is something she'll have to follow up on later. Well, it's nice of you to make those arrangements for him. Fiscal blushes in embarrassment. I'm just doing what any friend would do, it's not a big deal. Still, some people aren't as attentive as you, Amber smiles. You clearly care a lot about those two, and are a good friend to them. You know, Fiscal mumbles, ducking her head. They're the first friends I've had that don't mind when I go on long tangents and stuff, or when I talk about being the Prinzessin der Veritelung, so, you know. Amber ruffles her hair. Anyways, you three are good for each other. Come on, I'll help carry the mugs. Oh, you don't have to. But was gonna go check up on them anyways, don't worry. Besides, it would be difficult carrying 3 filled mugs up the stairs. Well, alright. In the end, Amber manages to convince Fiscal to give her 2 of the 3 mugs, arguing that she's the oldest one out of the 2 and therefore should take more responsibility, and etc. Fiscal doesn't look very persuaded, but indulges her because she's a bit tired herself and doesn't want to drop one of the cups. When the 2 of them arrive at Razor's dorm room, which Fiscal explains the 3 of them were hanging out in, they find the wolf boy fast asleep, curled up on the bed. Bennett, who was supposed to make sure that didn't happen, is passed out himself, sitting on the ground and leaning against the bed. Fiscal sighs, but she looks more resigned than disappointed. I kinda expected this to happen. They can't last even 10 minutes, I swear. She shakes her head, but her voice is fond. Amber places the mugs she's carrying on Razor's desk, walking over to the sleeping pair. Do you think Bennett will wake up if I move him onto the bed? She asks. Since Razor is curled up at the end, there's still space for Bennett. I doubt the floor is very comfortable. He's a very heavy sleeper, it should be fine, Fiscal replies. Amber nods and crouches down so Bennett's body is perpendicular to hers. She slides an arm under the crook of his knees and the other under his upper body, lifting him up in a bridal carry. Leaning over the bed, she makes sure he won't fall on Razor before gently setting him down. Since the wolf boy is sleeping on the covers, Fiscal runs to Bennett's room, and the girls use his bed's blanket to cover the 2 of them. Fiscal readjusts to make sure the end isn't suffocating Razor, pulling the blanket back down to his shoulders. Well, Fiscal says softly once they're both been settled. She gestures to the 3 mugs of hot chocolate on the desk. Since they're both asleep, wanna drink one with me? Sure, Amber agrees, and the 2 of them settle down on the floor, leaning against the bed like Bennett was earlier. So, the pyro user starts. How have your classes been going? Oh, about that. My senior Kuju Seraforin, I don't know if you've heard of her, but she came by the training gym I was practicing in one evening, and since she's both an electro user and Bao user, she said she'd be willing to give me some pointers when we go back to China. She uses her vision a bit differently than mine, but we're similar enough that she says her knowledge will be useful for me. I'm super excited. Also, by the time Amber leaves Razor's room, it's past midnight. Fiscal had fallen asleep, and the older girl had settled her onto the bed next to Bennett. Amber debates whether or not to go up to the next floor where Ayaka, Yuamiya, Hu Tao, and Yanfei are staying, since it's already decently late and they're likely asleep already. However, Yanfei and Ayaka have a tendency to stay up studying, and Hu Tao has trouble sleeping, so she ultimately decides to check up on them just in case. When she reaches their floor, Ayaka's light is on, as expected. Amber knocks on her door, but there's no answer. Opening it a crack and peeking inside, she sees Ayaka passed out at her desk, papers and textbooks opened under her arms. Stepping closer, she makes out a few article titles, such as Vision Holders, Government Hoax or Alien Threat, Teyvat Academy's Lies Exposed, and Why Quirkless People Have Vivid Imaginations, Vision Holders Debunked. Amber sighs and gently shakes Ayaka awake. Unlike with the trio of younger teens, the cryo user wakes easily and is a bit more difficult to carry, considering she's around the same height as Amber. It would be much more troublesome and futile to try and maneuver her into bed. Ayaka blinks awake, confused and disoriented. Amber quickly slips on her translator, So she can use the language Ayaka is more comfortable in, that is, Japanese. Amber? What, did I fall asleep? She shakes her head a bit to wake herself up. Hey, Ayaka, Amber replies gently. Yep, you were passed out when I got here. What are you reading those for, by the way? You know those articles are just full of hurtful and uneducated lies, right? You shouldn't read them. I am aware, the cryo user responds, going a bit red. I apologize. I was trying to make a list of misconceptions Class 2A might have of us, so we would know what to expect and how to counter them. I promise it was not to lower my perspective of myself or our classmates. Oh, Ayaka, Amber huffs, you don't have to do that. Even if you say that, I know reading what people think of us is probably very damaging to your mental health. Please don't feel like you need to put yourself at stake for our benefit. I apologize. Ayaka bows slightly. I thought it would be helpful to have. Amber sighs, offering a hand for Ayaka to take. I know. It's not a bad idea, per se, but this is something we should do as a group. It's much more hurtful when you read everything by yourself. Let's make a list later, together, okay? Ayaka takes her hand, and Amber pulls her to her feet, guiding her to her bed. I know, the cryo user says, a bit ashamed. It's just, well, you've been taking care of us all day and dealing with everything. I figured I should do the same, and try to take responsibility as well. Amber can't really argue with that. You're right. I guess I've been kinda stressed over making sure we're all doing okay with the exchange and taking too much responsibility. You promise I'll try to let us handle things as a group, if you do the same? Okay, Ayaka agrees easily, sliding under her covers, then frowns when she catches a glimpse of the clock on her bedside table. Amber, it is almost 1 in the morning. Why are you still awake? Oh, I was just checking up on people to make sure they were all doing okay, and then I talked to Fiscal for a while. She rubs the back of her neck sheepishly. I know, I'm being a hypocrite right now. Sorry. Well, as long as you are aware of it. Please get some rest after you leave, Amber. Okay, don't worry, I will. Good night, Ayaka. Good night. When Amber passes by Xinyan, Xiangling, Xingqiu, and Chongyun's floor on the way to her own room, Xinyan's light has been turned off. Xiangling's door is still wide open, suggesting the two girls are having a sleepover. She finally enters her own room only to find Kale snoring away in her bed. The younger girl had likely moved to her room while she was out checking up on everyone else. With a smile, Amber goes to her bathroom and splashes her face with water before going to bed. Sliding under the covers, she takes care to not touch Kale as the girl doesn't like being touched while unaware, even by the people she lets touch her casually, moving one of the spare pillows in between them so she doesn't accidentally roll into her at night. Night, she whispers, despite Kale being sound asleep. Exhaling, Amber closes her eyes, drifting off to sleep. You stupid beach! Someone yells in Mandarin, followed by a loud crashing sound. Amber blinks. Sunlight trickles from her closed blinds onto her dorm room's ceiling. Next to her, Kale is curled around her arm. Wah! She mumbles in German, rubbing her eyes. Kale shifts, wide purple eyes staring up at her. Good morning, Amber, the Dendro user says cheerily in the same language. Morning, Kale, Amber replies, voice a bit croaky from just waking up. What's with the yelling? Downstairs. Nothing more needs to be explained. Xinyan, Xiangling, and Xingqiu together are just a recipe for disaster. Amber sends a quick prayer to Barbados for Chongyun, who likely got roped into whatever they're doing. What time is it? Amber asks, sitting up and regretfully dislodging Kale to look at the digital clock set on every student's desk. It's already 10. I haven't slept in this long since forever. It's okay, Kale reminds her. It's the weekend, remember? And since we don't have any cram classes or clubs here, you don't need to wake up early. That's true. How long have you been awake? Amber suddenly asks, realizing the younger girl had already been up when she first opened her eyes. 30 minutes, give or take? Kale responds. At the pyro user's incredulous gaze, she hastily adds, I would have left if you were asleep for longer, I just felt comfortable, promise. Alright. Well, you can leave now, I'm going to wash up a bit first. Amber slides out from under the covers and walks to her bathroom, yawning. Luckily, her hair is rather straight, so she doesn't have horrid bed hair like some people cough, Farina. Taking some time to relieve herself and brush her teeth, she thinks of today's plan. Just like Kale said, none of the TA students are required to take any weekend classes or clubs, but certain students such as Xingqiu and Ayaka will likely end up doing work anyways. Besides that, many of them will probably use this opportunity to further explore the school, as they were in a bit of a rush yesterday and didn't really look around. Amber splashes her face and wipes it dry with the provided hand towel. UA probably has some kind of gym or training space. Some early risers are probably already using them. Hopefully they'll have the time to do personal training. Many TA students, including her, don't want to slack off. Half-mindedly styling her hair, Amber walks back to her room and quickly changes into her UA uniform, not feeling bothered enough to put together an outfit. Kale had taken her word and already left, so she doesn't bother changing in the bathroom for privacy. When she arrives at the common room floor, hurrying past the teen quartet's floor to avoid getting involved with the mess that was happening there, Noelle and Xiangling, who apparently was not part of the drama happening upstairs, are cooking something. At one of the dinner tables, Freminette and Charlotte sit side by side, the former tinkering with what appears to be her camera. Thinking back, they hadn't had the time to fix her camera yesterday with everything going on. Farina and Hu Tao are loudly chatting about something on the couch as Yanfei scribbles stuff down in a notebook next to them. On another couch, Fiscal, Bennett and Razor are crowded together, watching something on Fiscal's phone. Ayaka and Yuamiya are at the door, the latter in the process of slipping her shoes on. "Oh, are you two going somewhere?" Amber asks in Mandarin as she approaches. She notices the two of them are wearing more formal attires. "Amber, good morning." Yuamiya grins, eyes crinkling. Ayaka and I decided to pay a visit to the Kamisato estate to see how things are going, since it's not too far from you. She also had business to conduct for the Yashiro Commission, per Ayato's request since he couldn't be here. "Ah, I see," Amber nods and Ayaka smiles back. "We could talk later tonight, since we will probably be busy all day," the cryo user says, referencing their conversation about prejudice from last night. "All right," Amber agrees. "Well, have fun. Be safe." "You got it." Yuamiya replies as her girlfriend opens the door. "Don't worry about us, we used to live here, remember? Have fun with whatever you decide to do." Okay. "Guys." Xiangling frantically calls from the kitchen, "Ayaka. Yuamiya. Wait, I just finished steaming my barbecue pork buns, take some to go." Yuamiya dutifully jogs over to the kitchen counter, accepting the saran-wrapped buns with a grateful bow. "I would give more, but I only made enough for one each, sorry." Xiangling explains, disheartened. "Oh, and be careful, they're still hot." "It's all right. Thank you." Yuamiya cheerfully responds, rejoining Ayaka and leaving with a wave. "Xiangling, it's ready, come quick." Noelle calls from further into the kitchen, and the raven-haired chef quickly runs to deal with whatever they're making. A moment later, Xiangling calls that breakfast is ready. Somehow, perfectly on time, Xingqiu and Xinyan stumble down the stairs. Both look a little frazzled and are loudly arguing with one another. Behind them, Chongyun's exasperated face indicates it's over something stupid and inconsequential. Following them are Kale and Sayu, the Dendro user likely having gone to fetch the older teen. Everyone settles at the tables, Freminette hurriedly shoving the mechanical parts together to clear up space until Charlotte reassures him there are enough tables to not need this one. Instead, the two of them move to another table to avoid any food getting in contact with her camera. Amber sits down next to Hu Tao and across from Farina per their insistence, and she naturally joins their conversation. In the fourth seat of the table is Yanfei, who's still preoccupied with whatever she's writing but making an effort to add a quip here and there. "Here you go." Xiangling interrupts, somehow balancing 4 filled plates. She sets them down in front of each of them, pulling out 4 sets of utensils from somewhere and arranging them around each plate. "Enjoy." "Oh, I could help serve," Amber starts, but Xiangling cuts her off. "Nah, you can't carry 4 plates at a time, can you?" She giggles at Amber's expression. Don't worry, Dejia. Noelle and I have it covered, promise? Okay. Amber mumbles, a bit dejectedly. Hu Tao elbows her. Come on, Amber. You're gonna burn yourself out real quick if you keep trying to do everything. Yes, sorry. I guess it's a bad habit. You think? Farina huffs, but waves her fork at Amber's plate. Now eat up, Sherry. You and I are going to go exploring today. Huh? Amber asks, but obediently digs into her meal. Xiangling and Noelle had prepared what appears to be a croque madame but with more Eastern touches, such as flavored sauces and various ingredients she can't put a name to. Somehow, Xiangling had made it work as she always does. Exploring. Farina repeats, bringing Amber back to the moment. The Hydro user hastily shoves a bite of toast into her mouth. Merd, Sebansi, we're going to check out UA's campus, of course. Unless you have something else to do? Oh no, not really. Amber frowns. But why me specifically? Aren't you closer to, well, the other French students? Most new TA students stuck to those who spoke their mother tongue, as learning Mandarin on top of everything else was a bit challenging, especially for those of more Western places. Farina waves a hand. I don't want a third wheel Charlotte and Freminette, and Chevreuse has already gone off to practice their shooting or something of the like. Besides, I would like to hang out with you. We have not talked much and I would like to become closer, if that's all right. Oh, of course. Amber replies happily. Her initial impression of the older teen hadn't been the best, to be honest. Farina had acted too haughty and arrogant when they first met for Amber to like her much, but after the Hydro user had joined in on their discussions for the exchange program, she realized it was all mostly an act to hide her anxiousness. Farina likely felt as if she were behind everyone else, in a way, since she was one of the eldest students to newly enroll into TA, and didn't want to appear worse or less talented. Adding in the way she was treated in the past, it painted a story Amber was all too familiar with. One many vision holders experienced, actually. Because of this, she had been struggling to find a way to properly approach the other girl and build a healthy relationship, so this opportunity wasn't one to pass up. I would love to spend time with you. Amber finishes. Farina beams in return, but the moment is broken with Hu Tao dragging them into an overly philosophical discussion about their purpose of existence. So, I'm thinking we take a look at the buildings outside of the school first, Farina suggests. I think there are classes going on right now, and it would be unwise to bother them. Good point, Amber replies. She squints, pointing to a group of large buildings near the school. That's where the training gyms are, right? Let's go check them out. The two of them make their way over, running into a group of Class 2A students as they arrive at the door to the first gym. Amber hastily slips on her translator in case they want to start a conversation, noticing Farina doesn't. She's still set on practicing her Japanese, then. Oh hey, Kaminari greets. He doesn't seem too bothered to see them, despite the negative way they left things off after the discussion yesterday. The same can't be said for the other two students he's with, though. Ciro frowns at them, while Jiro huffs and looks away. Hey! Amber replies energetically. There's no point in trying to make things worse between the two classes, after all. Next to her, Farina waves at them, likely having the same idea. What are you two doing here? Ciro asks, voice apprehensive. Oh, we are you checking if at the gym, Farina explains. We would like to have the capability to train. Train. Jiro repeats, finally looking at them properly. She raises an eyebrow. I thought you had your visions. Well, yes, Amber awkwardly replies. But, like we said last night, we have to practice using it like how you need to practice using your, quirks? Wrong thing to say, clearly. The UA students seem to get slightly more hostile at the comparison of their quirks to visions. Thankfully, before the conversation gets any more tense, a muffled shot echoes from inside the gym. The UA students all startle. Ciro rushes forwards and yanks the door open, all three of them running into the room. Amber and Farina share a glance as they walk in behind them. Hey, what's? Jiro starts, only to cut herself off when she sees the situation. Chevreuse. You're here. Farina calls in French. you're still practicing? It's good to take breaks, you know? The pyro user in question huffs, slinging their musket over their shoulder, the obvious source of the gunshot they heard. Not my fault. Snipe-sensei here is making me prove my gun license is valid. They reply in Japanese, indicating their translator is activated. What's going on? Kaminari interrupts. He glances between the pro hero and Chevrus. Why do you have a gun? It's my preferred weapon of choice, Chevrus explains, pointing to Snipe with their thumb. I already received my firearm license a while ago, but Snipe-sensei wanted me to prove I'm authorized to have it, or something. You understand, as a teacher, I have to ensure the safety of my students, Snipe replies. As you are temporarily enrolled in UA, that includes Chevrus-san. Considering I am in charge of firearm use, it would be a failing on my part to not properly validate your skills. That's what the license is for, Chevrus huffs. Regardless, I assume I've passed Snipe-sensei's test now. I've properly assembled and disassembled both my pistol and musket, and I successfully fired both with the proper stance and accuracy, yes. Yes, Snipe agrees. Chevrus-san is clearly capable around firearms, and is permitted to use them in a safe manner while at UA. Chevrus nods. Actually, is there another open space I could use? Preferably one that isn't flammable. Amber glances around the gym. While there is a large open mat at the end of the room, it seems more intended for hand-to-hand or weapon combat and doesn't appear well-suited for Chevrus' pyro abilities. I can assure you, all material here is quirk-proof, Snipe reassures. Even if you do manage to damage the space, UA has the funds to rebuild it. Right, I have other students to take care of, so I'll leave you to it. He then turns and leaves the gym. The Class 2A students look more uncomfortable now that he's gone, even though neither Amber, Farina, or Chevrus have done anything wrong. Well, alright, Chevrus picks up their vision from where it was lying on a table nearby, likely having been taken off so Snipe could assure their shooting skills weren't aided by the gem. They attach it to their belt, having chosen to wear the UA uniform like Amber. With their vision now on their body, Chevrus seems to brighten. Amber frowns. Vision withdrawal is a very real and very damaging phenomenon, but luckily they hadn't been separated from it long enough for the more dangerous effects to kick in. Did you two need anything? Chevrus suddenly asks, directed at their fellow vision holders. Oh, no, we're just looking around campus, Amber explains. We won't bother you any longer. There are other things to check out anyways. Chevrus shrugs. I wasn't bothered, but you do you. Au revoir. Farina sing-songs as the two of them leave. So, where to now? Amber asks as the gym door closes behind them. Farina thinks for a moment. Oh, I heard there was a... The two of them spend the rest of their day touring the UA campus, meeting a few more of their classmates as well as UA students. Amber waves at her paired student when she spots him, and Kirishima returns the greeting happily, indicating he doesn't hold any ill will towards the TA students. So, how's your time at Tebin? Amber starts in Mandarin, since she isn't very confident in her French-speaking abilities. They're now sitting on a bench near the dorms, taking advantage of the nice spring weather. It's been alright, Farina responds, then makes a face. More than alright actually. It's been amazing. As cliché as this sounds, I've never been in a place as accepting and kind as to... Right? Amber pauses, grimacing a bit as she tries to think of how to word what she says next. Actually, since the whole point of today was to strengthen our relationship, I feel like I should tell you I really did not like you at first. Surprisingly, the Hydro user just laughs. That's to be expected. I don't think I even liked myself until a few weeks ago. Well, you know the story, don't you? A lot of my French classmates were very interested in the incident. And when you arrived, people connected the dots, so I guess I overheard. Yeah. Makes sense, considering how popular I was in France. Farina fiddles with the end of her shirt. I wonder if Focalers is doing okay. Amber turns to her, surprised. That's your twin, right? You haven't talked to her? Well, you know, after the secret got out that I was impersonating her, my parents disowned me, the media and general public were hounding me. I didn't really have the time to check on my sister. And I don't remember her phone number, so I'd have to actually go back to my old house to speak with her, she explains. Her voice is nonchalant, but there is clearly worry in her eyes. I hope our parents didn't treat her too badly for lying. She does have her infamous charisma quirk, though, so she probably charmed them into playing nice. Still, you're worried about her, Amber deduces. I know I don't need to be. Focalers has always been good with keeping out of people's way. It's just, she's your sister, of course you'd be worried. You obviously care for her a lot, Amber reassures, then brightens. What if we went to visit her after the student exchange is over? But my parents... Farina frowns. I'm scared their anger will be rekindled if I go back, and they'll take it out on her. Then how's this? I'll go ask for her, and you two can meet up somewhere else. What about that? The other girl doesn't say anything for a while. Really? You would do that? But we don't even know each other very well. That's true, Amber agrees, but both of us want to be closer, don't we? And I'm more than happy to help out a friend, especially since I'm not at risk of anything. Your parents have no idea who I am, and I don't have any ties to France. That's true. Farina nods, then hesitates. I'm sorry, can I hug you? Amber opens up her arms as a response. It's a bit of an awkward angle, since they're sitting side by side, but it works. A moment later she hears sniffling as the hydro user starts crying. Désolé, Farina mumbles, breath hitching. That's really, really nice of you. It's okay, Amber replies with a smile. And this is the UA uniform, I don't really care if you cry all over it. Farina giggles wetly in response, and they stay in that position for a while longer. When they make it back to the TA dorm, it's around early evening, and Xiangling is frantically rushing round the kitchen. The separate dinner tables have all been pushed together to form one big enough for all 20 of them to sit around. A large portable stove is set in the middle, having been produced from Archon's nowhere, and a huge round pot is set on top of it. A few of their classmates are already sitting at the table, either helping set out cutlery or organizing plates of raw food around the stove. Ayaka and Yuamiya had obviously returned from their business with the Kamisato clan, as the cryo user is currently helping Xiangling carry over a heavy-looking pot. The two of them pour the pot's contents, a broth-like soup, into the larger one set on the stove. Xiangling checks to make sure the divider in the middle of the pot is properly sealed, before the two of them repeat the action with a second pot, this time the soup a dark red color. Amber and Farina quickly head to the bathroom to wash up a bit before joining their classmates and helping set up their dinner. Soon enough, the remaining vision holders all arrive and pick out their seats, and Xiangling carries over the last plate of thinly sliced pork. At Kaliai's insistence, Amber sits down between the younger girl and Charlotte, who greets her kindly. Across the table, Xinyan and Xingqiu are laughing at something on her phone, seemingly having forgotten their disagreement from this morning. Someone, actually, a loud, crackly voice yells something in return. Xiangling leans over Xinyan to peer at the phone screen, with Chongyun doing the same from Xingqiu's side. I can't believe you're having hot pot without me, comes the distraught cry of the person on the other end. You should have signed up for the exchange then. Xinyan sticks her tongue out. You knew we would be taking T's greatest chef with us. Xiangling flushes at the compliment, giggling. Don't worry, gaming, she says complacently. I'm sure there's plenty of classmates willing to have a hot pot with you. It's not the same. Gaming cries in response, his camera violently moving around in his distress. Xiangling's soup always tastes better. Xingqiu laughs at him. Xiaoqiu, is that you? Ugh, UBSTRD. Stop laughing at my misery. You know I was busy with the new wushu costume Auntie Xianyun made for me. That sounds like a you problem, Xingqiu replies without hesitation. Oh, look at that. The meatballs are ready. Yanfei, could I trouble you with passing me some? Why are you all so mean to me? Sorry, gaming. Xiangling says, with a genuinely apologetic tone. She picks up a few fish balls with her chopsticks as Xingqiu slides the bowl of cooked food over. I promise we can have hot pot when we get back to the... Ah, Lingling. You're the best, moi. Gaming then proceeds to actually kiss the camera of his phone. Xinyan shrieks and slams her phone face down on the table. Ew, no one wants to see your nasty lips, she shouts, half disgusted and half laughing. What? I can't show my appreciation for people anymore, is that it? Gaming retorts, voice muffled because the phone speakers are covered. Put on some chapstick first maybe? Xingqiu adds, high-fiving Xinyan. I'm leaving. Enjoy your delicious Xiangling-made hot pot. I'm getting myself dim sum because of how mean you people are. You would have gotten dim sum anyways, it's the only thing you eat. Xinyan says accusingly. In response, Gaming hangs up. Xiangling just giggles. Aya, you guys are such meanies. Here guys, have some tofu, sigh. That's the bowl for the spicy soup, take from the one next to Mika. The Anemo user in question nods in thanks, standing to reach over to the other bowl instead. Xiangling. Yuamiya calls from the other end of the table. She lifts a plate of sliced pork. Is it alright if I put these in? Yup. Xiangling stands up, cupping her hands around her mouth to be heard over everyone's chattering. Hey, who's eating from the spicy side? Around a quarter of them raise their hands, the majority being the Chinese students, who can take spice pretty well. They have all eaten Xiangling's cooking before, everyone knows how spicy she makes her food, in order to appease both Gaming and Xinyan, who love to eat anything that makes it feel as though their taste buds are being burned off literally. Considering this, even students such as Chevruz or Fiscal, who have had their fair share of eating spicy things, choose to only touch the foods cooked in the bland soup. Got it. Yuamiya nods, splitting the amount of pork in each soup based on how many will eat from which. Xiaoling, you want some bok choy? Hu Tao asks from next to her. Without waiting for an answer, the older girl starts piling the leafy green vegetable onto Xiangling's plate. Xinyan, pass me the boys' plates. No, Xingqiu whines as his plate is taken away. Arg, why can't we have Gailan instead? The leaves are way less annoying to eat. I'm saving it for tomorrow, sorry. Xiangling chirps happily, sitting back down and chewing on a piece of bok choy. Thank you, Pajia. You're most welcome, Hu Tao winks, then leans back in her chair to get a direct view of Xingqiu. Eat your Morixed med vegetables, Qiu, and maybe you'll grow tall. You're barely taller than me, don't even start. Xingqiu retorts, also leaning back to see her better. Doesn't change the fact that you're short. Yunyun, Xiangling calls over their bickering, I cooked some cold noodles for you. They're on the kitchen stove and should be done now, if you want to get them. Chongyun nods, getting up from his seat. Up until now, he had only been eating from the non-spicy soup, waiting for his food to have cooled down completely so as to not bother his yang constitution. Thank you. Xingqiu, you're going to fall. He directs at his boyfriend, pushing the hydro user's chair fully upright. Come on Tao, stop beefing with the kids. Yanfei sighs from where she's sitting next to Hu Tao, putting more meatballs on her girlfriend's plate. Eat some more of these. Hu Tao huffs but obediently starts chewing on the meatballs, raising a hand to flip Xingqiu off, who returns the gesture. Man, those two never shut up, Xinyan mutters, slurping up her udon noodles. Hey, you bicker with them all the time too, Xiangling chastises. Yeah, well, not during meals. Those idiots have no idea how to appreciate good food. Almost makes me wish Gaming was here. He knows how to eat quietly at least. Hey, I heard that. Xingqiu exclaims, as if he wasn't literally sitting right next to Xinyan. Good for you, Xinyan responds, shrugging at Xiangling's questioning gaze. What? I meant what I said. I'm not wasting my time arguing with Blueberry at sushi when I could be spending that time on this. She waves her chopsticks at her plate, still half full. Did you just call me Blueberry at sushi? Am I wrong? Your horrible bangs look exactly like his, just dyed blue because you like being special. Says you. You literally have red streaks in your hair, plus you always put them up with spikes. At least mine have aesthetic. What's your hairstyle supposed to be, bowl cut gone wrong? How is this a bowl cut? Xiangling just sighs as they continue to bicker and debates whether or not she should go join Chongyun in the kitchen, who's watching it all unfold from his seat on the counter, chewing on his bowl of cold noodles. So, where should we start? Amber asks, spinning a pen in her hand. It's been a few hours since the hot pot ended, Everyone had chipped in to help put away the dishes and clean everything. The dorms are provided with dishwashers, but there wasn't enough space for all the plates and cutlery, especially that huge pot they used for the hot pot, so there had been someone washing them at the sink, swapping out with a new classmate every dozen minutes. Most of the female students, as well as Chevruz, Xingqiu and Mika, had decided to go to the dorm's female onsen together after everything was cleared away, and they'd had some very lovely conversations while in the bath. After pulling on a pair of comfortable sleepwear, Amber had returned back down to the living room and found Ayaka waiting at one of the tables, which had been separated and moved back to their original positions. The two of them are now trying to go over plausible visionist reactions they and their classmates might encounter during the length of the exchange program, which Ayaka had been researching on her own the previous night. Here, Ayaka gestures to the stack of papers in front of her. These are the articles you caught me reading last night, as well as additional ones I picked up while at the Kamisato estate. Amber frowns at them a bit apprehensively. Honestly, I'm not looking forward to reading these. Oh, I will help, someone then exclaims, and a moment later Farina plops down in the chair across from them. She grins at their baffled expressions. Apologies, I overheard you too and would not help but... Could not, Ayaka gently interrupts, getting what the hydro user was trying to say. Farina nods appreciatively. Yes, thank you, could not help but, well, help. Sure. The more the merrier, Amber smiles, then pauses. Would you then prefer if Ayaka and I spoke in Mandarin? No, she waves her hand dismissively, pulling out her own translator and slipping it on. I appreciate the gesture, but I have no issue using the translator. It is quite late, after all, and I understand Ayaka is much more familiar with her mother tongue. Ayaka bows her head, as much as she can while sitting down. Thank you for your consideration, Farina. Of course. Now, where were we? Amber picks up a few papers from the stack. Well, I was thinking we could split up the articles, write down anything of interest, then discuss once we have enough material? I have no issues with this arrangement. Ayaka agrees, and Farina nods. Great. Then let's get started, we don't want to be here too late. Amber smiles, pushing the papers towards Farina, once Ayaka had picked up her own stack. The next hour or so is spent in silence, interrupted only by the sound of pages turning, sighs and groans of exasperation at whatever is written on the articles, and one instance where Farina gets up to make them all tea. Fortunately, all three of them always carry around writing material. Amber likes to make notes about anything of interest she sees, Farina often gets hit with ideas for films while out and about, and Ayaka just tends to be prepared, so keeping track of the various rumors they find is easy enough. Alright, Amber starts, once she sees the other two looking just about done with their articles. Does anyone want to go first? Before anyone can answer, she hears buzzing. Looking down at her phone, which she had set aside on the table and promptly ignored, Amber sees the screen lit up with a call. Do the two of you mind if I take this? It's the twins. The twins. Farina gets up from her seat, moving around to look over Amber's shoulder. Put it on speaker, I'd love to talk to them. Me too, Ayaka shuffles her seat closer. I haven't spoken to them for a while. Amber shoots them a thumbs up, accepting the call and putting them on speaker. Everyone at TE knows who the twins are. If not because they were the youngest students ever enrolled in the academy, arriving at the gates of the school when they were only 5, or the fact that they both received their abilities at the same time, or even the odd nature of those abilities, then because the two of them are probably the most helpful students on campus. Their aura of mystery also helps their reputation, even if she's arguably one of their closest friends. Amber doesn't know the full details of their odd case. All she knows is that the two of them had received visions at a very young age, and because they were so vulnerable and unaware of everything, those prize gems had been easily taken by the government of the country they resided in at the time. Not quite knowing what to do with them, as the twins had ended up separated from their parents when the whole vision ordeal happened and were both too young to remember their family name, the court sent them to TE. For some odd reason, upon arrival the two reacted strongly with the abundant elemental energy, becoming able to wield all 7 elements. It was a never-before-seen case that sent all the best teachers and guild masters at TA scrambling. An explanation was never found, but thankfully this reaction allowed the twins to live without suffering the effects of vision withdrawal, which Headmaster Ningguang was quite relieved to hear. She decided to place the twins in a completely new dorm, since they didn't correspond to any of the 7 elements which the dorms were separated by, and allowed them to enroll in as many elemental classes as they wished so they could learn to use their abilities to their full potential. Both Ether and Lumen were quick learners, and even if they were the only 2 who had such strange abilities, they were fortunately close enough to be able to easily pick things up from each other. Eventually, once the 2 had good control over all the elements, they grew bored of campus life and requested a travel permit. Since it's incredibly risky to allow trained vision holders to leave TA without a hero license, as the law would love to incarcerate them for any number of excuses, the twins were forced to get licenses, even if neither of them wanted to be a pro-hero. In the traditional sense, at least, once they were allowed to leave TA, they proceeded to travel all around the world, helping out any quirkless or vision holders they encountered, which is pretty hero-like, in all the TA students' opinions. To this day, the twins are responsible for the successful arrival of over half of TA's students, and help around so often whenever they return to the academy that even those who hadn't met them in the outside world know who they are. While Amber is one of those people who didn't meet them until an all-grades activity during her first year, she knows both Ayaka and Farina had been greatly helped out by the twins, and would be happy to catch up. "Hey guys." Amber greets as the call goes through. Even if her contact reads Ether, there's a good chance both of them are together. "Amber." "Hi Amber." Just as expected, both Ether and Lumen answer. Since they both travel a lot, they've picked up a ton of languages, Japanese being one of them, and have no issue speaking in it. "I am here too," Farina exclaims. "I as well," Ayaka adds. "Farina?" Ether asks a bit hesitantly, likely trying to guess who their voices belong to since he can't actually see them. "Ayaka? I did not expect this combination, to be honest." "Yep." Amber laughs. "We're working on something together." "Oh, are you 3 busy? We can call back some other time." Lumen hurriedly says. "It's quite all right." Farina reassures. "It would be good to take a break. All we've been consuming for the past hour are quirkist and visionist articles. Honestly, the bullshit these people come up with." "Articles?" Ether asks curiously. "Wait, now I'm interested. What exactly are you 3 doing?" "Well," Amber looks at Ayaka, who makes a gesture to continue. "Yesterday evening, we decided to hold a meeting of sorts with Class 2A to explain some things about TA and how the visions work." "That's the class you have the exchange with, right?" Lumen asks. "Sorry, we've been a bit busy shutting down riots at TA's gates. I haven't been paying too much attention to the exchange program." "People have started rioting again?" Farina TSKS, huffing. It says a lot about what society thinks of vision holders when someone like Farina, who hasn't even been at TA for a year, is used to rioters outside their school. "Well, it's quite all right. Make sure to stay safe." "Yes, the class hosting us is 2A, Amber continues. "Anyways, the discussion went quite poorly, as some of the hero students are clearly prejudiced against us." "You'd think they wouldn't be as hero students," Ether mutters. Ayaka had the idea of putting together a list of visionist reactions we might expect, so we can figure out how to counter them when the time comes. Stuff like convincingly dispelling popular rumors, what to say to not seem like a cult. On the other end of the call, Lumen bursts out laughing. I'm sorry," she wheezes between giggles. "That'll just never get old for me. People will accept whatever you say for every other religion but ours, and it isn't even a religion. Not to diss what other people believe, of course, it's just, well, we've literally proven Celestia, and the archons of old, exist." Ether exclaims. The 7 just so happen to be his special interest, and he's probably the most knowledgeable on TA's deceased deities out of everyone. They wouldn't be so quick to dismiss us if this was coming from any other group of people. Okay, before Ether goes on another 3-hour-long rant, that does sound like a good idea. Lumen says, coughing as she recovers from her laughing fit. Especially for some of our more awkward classmates, it'll definitely be reassuring to know how to respond to everything UA throws at them. That was my initial intention, Ayaka says, smiling. I am relieved you think the same. Ah, we're just two weird twins, you don't need confirmation from us. Lumen argues. Yeah, have faith in your ideas, Aya-chan. Ether adds, easily sliding in the nickname. Well, Ayaka flushes embarrassed. Thank you both for the encouragement. I will try to believe in myself more. Right, so what do you guys have? Lumen asks. Can we help with anything? Because that sure seems more interesting than whatever we're doing right now. Sure. Amber hums, flipping through her notes. We were about to start discussing the stuff we found. Oh, I'll go get my laptop. Farina suddenly interrupts, already rushing towards the stairs. We can video call so it'll be easier to communicate. Good idea. Amber agrees. It would save a lot of hassle if the twins could see what they're doing instead of needing to verbally telegraph it. A few minutes later, the sound of footsteps can be heard. Farina jumps the last few steps, her laptop clutched in her arms, and sets it up on the table. The back of the device is absolutely covered in stickers, so many that it's hard to tell the laptop actually has a blue design on it. I'm going to hang up, see you in a minute, Amber says, pressing the end call button as Farina opens up a video calling app and scrolls through her recent calls. The majority are from Saijun, the nurse student whom she gets along with very well as calls from a few classmates and other friends, and a teacher here and there. Finally, Farina finds the time when she had called Lumen for help with historical accuracy for a short film she was working on, as the girl had a special interest in the history of Teyvat, specifically in the forgotten nation of Kenria which the film was centered around. The twins don't pick up at first, but they call back a few minutes later. Sorry, Ether apologizes, a bit out of breath. He smiles at them, which they can now see because of the camera. We thought we would also use a laptop, but turns out Lumen had a huge nerd out last night and the entire screen was covered with notes and tabs that were horribly disorganized. It was organized. You just don't get my method. So then I had to go find mine because no way in hell was I going to deal with that mess, but turns out I left it on the other side of the hotel room so I had to go get it. Clearly you need to exercise more, that took so long it's embarrassing. Anyways, Lumini is now. What the F did you just call me? She's now trying to organize all that. Ether picks up his laptop and swings it around to show his sister slouched back on a chair, eyes intensely fixed on the screen of her own device and fingers typing away like mad. She's probably gonna end up going down another rabbit hole of obscure information, so let's just get started without her. Oh, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Wrong this fist beach? Wait, no, you're going to wake up Paimon. The camera abruptly shakes as someone yelps. There's the sound of tussling for a few moments before the call suddenly ends. Well, Amber says, tapping her fingers on the desk. They'll probably be back. Sure enough, a few minutes later of silence, disturbed only by Furina's loud slurp of tea, the twins call again. This time, they're both in frame, sitting down side by side at what appears to be a desk. Ether is pulling apart his previously pristine-looking braid, tying his hair back up in a simple ponytail all while avoiding making eye contact. Lumen clears her throat, adjusting the way her sweater rests on her shoulders. So, what's first? Lumen asks innocently. Farina takes it in stride. Okay, so I will go first then? When nobody objects, she nods. I found that the most common opinion is that vision holders. Sunday passes by just as quickly as Saturday. Chevreuse helps Mika with some shooting techniques. Kale and Farina practice keeping their elemental summons functional for longer PRDS of time, and Hu Tao gives Chongyun and Freminet advice for elemental infusion. At some point during the day, Aizawa drops by to check on how they're settling in, followed by Bakugo who shows up to ask for a fight spoiler. He's refused by everyone. When the TA students show up to class the next day, it's notably more awkward than the first time. Luckily, Aizawa is quick to start the class, meaning there isn't much opportunity to start a tense conversation with each other. We're going on a field trip today, their teacher starts, glaring at the class until the excited chatter quiets down. You're all second years now. You should be aware of how things work at UA, so I'm not going to bother making sure you've all gotten your parents to sign the permission forms for off-campus education. The same goes for those of you from Teyvat Academy, Aizawa continues. I presume your headmaster had provided you with all the forms required, yes? If there are no issues, go get changed into your hero costumes and meet me at the gates in 15 minutes. Mika glances at his classmates nervously as people start moving around him. The TA students had all been provided with what Headmaster Ningguang said were the necessary forms for the exchange program, and he trusts Headmaster Ningguang of course, but what if he just so happens to have not signed that form? Since Mika is under the custody of Captain Varka of the Knights of Favonius at the Academy because of his family circumstances, the older man is the one responsible for signing these kinds of papers, and Mika trusts Captain Varka of course. He's incredibly responsible, but what if Mika had forgotten to give the right forms? Then he would be causing trouble for everyone, and oh no, isn't he supposed to give a good impression of TA? This is the complete opposite. Oh, why did he agree to join with Noel? This is going horribly wrong. Mika-kun, someone asks. Sorry, what did you need? Mika hastily replies. Oh no, someone's talking to him. He can't be distracted right now. Nothing, and oh Archons, that's his paired student, who hasn't said a single word to him before today, and he's here making such a fool out of himself. Are you okay? Tokoyami continues. You seem rather distressed. Are you unfamiliar with field trips? No. Mika waves his hands, flushing in embarrassment. Oh gosh, this is all going horribly wrong. I was just, thinking about things. Weiss, it's nothing, don't worry. Tokoyami doesn't appear to be convinced. It is quite alright if you feel unwell. I will simply tell Aizawa-sensei and… No, please don't. It's nothing, I promise. Oh no, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Mika, someone new calls, and Mika cannot even begin to describe the relief he feels when he sees Bennett running over to him. Oh, Tokoyami-san. The pyro user continues when he sees the UA student. Tokoyami nods. Please call me Tokoyami-kun. We are not that far apart in age. Okay. Bennett smiles, then turns to Mika. Oh right. Mika, come on. Our costumes are kept in a different locker room. Amber wants us to go together so we don't get lost. True to his words, Mika can see most of the TA students waiting next to the door, making sure to leave enough room for other students to pass by them. Immediately, he feels a rush of shame and guilt. Oh geez, I'm so sorry. I'll go right away. Sorry, Tokoyami-san. It is all right, Tokoyami simply says. It's okay, Mika. Bennett reassures, gently grabbing his hand and tugging him towards their classmates. See you later, Tokoyami-kun. Mika. Amber greets as the two get closer. Perfect. Okay, everyone here has all their field trip forms signed. Professor Murata just double-checked. She waves her phone to show her text conversation with the head of the Pyro course, who was a bit more active than other head teachers with organizing the exchange, since so many of the students are Pyro users. Yay! Xiangling claps. Let's go then. Because Teyvat Academy isn't a hero school, they don't actually have a license to produce hero costumes or contract with a company that makes them. Instead, students are allowed to design adventure outfits for themselves, a setup organized by the Adventurers Guild, a guild created to facilitate the deployment of vision holders out in the field by taking advantage of legal loopholes. This way, vision holders meet all the legal requirements to actively partake in pro-hero duties if they so wish. Not every student is required to design an adventure outfit, since many choose not to become heroes, but it's a fun tradition to participate in. Since TA isn't given the same funding as actual hero schools, the costumes are limited in material quality and complexity, but it's a nice touch regardless. Opening the suitcase she was given, Yuamiya smiles as her fingers run over the familiar feeling of her modified happy. She, like many other students, had chosen to wear traditional clothing from her culture. Despite it being rather simple compared to actual hero costumes, it makes her both happy and feel more connected to Japan, since she spends most of the year at TA, which is located in China. Is everyone finding their outfits okay? Amber asks from the other end of the room. Hums of agreement answer her. Oh. Xingqiu says as he opens his own suitcase. It appears they brought my other outfit instead. I can contact a teacher right now to fly over your usual one, Amber starts, but Xingqiu waves her off. I appreciate the gesture, but it's quite alright, the Hydro user reassures. I don't mind wearing this one, though it is a bit stiff. Oh! Farina exclaims. She points at Xingqiu's clothing, which he just started taking out of the suitcase. Is that Uji fashion? Yes. It was gifted to me during a meeting with a French company looking to sell their products in China. My older brother and I were sent as representatives of the Feiyun Commerce Guild, Xingqiu explains as he starts to change. Uji. Yumiya frowns. That's Japanese fashion though? Oh, I know this one. Farina responds excitedly. There was a very good fashion designer who came to France a few years ago. She was quite literally all the rage, as they say. Her outfits were stunning, really. Anyways, since she was originally from Japan, she ended up integrating Japanese fashion into her designs, and Uji fashion in particular got super popular. That's why I asked for my adventure outfit to be designed this way, huh? Oh. Ayaka says, appearing to have come to a realization. Is it Kiori-sama? If I recall correctly, her business is called Kairiya Boutique. Yes, that's the one. Do you know her? Farina asks curiously. Ayaka waves her hand. But Kuri-sama is one of Oni-chan's childhood friends, but I never really spoke with her. She stopped coming by when I was around 12. I think that was when she started getting serious about her studies in textiles. Then soon after, Oni-chan received his vision and the situation got a bit stressful, so they didn't have much time to reconnect. I believe Kuri-sama moved to France around this time. Farina thinks for a moment. Well, maybe you can go meet her one day. I know you said you didn't really speak with her, but it might be nice to see each other again. Maybe, Ayaka agrees. But we should probably be leaving now. Aizawa-sensei said 15 minutes, didn't he? Everyone out. Farina exclaims, shooing all the remaining students outside. Luckily, it doesn't seem as if their classmates waiting at the gates to UA were there for long. Aizawa just nods when he sees them, and Amber breathes a silent sigh of relief that they aren't in trouble. Right, that should be everyone, their sensei starts, then flicks a thumb at the 2 school buses parked behind him. Get into the buses. I don't care how you do it or who goes where, just fill them up. One of the UA students raises their hand. Aizawa just sighs. If you're wondering, Midoriya, we're going to practice rescue training at USJ's facilities. Predictably, the buses are separated by schools for the most part. A few of the friendlier UA students, such as Mina and Uraraka, decide to ride in the vehicle with the most TA students, while Xingqiu and Xiangling convince Chongyun to join them with Class 2A in the other bus. Xiangling because she thought it wouldn't hurt to be friendly, and Xingqiu because he was looking for drama. The drive isn't too long, since their destination is actually located on UA grounds, just far away enough that walking would be inefficient. Faced with the huge building and the even more impressive interior, the TA students start chattering away, but Aizawa is quick to shut them up. This is the Pro Hero 13, their teacher explains, gesturing to the person standing next to him. They're a proficient rescue hero, and here to teach you all sorts of strategies to deal with various situations where you may need to rescue someone. Yes, it's very nice to see you all again, and meet these new faces from T13 greets. Their face is covered, but Yuamiya gets the feeling that the pro hero is smiling. Those who were with me last year should remember the topics we already covered, Aizawa continues, shooting a look at the side where Class 2A is clumped together, but 13 will make sure to go over the basics for the exchange students. Oh, don't worry, Sensei. Hu Tao exclaims. We've all had rescue training. And basic first aid training. And some of us have, less basic first aid training. She turns, addressing the healers of their group. Hey, what do you guys call it? Advanced medical training? Charlotte tries. I'm not sure. Bennett turns to Noelle, who looks back helplessly. Sayu just waves their hand drowsily, Mika fidgets with his sleeve, and Xingqiu mumbles, "Don't look at me, it's just a side effect." Well. Hu Tao claps her hands. Whatever, you get the point. Right? Aizawa does not look very impressed. He sighs, "I'll let 13 explain the rest." Alright. As I'm sure you all recall, 13 starts enthusiastically, only to be interrupted by a student. "Senseis, is that supposed to be there?" Kale asks, pointing to something behind them. She flushes when everyone turns to look at her. "Sorry for interrupting, I just noticed something down at the fountain that wasn't there before." Everyone immediately turns back to the main plaza of the USJ, peering over shoulders and squinting into the distance to see what she's talking about. As a matter of fact, Farina can spy a swirling purple thing in front of the fountain. It doesn't look like much, but suddenly the weird vortex starts rapidly growing in size. Within seconds, actual whole people are stumbling out of it. Is that supposed to happen? Bennett asks. In front of him, Razor growls something and moves to better cover both the pyro user and Fiscal. "Everyone, get back!" Aizawa shouts, pulling down his goggles. "Those are real villains." "Wait, what? Villains? Hold on. Protect the students," their teacher calls to 13, before leaping down the stairs into the fray of villains waiting for him. Wait, but Aizawa-sensei's fighting style isn't suited for multiple enemies. Midoriya argues, worriedly watching as Aizawa, or rather Eraserhead, knocks out the first few villains. He won't be able to. No pro hero is a one-trick pony, 13 reassures. Eraserhead knows what he's doing. Now come everyone. We must leave the building. 4 hero students, Class 2A sure are disorganized. Though it is a bit unfair to expect order when they've never had any real field experience, if Amber's honest. Everyone immediately panics and starts to move towards the doors, pushing and shoving and yelling. A few of the more level-headed students, such as Yaoyorozu or Ida, attempt to corral their class as class representatives do, but it's to little success. "Amber?" Xiangling asks, emerging from the crowd and grabbing onto the older girl's arm. "What do we do?" Amber bites her bottom lip, reaching out her other hand to grab Sayu, who had been stumbling along confusedly. "Let's trust the pros, okay? They know what to do." Amber, Kai hurriedly joins them, latching onto her arm like Xiangling. "I'm scared, what if it's—" "It's not," Amber says firmly, scanning the mob of students to make sure all the vision holders are still together. "Even if it is them, I won't let them take you." "Really?" Kale still doesn't look convinced, but loosens her grip slightly. "I promise," Amber replies. Then there's a commotion at the front of the crowd, several people scream, and all of a sudden she feels herself fall. When Farina gets spat out by the void, she finds herself submerged in water, a gaping shark mouth rapidly swimming towards her. Panicked, she quickly summons her hydro creatures. Even if they're very crudely made because of the urgency, the effect she's looking for is still present. Farina shoots towards the surface, emerging from the water and stumbling across the waves. The water is much rougher than the one she usually practices walking on, but she's able to find her footing before the dark shadows under the surface catch up to her. Scanning the area, she quickly runs towards the first solid thing she sees, a large speedboat. Just a few feet away, she stumbles, right foot slipping beneath the waves again. Breath caught in her throat, Farina hurriedly tries to resummon her companions and the water-walking ability they give her, but she hasn't had enough time to recharge the energy needed. Meaning her original summoning of them had been too crude and unfocused. She can usually resummon them right after they expire, but apparently that isn't the case now. She yelps as she falls through the water, desperately kicking and thrashing out as villains surround her. Unfortunately, these people were clearly placed in this environment because they possess water-related quirks, and while she may have a hydro vision, it's nothing compared to their natural advantage. The odds are not looking too good. Everywhere she looks, more villains appear, and her air is running out. "I can't die like this. I have so much I need to do." Suddenly, something solid wraps around her abdomen, and before Farina can blink, she's being yanked out of the water and thrown onto a hard surface. Concerned eyes blink down at her. "Farina!" Are you okay? Charlotte exclaims, kneeling down and moving to feel the hydro user's pulse. Farina coughs, sitting up. When she sees a few UA students next to them, she quickly reaches up for her ear. Luckily, the translators are extremely durable and survived her unpredicted swim. What's going on? We were caught by that warp villain, Caro. Sue replies. That explains what saved Farina, then. The girl had used her frog tongue to grab onto her. I think he separated the class into different disaster zones. This isn't good, and Midoriya's here too. He seems troubled, looking out towards USJ's plaza. This is bad, actually. Really bad. It looks like the villains had a plan, meaning they're probably after something. No, he brightens with realization, then makes a horrified face. They're probably after someone. Why else would they choose to attack when all of us were here? I don't get what they'd be. No, they aren't. Ko, who had been crouched in the corner this whole time, shudders. They aren't, shut up. Oh Archons, this isn't happening, I don't. Amber, where's Amber? She said she'd protect me. I can't go back there again. They promised I wouldn't ever go back there again. Kale. Farina says worriedly, going to put a hand on the girl's shoulder but stopping herself in time. Kale, it'll be okay. Amber is surely on her way. She wouldn't break her promise. Trust us in the meantime, okay? I know I am not as skilled or experienced as everyone, but I promise I'll try my best to keep you safe. Kale just presses herself further into the wall, covering her ears. I can't go back there. I don't want to go back there ever again. Please don't let me go back, please. Something harshly collides with the side of the boat. It sways to the side, but thankfully, the force isn't enough to tip them over. Guys? Shinso, who had been carefully peering over the railing, says. I think they're getting impatient. We should get out of here soon. Right. Midoriya frowns, glancing between the other 5. Alright, can you 3 quickly tell me your abilities so I can make a plan? I already know what my classmates can do. Charlotte makes a sound of agreement, standing up. Right. I can use the cryo element, which I channel through my camera. The effect doesn't last long, but since they're all soaked in water, I'll be able to freeze them in place. I can summon hydro creatures, Farina adds, shifting to sit cross-legged. She doesn't want to stand just yet. The least she can do for Kale is stay sitting next to her. Their form isn't very stable though. But they let me walk on water. If that helps. The water walking had been an unintentional side effect, from when she was first starting to figure out what she wanted her vision to do. Farina had been practicing keeping her summoned shape while they were in water, and accidentally fell into the pool. Rather, onto the pool, since she could apparently walk on water. Professor Neuvillette, the head of the hydro course and the teacher who was helping her at the time, had been incredibly stunned. Some of the vision theory teachers had explained her intention to keep the creatures from meshing with the water, probably wrongly channeled into an elemental repellent from water, meaning her body would naturally keep herself out of any liquid while her vision was active. It was all a confusing mess of science jargon that Farina hardly understood, being relatively new to everything, but point is she can walk on water. Midoriya nods, then turns to Kale. Colleen, would you mind if... The Dendro user seems to have calmed herself down slightly while they talked, but she's clearly still anxious. She takes a shuddering breath, holding it for a moment before exhaling. Farina realizes, keeping her voice soft. That's Amber's breathing technique, right? She taught me the pattern when I had a panic attack last week. For in, for hold, for out, for hold. Kale blinks, eyes teary. Yeah. Farina scoots over to the younger girl, taking care to avoid touching her. Let's do one together, yeah? Waiting for Kale to nod, she dramatically takes a deep breath in, holding up her fingers to count down from 4. Hold, count from 4. Slowly exhale, count from 4. Hold again, count from 4. Since Kale still looks a bit frazzled, Farina repeats the process a few more times, until the other has stopped trembling. Farina exhales, turning to smile reassuringly. Does it feel better now? Kale picks at the bottom of her wet shirt. She had also been dropped in the water. Why? I feel better now. She hesitates, sorry for acting out. and stuff. It's quite all right, Farina replies, standing up. Would you like a hand? My apologies, I don't mean to force you. It's okay, Collei interrupts, getting up on her own. I know you mean well, but I can't. I don't think I'm in a state to, touch people right now. Farina just smiles. It's good that you understand your boundaries, Don't feel bad for setting them, okay? Okay, Collei agrees. I'm sorry for holding you up, she continues, directed at the UA students. Midoriya just shoots her a thumbs up, while Shinso faintly smiles from the railing, where he'd been ignoring them out of privacy. Tsu nods. It's quite all right, Karo. We've been taught that certain situations can be triggering for people who have experienced trauma, especially for you and your classmates' case, Karo. Immediately, the mood is soured. Charlotte winces from the side, while Farina clicks her tongue. So much for hoping their class discussion did any good. It seems as though they're still set on thinking TA is a crappy place. Whatever, Collei mutters, turning back to Midoriya. I use the element of dendro and have a boomerang. Is that all you need? Yeah, Midoriya chuckles awkwardly, sensing the rising tension. So, I was thinking of a plan where Shinsukuin mind controls the villains, then Tsu-chan and I can carry you to safety while they're all distracted. No need, Collei frowns. She takes a deep breath before looking over the railing at the villains surrounding them, and, oh thank the Archons. None of them are people she recognizes. This probably isn't the same organization that took her and... I have an idea. Farina exclaims, thankfully interrupting Collei's thought process before it goes anywhere worse. I can distract them by running on water, Charlotte can freeze them while they chase after me, and Collei can blow them up with bloom. She spreads out her arms triumphantly, then clears her throat a bit sheepishly. Then, Tsu-chan and Midoriya-kun can help the others across, and Shinsu-kun, he can help distract them, for our escape. Yes. Midoriya hesitates, glancing at Shinso. Are you sure about this? I mean, he waves his hands, it sounds like a good plan. I don't want Shinsu-kun to feel left out. He mumbles, flustered. I know it's dumb and not really the time, but it feels unfair when his quirk is really amazing and maybe people would respect him more if they knew what he did, and I dunno, it's not really my business, but... I appreciate the gesture, Shinso reassures, then shrugs. But I don't think my quirk will be able to hold them all right now. If they were weakened or disoriented, then maybe. Yes, we can do that. Charlotte responds, pulling out her camera and bringing it to her eye. Farina, if you can bring them to that area there, I'll be able to capture them all. You got it. Farina nods, then pauses. Wait, what about Collei? None of us here can touch her. How is she going to get to land? Does it really matter, Karo? Tsu points out. It's only for a few seconds, and we're in an emergency. No. Collei shakes her head, backing away. Don't touch me, none of you can touch me. Farina hurriedly moves between Collei and the rest of the students, raising her hands placatingly. No one is going to touch you, I promise. I'll figure something out, we'll figure something out. I'm sorry, Collei says quietly. She hugs herself tightly, looking away. I'm sorry, I know I'm making things more complicated, I want my dad, I don't want to be here anymore. I have an idea. Charlotte exclaims, holding up her camera. Collei, we can ice bridge to shore, how's that? We'll have to stick close, 'cause I can't freeze very large patches of water, and we'll have to be quick about it, but I'll make sure not to touch you. Does that sound okay? Collei shivers, but she looks relieved. Okay, she mumbles in reply. The ship rocks again, this time more harshly. Okay, we got it. Farina mutters, looking over the railing to find a good spot to jump down. She backs up, preparing for a running start. Okay, get ready. Wait, hold on, are we sure this is safe? Midoriya argues. In response, Farina snaps her fingers, summoning her hydro creatures, and promptly leaps off the edge of the boat. Oh my god, Shinso says. Yoo-hoo! Over here! Farina shouts, skipping across the water. As the natural law of villains decrees, All of them immediately turn their attention towards her and give chase. Charlotte backs up a bit, adjusting to get the right angle while her elemental energy builds, extending the frame of her photo. Her vision pulses brightly when it's reached the largest size she can currently make it, and she snaps the photo without hesitation. All the villains that were marked by her camera are immediately frozen in place, but the ice melts quickly since they're all submerged in water. Fortunately, she hit them with the charged-up version of her attack, meaning they get reapplied with cryo and subsequently frozen again every few seconds. Call A. Charlotte calls, but the Dendro user is already aiming at the villains, letting loose charged shot after charged shot. The only time she pauses in her relentless barrage is to throw her Dendro-infused boomerang, which both causes damage via blunt force as well as generates even more Dendro cores. Since Kali is focusing more on generating the most cores possible as consistently as possible, she only allows her elemental energy to hold together 3 Dendro cores max, letting them automatically expire and self-detonate when a new one is created. As such, their view is quickly obstructed by the constant barrage of explosions, water and vapor spraying everywhere. The explosions do knock the villains out of being frozen prematurely, but their senses are so disoriented from everything going on that they hardly have the time to attempt anything before being frozen solid once more. Eventually, Farina calls that they look confused enough to start their escape, and resummons her hydro creatures to run the rest of the way to shore. You heard her. Charlotte calls, aiming another charged-up photo at the villains before preparing to icebridge. Midoriya nods and lets his quirk flow through his body. Tsuchan, aim for that beam up there, you should be able to get us close if not to shore, he explains, pointing at the inside of USJ's dome. After a bit more discussion, Midoriya wraps an arm around Tsu and the other around Shinso, crouching in preparation to jump. Shinso-kun. Shinso obediently leans over the railing of the boat and yells, "Hey, idiot villains!" Kale had stopped generating Dendro cores, since she and Charlotte were now focusing on icebridging, so the villains can all hear him relatively well and don't get immediately snapped out of the mind control they end up falling under. Shinso orders them to stay still and not react to anything, and Midoriya takes off, crumpling the deck of the ship with the force of his jump. Icebridging is difficult enough for Charlotte by herself, since her vision technique relies on quick snapshots to momentarily disorient her opponents, and it's even harder with a second person, especially when she has to make sure not to touch said person. Thankfully, with the villains incapacitated and not disrupting them, they make it to shore, wading through the water for the last few feet. I would give you a high five, but well, Charlotte laughs, then claps her hands together. Pretend this is your hand, how's that? Kale giggles, clapping her hands together as well. Then this one's your hand. Guys? Midoriya calls from where he, Shinso and Tsu are crouched behind some bushes. We have a problem. I won't tell why you anything. The villain spits out, despite how violently his teeth are chattering from being near completely encased in ice. Todoroki just raises a hand to freeze the rest of him. Footsteps race towards him from behind, and he abruptly turns, arm out to launch an ice attack. Before he can activate his quirk, there's the loud sound of a gunshot, and the villains get blown away, scattered across the floor. Ha! A high-pitched and snobby voice exclaims. Thou foul cretins were no match for the practiced efficiency of my most trusted companion, the illustrious Captain Chevruz. Fear not their cold, intimidating demeanor, unless you are of evil heart and corrupted soul. Ha! If so, thou might consider turning thou dastardly self in, for none shall escape their piercing gaze. Their shots of pure, unchallengeable justice shall be the last thou sees before falling into the eternal void of divine judgment. I am not a captain, comes the monotone response, as the 2 TA students duck around a few frozen villains and come into view. My internship with the security patrol is only part-time. Are thou challenging the virtuous judgment of the Princess of Condemnation? I shall have thou know my eye is blessed with the outworldly power of celestial sight. The princess sees all and shall know all. Watch your tongue, distinguished mortal Chevruz. Yes, your majesty. My apologies. Fiscal opens her mouth, likely about to spew out another speech, But Todoroki interrupts before she can. I see there are more students here, he states. I apologize for being careless with my quirk. Neither of you were injured, were you? Chevreuse glances around the area, more specifically at the people encased in ice. No, they reply. This level of power is quite impressive. Perhaps there's more to the UA students than they had thought. Todoroki nods. I suspect the class was scattered throughout different zones. These villains appeared to have been expecting us. Yes, I also guessed as such, Chevreuse nods, spying movement in the corner of their eye. Spinning around, they summon their musket and point it straight at one of the people they'd previously knocked aside with a shot. You, they say harshly. Tell us what you know of this scheme. The guy scrambles back quickly, falling against the steep side of the hill. It's fortunate they were brought to the landslide zone, then, while it's easy to hide behind the uneven mounds of dirt and rocks, it's also easy to corner people. As if. He laughs when he realizes Chevreuse is wearing a UA uniform. You think I'd be gullible enough to believe a kid'll shoot me? Chevreuse pulls the trigger without any warning. The bullet, which is actually a compressed ball of pyro, buries itself in the dirt right next to his ear. A thin trail of red appears on the guy's cheek. Next to them, Todoroki seems a bit startled, though it's more at the pyro user's willingness to fire at him rather than the act of firing itself. He, like the criminal, thought Chevreuse wouldn't have the guts to go through with it. The next one goes between your eyes, Chevreuse threatens, expression cold and voice hard. They wouldn't actually kill the guy, of course. That would go against the justice they strive so determinedly towards, but he doesn't need to know that. The guy yelps, stuck between being frozen with fear and attempting to scramble away. Fiscal makes the choice for him, letting loose a few arrows that just barely clip his clothing, secure enough to pin him to the mountainside behind him. Well? Chevreuse asks impatiently, gesturing with their musket. I don't have all day. You can either tell us what you know of this plan, or explain it to the insects crawling at the bottom of your grave. Wait. I'll talk. The threat works, predictably. The poor guy's terrified. He probably just took this job for some cash. I don't know everything, but... Chevreuse steadies the barrel of their gun at the direct center of his forehead. Wait. Jay, just listen. He's sweating now, and the vision holder is pretty sure he wet himself. I was told the plan was to separate the students. I already know that, Chevreuse snaps. Are you going to tell me anything useful, or have you run out of use already? No, hold on. We were meant to be looking for the vision H holders? They wait. His eyes widen in realization as he spots the vision attached to their belt. Why you're a vision holder, aren't you? I don't see how that's relevant to your situation, Chevreuse responds, before pulling the trigger. Wait, Todoroki starts, because he wouldn't go so far as to actually kill a person, even if they're a villain, but his concern is unneeded. Instead of shooting him in the head, the bullet hits his left thigh. The guy shrieks, grabbing onto his leg as blood drips to the ground below. The bullet will dissipate in a few moments, Chevreuse explains, letting their musket disappear in a shower of sparks. I doubt you'll die from blood loss, but you'll definitely increase your chances by trying to chase us. Todoroki stares, a bit surprised at what just happened. He frowns, shaking his head. Now isn't the time. The villains said they're after the vision holders. We need to let the others know. Fear not, mortal. Fiscal suddenly exclaims, as the three of them start to move down the mountain. The Princess of Condemnation is here, and her glorious and divine might shan't be looked down upon. Oz, reveal thyself, she shouts loudly, striking a pose. Her vision flashes brightly for a moment, before a dozen or so smaller versions of her beloved elemental raven appear in a crackle of purple light. How might we serve you, mein Fräulein? They all say in sync, in German of course. Oz, my dearest and esteemed servant, spread your glorious wings of darkness and convey the Princess of Condemnation's hallowed word. The nefarious wrongdoers are attempting to thieve away with those who bear the crest of divinity, the illuminated gems of darkness. Fiscal explains, changing her pose a few times. Gems of darkness being visions, of course. Yes, mein Fräulein. The ravens respond, before splitting up and flying off. Let's not waste any more time, Chevreuse says, beckoning to the other two to join them further down the mountain. If they're really here for our visions, they'll be prepared to deal with us. Our classmates will need help. The princess is glad her chosen companion is as eminent and courteous as thou, O Captain Chevreuse. Hey, you extras still alive? Bakugo shouts behind him, too busy blasting away the last few rotten villains to turn and look for himself. Yes. Yanfei huffs, throwing down another pyro construct that sends the villains flying. That should be the last, though. A claymore slams itself against the back of the criminal who'd been sneaking up on her before they can do anything, sending them crumpling to the ground. Freminet stands behind them, breathing out a sigh of relief. I didn't kill them, he quietly says when he sees Yanfei's concerned look. I hit them with the, flat side. They hold up their weapon to show her. Never mind that. Yanfei hurries over. You've got some nasty cuts on your arm, are you all right? Huh. I got this. Mika abruptly exclaims, releasing his burst with a flash of his vision. Oh no, I interrupted you, I'm sorry. It's okay. Freminet mumbles, looking down to see his wounds disappearing with Mika's healing. Thank you. Yep. Of course. Mika nods, a few more times than necessary, then cautiously glances over at the UA students to see their reaction, because even if it's healing, well, maybe they would think it better to save his energy until the battle is completely over, or they like having scars, or... Wait, did you do that? Kirishima asks, holding up his hands as he inspects the scrapes and bruises he'd given himself while fighting, seeing them fade away. Oh, that's so sick, man. Thanks. Bakugo huffs as he feels something cold brush against his skin, loosening the tension and soreness in his wrists from using his quirk so relentlessly, not that he'll admit it, of course. He's not going to die from something as stupid as sore muscles, but it does feel nice. Kitsch, Bakugo mutters, throwing a glare at the awkward student. Not half bad. Oh. Kirishima grins. That means he's impressed. Are you, sure? Mika hesitantly asks. Trust me, bro. Kirishima throws him a thumbs up. I've been around this guy for a year now, I know all his tells like the back of my hand. Which you healed. That was super dope, by the way. Man, if I knew visions could do that, I'd want one too. Mika scratches the back of his head as the atmosphere becomes awkward. Oh, it's super cool. Like, even Bakubro can't pull this off. Oi, quirkless, Bakugo says harshly. He points to something in the distance. Is that one of yours? What? Yanfei, the only one of the 3 TA students willing to approach the blonde, asks as she moves closer. She chooses to ignore the rude way he references them for the moment. Oh, that's us. Though he's a lot smaller than usual. Hup. Xingqiu huffs, ducking under an attack and returning with a strike of his sword, followed by their hydro blades. Chongyun. The cryo user leaps forwards, flinging an elemental talisman at their opponent. It's of course designed for actual evil spirits, but since they're infused with his cryo energy, it still serves its use by freezing the villain. It's either that or use his actual claymore, but Chongyun doesn't want to risk damaging the enemy too badly. Since they aren't in an area under TA's jurisdiction, their academy could face serious backlash if they use too much force without XPLCT permission. Another group of enemies approaches from the opposite side. Without speaking, Xingqiu vaults himself over Chongyun's back, the cryo user having bent down to allow the move to happen in the first place. Xingqiu dashes towards their opponents, performing a graceful backflip and slashing with a hydro-infused blade. Chongyun leaps forwards once more, this time summoning his claymore mid-jump to slam it against the ground and summon his field of cryo. Their moves synergize perfectly with all 4 of their opponents being immediately encased in a layer of ice. It won't hold them for too long, since the 2 students are focusing on quantity over quality, that is, freezing the most enemies while sacrificing the strength of the reaction. Thankfully, it gives the UA students enough time to knock them all out. As if on cue, the 4 recently frozen enemies are hit with a heavy and relentless sound wave, shattering the ice while knocking them out simultaneously. Nice one, Jiro-chan. Xingqiu calls playfully. Jiro just huffs in response, pulling her earphone jacks out of the speakers in her costume. While she'd been reluctant to fight alongside them and even complained about being stuck with those cheating quirkless, she had put her animosity aside momentarily to deal with the villains. Left. Chongyun calls, interrupting the moment, and Xingqiu quickly dodges to the left, narrowly missing the shard of ice his boyfriend flings towards an enemy that had been sneaking up on him. Chiu, my burst is ready. Xingqiu nods, sprinting past a group of new opponents before performing his dual hydro slash, throwing them closer to Chongyun rather than away. The cryo user makes a series of hand gestures, making a circle appear on the ground around the group of enemies, invisible to those who can't use elemental energy. He then holds up 2 fingers, a cryo talisman appearing between them. 3 large swords of ice are summoned, floating in the air above the circle and the people in it. Before any of their opponents can react, Chongyun crouches down with a leg extended, pulling down the talisman with him. The ice swords follow his movement, crashing down onto the ground. Holy shit, Kaminari exclaims, yelping as his distraction allows a villain to take a swing at him. Since their enemies are actual humans, and not the monsters or dummies they have back at TA for training, Chongyun had tweaked his elemental energy slightly to ensure the ice doesn't kill anyone by lessening the strength of their impact. It still hurts like a beach and incapacitates the people who were hit, though, if the copious amount of blood splattered everywhere and sounds of bones breaking are any indication. What happened to being careful? Xingqiu teases, then curses when his hydro blades accidentally pierce through the enemy. He'd been trying to make them only apply the hydro element and not act as actual swords, which they usually did, but his concentration had slipped. The person screams, falling to the ground and clutching their abdomen, which is now bleeding from 3 different spots. Xingqiu winces as his hydro swords return to their resting position, hovering as a shield around him, this time stained red with blood. Oops, he mutters. Sorry. That was an accident. You could do that the whole time? Jiro asks, eyes wide. Out of irritation or fear, he has no clue. Yeah, Xingqiu responds, sticking out a leg to trip the enemy Chongyun sent stumbling backwards. I was trying not to, since I don't want TA to get in trouble over using excessive force or whatever, but… Oh my god, Jiro mutters. Xingqiu isn't quite sure what that entails. Suddenly, something dark shoots towards them from over the enemies. Xingqiu readies to take a swing at it until he recognizes it as Fiscal's familiar, though it is much smaller than usual. However, Yairozu hasn't seen Oz before. She aims the spear she had created for herself towards it, pulling back to throw the weapon. Wait. Xingqiu tries to tackle her. Keyword being tries, because she pulls up her arm, creating a shield to block him. Ouch, he mutters, stumbling back and rubbing the spot where his face had run into it. Oh, Xingqiu-kun, I'm sorry. Yairozu knocks aside another villain, reaching out to steady him. But what are you doing? It's fine, he points to Oz, who has slowed down and is now hovering near Chongyun, speaking to him. That's one of Fiscal's abilities. Oh, your classmate? Yairozu flushes in embarrassment. My apologies. It's all right, you had no reason to know that, Xingqiu reassures, then frowns. I wonder why she sent him here, though. Guys? Chongyun calls, beckoning them over as Oz continues to speak. We have a problem. They're here for what? Amber shouts, losing her grip on the arrow notched in her bow. It shoots off somewhere wildly off course, the pyro flickering at the tip joining the rest of the flames in the fire zone. She whirls around to properly face Oz, whom she'd only been listening to with half an ear prior to what he just said. Saya frowns. That's not good. They stifle a yawn. They've been trying hard to avoid getting drowsy, what with all the villains running around the area. Fortunately, Amber and Sayu had both been dropped onto the roof of a building, meaning they're relatively safe. Amber is presently sniping at the criminals running around below them, trying to provide cover for Ayaka and Ojiro. Those two hadn't been as lucky and ended up in the middle of the street, where they'd been promptly jumped by a group of thugs. Sheet! Amber exclaims. She curses so rarely that Sayu startles. Are Fiscal and Chevreuse safe? Uz nods. Main Fräulein and Chevreuse are both safe. They are accompanied by a UA student, Todoroki Shoto if I recall correctly. What did he say? Sayu asks, as they don't speak German and aren't wearing a translator. Fiscal and Chevreuse are with Todoroki-kun, Amber explains, peering over the edge of the building. Archon's Diminute, I need to find Kale. If people are here for our visions. Sayu joins her, squinting through the clouds of smoke and ash. The building they're on is placed just low enough to avoid the larger columns of smoke, but it's still difficult to see clearly. A few feet ahead on the ground, Ayaka directs a flash of cryo with her fan at an opponent, shifting the fan into her usual sword and parrying another criminal. Ojiro doesn't seem to be doing too badly either, obviously having experience with martial arts, but both are starting to stumble and take more hits than they parry. There's a path down there, Sayu notices, pointing out where the fire escape of a neighboring building faces them, then the roof of a shorter building a ways below it. But I don't think it'll be easy. Amber follows their finger, frowning. Even as Sayu cautions her, they can see the determined look in her eyes as the pyro user backs up. Oz, Amber calls, I have a plan. Go and tell Ayaka. Bennett. Xiangling calls worriedly, pausing for a moment to summon her Guoba replicate and tossing it towards the sounds of fighting. Bennett, are you there? Ow, Bennett's voice responds. I'm fine. Actually, I think I fell in a ditch or something. Gosh, it's so windy too, I'm not sure how far down I've gone. Allow me, Tokoyami says, instructing Dark Shadow to find and carry the unfortunate boy back to where the three of them are grouped together, Koda being the third person. Oh thanks, Bennett says sheepishly, then, watch out. A villain lunges at them from through the fog, but Xiangling manages to deflect them with her polearm, getting nicked in the process. Huffing, she tries to brush her bangs aside, but the wind just blows her hair back in front of her eyes. This wind is so annoying. Bennett. Wow, he shrieks as the pyro in his attack blows back in his face. Oh, my hair. Stumbling, Bennett frantically pats down the small sparks lighting up on his hair, yelling the whole time. The noise attracts the villains, and, by the time Dark Shadow has managed to literally absorb the flames with her darkness, they're surrounded. Everyone! Xiangling shouts, having an idea. Come close. They all huddle up to her without question, allowing her to activate her burst without hitting her classmates. Puffing out a breath, Xiangling summons Pyro to her fingertips, shifting the elemental makeup of her polearm to change it to its throwable form. She lifts her weapon, twirling around and flinging it out. The polearm, now fully lit up with fire, quickly spins around the four students. It's been altered to allow Xiangling to form an elemental tether of sorts to it, ensuring it continues to circle around her instead of flying off somewhere. Honestly, the technique is incredibly difficult to learn, but she had picked it up quickly within her first 2 years at TA, allowing her to pull off moves such as this. Whoa, Bennett comments, odd. It's even more impressive every time I see you use it. Tokoyami hums in agreement, but he's likely commenting on the flashiness of the move. Since he doesn't have a vision, he can't see the elemental energy or how intricately it had to be woven together for her burst to work. Thanks. Xiangling replies cheerfully, watching proudly as the wind causes an abundance of the swirl reaction, giving their enemies extra damage. Normally, all this wind would just blow out the fire. But since it's technically pyro as well as being constantly maintained by her, the polearm stays lit. Yes, that's right, Xiangling is still controlling the flames on her weapon. She's found that it's much more stable and consistent than hoping the fire doesn't go out, and all she has to do is allow a surge of pyro to flow down the invisible tether between her and her polearm every now and then. Because this whole process is very energy-consuming, she almost always takes missions with classmates who are good at providing energy. Since that isn't the case right now, she can only keep her burst up for about 2/3 of the duration it usually lasts. Thankfully, by the time her energy runs out and she can no longer maintain her burst, there aren't any more villains trying to lunge at them. The four of them hurry towards where they hope is the exit of the windstorm zone. Since it's so windy, it's hard to see anything. Eventually, Koda whispers that they can detect animal life forms and manages to get a stray insect to guide them out. The site they meet at USJ's plaza is not like anything they'd expected. Hu Tao will never admit it, but she's freaking out a little. After the Pro-Hero 13's disastrous attempt to attack the warp villain that had cornered them, half her classmates had vanished, falling into dark purple portals that she herself barely managed to avoid. Caught between worry for her friend's safety, fighting the warp villain, and the struggle to keep 13 alive, Hu Tao had felt a brief moment of fear. Not the kind of jump-scare shock or unshakable dread or any other shallower feeling she has experience with. No, this was the kind of fear she's only ever recalled feeling once in her life, the night her grandfather had passed away, as she clutched his hand tightly and wondered what she was even meant to do, as a quirkless preteen with no other family that wanted her. And maybe she's being a bit overdramatic. These are just a bunch of petty crooks, no? She's beaten tons of more impressive people before. But half her class, her friends, are all missing, and she's not too innocent to naively believe the rap guy brought them anywhere good. Hell, he could have just cut them in half. Shut up! Hu Tao yells, spearing another guy with her polearm. He falls to the ground with a scream and a bloody squelch. She, alongside the vision holders who had avoided falling into the portals like her, had decided to join the fight in the plaza apart from Noelle, who's using her medical knowledge and healing ability to help stabilize 13. Up ahead, Xinyan turns back. Tao? Are you, Ga? In her distraction, someone takes a swing at her, throwing the younger teen to the side. Xinyan falls to the ground, head cracking against the bricks, and doesn't get up. Hu Tao feels a sharp jolt of cold in her gut. Xinyan! She screams, half-consciously lighting herself on fire and dashing over, using her damage buff to shove aside the people in her way. She's always known that death is unpredictable. She runs a funeral parlor part-time because of school, after all. She's seen countless deaths and catered to the deceased's loved ones with coffins, cremations, anything and everything. Every life ends in death. That's just how the world works. But seeing Xinyan, someone she considers a friend, just lie there, not knowing whether Chongyun, Xiangling, Xingqiu, Yanfei, Arkans, Yanfei, are even alive, makes her feel so terrified. Hu Tao had thought she was numb to death. After her grandfather, after countless funerals, it's the logical conclusion she's made for herself. But Hu Tao is still just a kid, still months from her 18th birthday. Her friends aren't supposed to be separated and missing in a dangerous situation. Her friends aren't supposed to be caught in a fight between adults, trained and experienced adults who already know everything. Her friends aren't supposed to be dying. Get out of my way! Hu Tao shrieks, throwing a wave of pyro at a couple criminals and uncaring of the heavy burns they get. Xinyan! She dives the last few feet, letting her polearm clatter to the floor and scrambling to turn her friend over, to see her breathe, to feel her pulse, anything so long as she's alive. Hu Tao feels the coldness in her blood dissipate. She heaves a sigh of relief that comes across a bit too suspiciously like a sob. Xinyan is blinking up at her. She looks disoriented, there's blood dripping from between Hu Tao's fingers onto the ground, but she's not dead and... Watch out, the younger girl wheezes, and Hu Tao turns to see a villain bearing down on them, arms raised. Xinyan raises a hand to summon a flimsy shield, but she's never been the best at shielding and she's badly injured and there's not nearly enough time. Worthless scum! A harsh voice shouts, and Hu Tao feels a rush of wind brush past her exposed nape. The villain is sent flying, crashing into the fountain at the center of the plaza. A pair of sandals land next to them. Their mysterious savior bends down, allowing Hu Tao to see their face. Need a hand? Wonder, one of TA's college students, asks. Wonder is not a violent person. Okay, maybe his attacks are brutal and his words are harsh, but he isn't violent. He doesn't go searching for unnecessary fights. Okay, he used to, but that was in the past when he used another name and hadn't fixed his relationship with his mom and didn't go to therapy yet. He digresses. Long story short, Wanderer isn't violent. Hasn't been, for years now. But when he bursts through the sealed-off doors to the USJ, where his juniors were supposed to be having a normal, safe rescue training session and sees them being attacked, well, Can you really blame him for reacting like that? The first recognizable people he spots are two of TA's students on the ground. One appears to be injured, so he prepares to fly down and help them get out of the fighting. Then some BSTRD raises a weapon against them, and he loses control just a little bit. He had to be sent to the operating room twice. Nahida stresses when he calls her after everything's settled down. They say he won't be able to walk for another 2 years. He was about to attack the rookie rockstar girl and her friend. Wanderer defends. What did you want me to do? Not break his spine and half his ribcage? His aunt looks to be on the verge of either screaming or crying in frustration. Hey, it's not my fault he decided to pick a job that entailed hurting kids. Wanderer scoffs, rolling his eyes. That was his own decision. He should have been aware of the risks. Oh my archons, Nahida exhales heavily, head in her hands. A moment later, she looks back up at the camera. Well, at least none of our students were too badly harmed, good work on that end. Greater Lord, I have so much paperwork to do. After helping the injured girl and her worried friend back up to the lobby of the building, where they can get temporary treatment from one of the TA staff members that came to supervise the exchange, Wanderer turns back to the plaza. The Class 2A homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota, better known as Eraserhead, yes, he did his homework, is still down there, valiantly fighting off the mob of villains. Wanderer! A flash of blue, and suddenly Yelan of the Qixing's information network appears beside him, releasing the 4 students she'd caught in her hydro strings. Xiangling and Bennett, alongside 2 UA students Wanderer doesn't care to put names to, stumble to where their classmates are, thanking the hydro user as they go. Yelan nods at the kids, turning back to give Wanderer a look. She likely noticed his earlier skirmish, but lets him off since she technically isn't his teacher. Since you have strong offensive abilities, I'll have to ask you to participate in the fighting. Keep in mind your main priority. Yes, he waves her off impatiently. Protect our students, I got that. I'm not a kid, okay? Yelan hums in approval, pausing for a moment. Alright. Still, make sure you only handle what you can. While you may not think of yourself as one, you're still a student. If there's a situation you shouldn't handle alone, don't. Yeah, Wanderer rolls his eyes. I won't kill myself, Kay? Already did that whole shtick. He mutters that last part under his breath. Now is not the time to delve into his past traumas. In place of a response, Yelan activates her famed technique, the one that allows her to near completely vanish into the world of elemental energy, the only sign of her presence being the glowing trail of hydro she leaves behind her. It's only for a brief moment, but she's trained enough to know how to fully utilize those precious few seconds. Because of her special ability, she managed to work herself up the ladder and become Headmaster Ningguang's personal informant within mere months. Rumors say she even managed to steal away some of the Tsaritsa's cargo, before the Fatui had become official business partners with TA. Wanderer wouldn't doubt it. That coat she wears with such pride is clearly worth more than she could afford. Not that Yelan is poor, of course, but she isn't one to spend that much on extravagances. For a moment, Wanderer just watches as the woman weaves her way through the crowd, tangling up criminals in her thin but strong threads of hydro and easily incapacitating them. Her pace doesn't falter, even when Eraserhead turns his quirk on her. She doesn't have one, of course, so it does nothing. The pro hero looks surprised at first, before spotting the glowing vision clipped to her hip. He's distracted for a moment, so Wanderer decides to be nice for once and knocks away the trio of villains running at the man. This time, he makes sure to control the strength of his blades of wind, since he doesn't really care for Eraserhead, it's easy enough. Eraserhead nods when he recognizes Wanderer as the source of the attacks that saved him. Wanderer just scoffs. Only amateurs allow distraction on a battlefield, seriously. There's a commotion at the other end of the plaza, where a group of students stumble out of the fire zone. Yes, he also did his homework on the USJ. The 4 of them hardly falter when they see the situation at hand, instead following as a brunette sprints towards the neighboring zone, the mountain zone. Wanderer squints, recognizing Ayaka's famed Kamisato art, Saometsu, as she unleashes it on a group of approaching criminals. Bulldozing through the villains on the other side is Sayu's windwheel technique, with a UA student trailing along behind them. The girl leading them summons a bow and pulls back a few rapid shots, not pausing for a second as she continues to run. Seeing the weapon and long brown hair, Wanderer connects the dots fairly easily. What's puzzling is the fact that Amber, the usually level-headed and strategic student, is the one running around recklessly like this. What now? He mutters to himself, half-mindedly throwing a couple attacks at some enemies, but follows them regardless. His priority is to keep them safe after all. The quartet, along with their flying supervisor, approach the mountain zone just in time to see another group of students burst out of the rocks, arguing with one another. When the two groups notice one another, there's a moment of battle-ready tension until they recognize their classmates. Amber! Xingqiu cries, grabbing her shoulders and rocking them back and forth. My liege, we must not tarry. Our classmates are in danger. Yes, hold on. Amber breaks herself out of his grip, turning to do a quick scan of the 5 new students. Is everyone okay? Chongyun, Xingqiu, are either of you hurt? Wait, where are your visions? Did they? We still have them, Chongyun reassures, both of them pulling their glowing gems out of their pockets. When Us told us what was happening, we thought it would be safer to hide them for now. Amber breathes a sigh of relief, unclipping her own vision and stowing it away like they did. That's smart of you. Everyone's okay? The 5 of them nod, though the 3 UA students look a bit uncomfortable since they aren't as well acquainted. All right, Wanderer interrupts, flinging a few wind blades at some approaching villains. A few of the students startle, not having noticed him. Bad situational awareness, but they're still students, so it's excusable. Wanderer-sama? Amber immediately bows. I'm so sorry, how long have you been here? He waves his hand dismissively. Not the time. All of you need to be heading to USJ's lobby. It's not safe. No, do not argue with me, he glares at Xingqiu, who closes his mouth sheepishly. Not up for debate. Come on, we're leaving now. Wait. Amber exclaims. I'm sorry, Wanderer-sama, but I have to find Kole and my other classmates. If they're here for our visions, then I can't let them take her again. Archons, Wanderer sighs, but he's already been briefed on Kaliai's backstory and her relationship with Amber, so he understands why she's pressed. Alright, but I can't take all of you. It's not safe, he repeats, cementing the statement as he blasts away some villains that were sneaking up on them. But I can't exactly be at 2 places at once, so... He taps on his earpiece, which happens to be radio connected to the other TA staff members here. Yelan, can you SRT these students back to the lobby? We're outside the mountain zone. One of them wants to find her classmates first, and I can't leave them alone. That's Ms. Yelan to you, brat, comes the reply, but a second later a blur of hydro appears in front of him. Yeah, he mutters, rolling his eyes, then gestures to the students. These kids. They aren't heavily injured, but that blue kid was walking weirdly, that girl with the ear quirk keeps massaging them, and those 3 probably have burns. Xingqiu clears his throat loudly while Jiro blushes in embarrassment, letting her hands fall from where they'd been holding onto her earphone jacks. Ojiro huffs, not happy about being called out by a vision holder, but Ayaka dutifully pulls back her slightly charred clothing to show her more serious injuries. Sayu just nods. Got it, Yelan nods, then turns to the students. All of you follow me. Before you ask, I work directly under Headmaster Ningguang and was asked to come supervise the TA students. Ojiro scowls but says nothing, while Yaoyorozu smiles. It's nice to meet you, miss. Yes. Yelan surveys the plaza, calculating a route that will ensure the least contact with enemies as possible. Let's go. The longer we dawdle, the more people notice. Alright, brat, let's go find your sister, Wanderer says as he and Amber watch the others leave. The pyro user stammers. I'm also looking for my other classmates. It's not only Kale. There's no shame in prioritizing someone you care more about and has a history with vision holder experimentation, he shrugs, already moving towards the next zone. Your friends aren't stupid. They would understand. Still, it feels mean to just say that. Oh shit! Wanderer suddenly exclaims. He'd noticed a frenzy of movement in the center of the plaza, and turn just in time to see a giant bird-faced monster slam Eraserhead into the ground. Wah? Oh my archons, what is that? Amber turns as well. Is that Aizawa-sensei? See, I have to find Kale right now. Hey! Wanderer grabs her arm before she can rush off, pointing to something behind the conflict. Isn't that her? The shipwreck zone? Amber squints, then pales when she recognizes the people running towards the bird monster. That's Kale. Charlotte? Farina. What are they doing? They're going to get themselves killed. As if confirming her statement, someone lets out a blood-curdling scream. Eraserhead is on the floor and doesn't move even when the bird monster gets off him. They're too far away to be able to tell what just happened, but it's easy to guess. Oh my archons! Kale! Amber tugs at her arm, desperately trying to run over to them. Farina! Wanderer narrows his eyes, spotting her by the massive ahogue she has. What the hell does she think she's doing? Sheet. In his preoccupation, Amber had managed to free herself and is now sprinting towards the conflict. With no other choice, Wanderer pushes himself in the air and flies along behind her, concentrating his energy to keep himself afloat for even a few seconds longer. As the two of them get closer, they're met with a horrible sight. Charlotte with her arms out, covering Kale behind her as a new villain touches her face. Eraserhead incapacitated in a pool of his own blood and desperately straining his quirk against said villain. Behind them, a purple-haired UA student lays passed out with a bloody nose, with two classmates crowding over him worriedly. Finally, Farina is caught in the bird monster's grasp, back pinned to the ground with a massive hand as her three hydro creatures futilely shoot at it. Wow, you're so cool, Eraserhead, the villain rasps, some ugly guy in desperate need of moisturizer. Wanderer gets the idea this criminal is more important than the other thugs he'd beaten up. I'd like to see you try and stop this, huh? Standing back up and thankfully releasing Charlotte, who stumbles but keeps protecting Kale, the villain turns. Nomu. Crush her. The bird monster, who's apparently called Nomu, presses down. Farina screams. Hold on. Noelle anxiously stresses, hands fluttering about unsurely. 13 Sensei, can you hear me? 13, the injured pro-hero rasps, covering one of the students' hands with their own. Just call me 13. It'll be all right, Noelle-chan. But I don't know what to do. She squeezes her eyes shut, struggling to channel her elemental energy properly. It isn't working, of course, since her version of healing entails taking the health of her enemies and using it on herself or others, but there isn't anyone she can attack right now. She's surrounded by UA students, and there's no chance she's going to hurt any one of them. Geo energy surrounds the pro-hero, but the most it can do is stop their injuries from getting worse, with a very weak petrification reaction that Professor Morix had tried to teach the Geo students a while back. I'm so sorry, Noelle apologizes, feeling her eyes sting. The students around her just watch, and all those eyes on her absolute failure to be useful, makes her feel worse. I'm sorry, they should have brought someone more useful. I can't do anything, I'm so sorry. No wonder the Knights of Favonius refuse to accept her internship. How can she be useful to them when she can't even? Then the doors are blown open, and Noelle almost cries with relief when she sees the TA staff members rushing towards them. Two of them pass by almost immediately, going down to the fight at the plaza, but the third steps closer and kneels down next to her. Apologies for our tardiness, Xianyun says, voice genuine as she places a reassuring hand on Noelle's shoulder. One will take it from here. Rubbing away at her eyes, Noelle just nods, standing and backing away. She bites her lip anxiously as Xianyun pours her anemo energy into the injured hero, the wound slowly closing itself up. After a while, the woman stands up even though 13 still looks hurt. One must apologize, but one cannot waste all one's energy on your injuries, Xianyun explains regretfully, turning to the UA students. One requests you keep an eye on 13. One must aid in the safe retrieval of one's students. Of course. Ida bows, which his classmates are quick to copy. Even Ciro, while he doesn't like or trust any of the vision holders, Especially not this strange woman who just broken like that, she did just heal 13. He obediently shuffles up to 13 as his classmates do, refraining from making a distasteful comment for once. Are you going now? Noel asks. It's kind of a dumb question, since Xianyun just said she would be going to find the other students, but… Noel, Xianyun acknowledges, expression softening when she sees the girl. The woman steps closer, opening her arms and carefully embracing the student. One can spare a moment. I'm sorry, Noel cries into her shirt. I couldn't do anything, I'm sorry. It's all right, child, Xianyun responds gently. You were not trained for this kind of situation. One must apologize for making you deal with it alone. But I should know this stuff. I can't, I was so useless, she mumbles, squeezing her eyes shut. You are still a student, Noel, and you specialize in offense and shielding. No one expects you to act perfectly. One thinks you did very well, considering the situation. Noel sniffs. Thank you. There's a sudden shout interrupting their moment. Help please. Miss Xianyun. Hu Tao cries, stumbling up the stairs from the plaza. Xinyan's arm is slung across her shoulders, the younger teen slumped forwards and seemingly unresponsive. Xianyun, Wanderer nods at her, propping up Xinyan on the other side. He gently lowers the girl to the floor with Hu Tao's help, the latter continuing to fuss over her friend. What? Apologizes, Noel, but one must go, Xianyun says, patting the top of said Geo user's head as she breaks their hug, hurriedly striding over to where Xinyan lays. Wanderer says a few things before turning back to the plaza, just in time for Yelon to appear and drop off 4 more classmates before the 2 supervisors dash back into the fray. Oh my archons, Xinyan! Xiangling cries, being one of the 4 new students. She hurriedly rushes over to her friend, feeling for the girl's pulse. Xinyan, what happened? Tao, are you okay? Hu Tao doesn't seem very well herself, eyes wide and hands shaking. It was my fault. One must ask for space, Xianyun interrupts, kneeling down to the injured girl's side. Even as her anemo energy circles throughout Xinyan's prone body, a sure sign of healing happening, Noel can't help but stare at Hu Tao and Xiangling. The two had backed away at Xianyun's request, huddled together. Well, Xiangling in any case, she's clinging onto Hu Tao's arm, expression worried despite Xianyun being one of TA's best healers. Hu Tao on the other hand looks terrified, shivering in a way that gives the impression of wanting to move but being frozen in fear. They both rush back to Xinyan's side as soon as they're given permission, but their scared expressions don't change even as their friend's eyelids start fluttering open. Miss Xianyun, I would like to request permission to aid the rescue effort of my classmates, Noel says, stepping forwards. Her voice trembles a bit when she glances at the 3 pyro girls again, but she clenches her fist and stares up at Xianyun resolutely. One is most impressed by your courage and kind heart, Noel, but one cannot allow a student to participate in a fight as dangerous as this. The other supervisors have it handled. Xianyun shakes her head, placing a gentle but firm hand on Noel's shoulder. I don't need to fight. I can provide shielding, remember? The Geo user argues. She looks down at Xinyan once more, who has gotten up by now and is being hugged by both her teary-eyed friends. Clenching her fists, Noel shakes off Xianyun's hand, moving closer to the stairs leading to the plaza. I don't mean any disrespect, Miss Xianyun, but I don't want any more of my friends to end up badly hurt. One understands, but one cannot allow. There's a scream from the plaza. This time, Xianyun doesn't stop Noel from reaching the stairs, if only because she's doing the same. The commotion is on the other side of the plaza, meaning it's too far to see clearly, but it's hard to miss the hulking figure of a purple-skinned monster towering over the smaller, so much smaller, colorful heads of her classmates. Noel is already sprinting, taking the stairs 2 at a time, when the bird monster releases Eraserhead and goes after the students. She ignores Xianyun calling for her, the whirring sound Wanderer makes as he flies in from the left, the 6 or so leftover villains chasing after her. There's a blue-haired villain, there's a hand crushing her friend, there's a scream, and Noel. She skids to a stop, using her momentum to swing her arms forwards with a yell. Her claymore appears in a shower of sparks in time to thud heavily against the ground, cracking the brick tiles, and the geo-vision attached to her belt flashes the brightest it's ever been. Translucent yellow-orange shields appear around each of her fellow vision holders, having been locked onto their elemental energy. The sharp, geometric planes abruptly force back the bird monster's hand from its victim, cracking under its force but holding up. It isn't a huge gap, but it's just enough for Wanderer to retrieve Farina as he flies by expertly controlling his ability to not crash as he schemes the ground. Wanderer stumbles to a landing, breathing heavily from having to stress the duration of his flight for as long as he did. Still, after gently lowering Farina to the ground, he turns and faces the blue-haired villain, who looks incredibly thrown off by the recent turn of events. It's silent for a moment. Wanderer huffs a breath. More cowardly acts? Why you? The villain looks infuriated as he processes the situation, raising hands, and oh, he's absolutely covered in disembodied hands, creepy, to scratch at his neck. You cheater, you cheater. How did she? He turns to Noel, eerie red eyes glaring at her from between the fingers covering his face. You. Hey, Wanderer says, voice sharp. His eyes flick to Noel, and though he doesn't appear concerned, she's too far for him to properly cover her without abandoning the injured students behind him. I'm your opponent, dipshit. Unless you mean to tell me you're so weak that a bunch of high school students are a threat to you. The villain denies this in a fit not unlike that of a child throwing a tantrum, but thankfully shifts his attention back to the TA supervisor. Not that Noel is paying much attention. Her eyes are instead locked on her friends, watching as Charlotte presses healing cryo-energy into Furina's body while Kale hovers over the injured teen, wiping away tears every now and then. Farina herself looks terrible, grimacing and whimpering as Charlotte's energy shifts her broken ribs back into place. But she's not dead, and that's what's most important. Noelle lets her arms relax, slumping forwards onto her claymore in relieved exhaustion. She did her part. She was useful. Whatever happens next, Yelan slides in, standing in front of Noelle with a nod to Wanderer. There are people who can take care of it. Well, Wanderer snaps impatiently. He stops himself from glancing back at his juniors in case that gives the villain any ideas, but they're what he's most worried about right now. Summoning a swirl of a Nemo in his hand, he raises it threateningly. Or maybe I should forego the conversation and just blast you to pieces now? Why you? The villain rasps, staggering back and forth between Wanderer and Yelan. The neck scratching gets worse, and Noelle shudders when she spots blood. You cheaters! Why are teachers here? They said. It was supposed to be just those stupid noobs. This isn't fair, this isn't fair. Who said? Yelan interrogates sharply. Similarly, the other TA students tense at the implications. It's evident enough that the villains had known they would be here, but confirmation that someone sold them out is incredibly uncomfortable to hear all the same. You dirty, rotten hackers. This is supposed to be a fun game, why'd you have to go and ruin it all? The villain ignores her, continuing to rant nonsensically until, Nomo, kill them all. Wanderer huffs, watching through slitted eyes as the bird monster straightens up. Now this is something he can deal with. Pulling back his hand, he lets his Anemo energy gather into its more powerful form, the one resembling a black hole. He isn't sure how tanky the Nomu is, but he also knows he was invited to be a TA supervisor for a reason. And then there's a sudden blur of movement, and he barely stops himself from randomly letting loose his charged-up attack. The monster's fist trembles, inches from his face. After a moment, he can spot Yelan's glowing hydro threads tangled around it, the vision holder herself straining to pull back the Nomu's arm. The him of 2 years ago would have complained that he had it handled and to stop underestimating him. Now, Wanderer checks to make sure the students behind him haven't been harmed in any way, before bringing up his charged attack to blast the monster in the. Yelan releases her threads, letting them fall to the floor as unshaped hydro. She summons her bow, letting loose a few shots as she moves to the other side of the Nomu, opposite of Noelle, in hopes of drawing its attention away from the student. While the monster isn't like anything she's ever seen before, Yelan works in an information network for a reason. It only takes a few rudimentary scans to conclude that the Nomu's exposed brain must be its weak spot. She backs up slightly, aiming and preparing to release a charged shot at the bulging pink top of the monster's head, when someone does the job for her. A gunshot echoes across the plaza, hitting the Nomu in the brain and splattering pink and red mush everywhere. Yelan risks a look behind her, spotting a group of students at the edge of the landslide zone. They're quite far away, but considering Chevruz is the only student present who actively uses a gun, it's not hard to guess. There's a whizzing sound, accompanied by an arrow burying itself in the monster's somehow slowly reforming brain, which is both gross and concerning at the same time. What exactly is this thing? It crackles with electro, and Yelan doesn't hesitate to let go of her own charged shot in the same place. The Nomu's giant frame shudders as it's shocked with the electrify reaction, then Wanderer hits it with a barrage of Anemo slashes. Its left arm falls to the ground with a thud, but instead of stopping or showing any signs of pain, the monster just uses its other hand to swat at the Anemo user, who narrowly flies out of the way. What the F dash? Wanderer swears, watching as the flesh in the Nomu's exposed shoulder writhes, surging out to form a brand new arm. From where she's helping Frina stagger to her feet, Charlotte feels a wave of revulsion. Next to her, Colleges, letting go of the arrow she'd been pulling back. The arrow clatters to the bricked floor, and somehow it's loud enough over the sounds of fighting for the blue-haired villain, who's been watching anxiously, to whirl around. "You dirty NPCs!" The villain shrieks, and without Wanderer covering them, he can now freely lunge forwards, blood-speckled fingers reaching for them. For Kale specifically, since she had stepped out to properly aim at the Nomu and is now in front of the other students. "Kale!" Someone yells, and there's a blur of red as a pair of arms wrap tightly around her. A split second later, an explosion goes off between the person and the villain, sending Kale and her savior flying back into the shallow waters of the shipwreck zone. Charlotte instinctively goes to cover Farina, since the older girl's still injured, but Noelle dashes in front of them before the blast hits them, bracing the larger version of her claymore against the explosion. Luckily, it isn't a very big one, and the three of them only get a few scrapes from debris and lungfuls of smoke. The villain himself shrieks and stumbles back, hands flitting around from scratching at various parts of himself to touching at his now exposed face, the large hand covering it having been blown off by the explosion. He crouches to the floor, half feeling and half looking through bloodshot eyes for the missing limb. Gasping, Kale manages to push the person off her and sits up, still processing what just happened. She takes a few quick breaths before looking down at her rescuer, barely holding back a panic attack at being touched by someone, and immediately chokes on the next inhale when she recognizes Amber. "Oh my archons! Amber! Amber!" Kale rolls over the older girl to make sure she isn't breathing in any water, shaking her shoulders. "Amber! Archons, please wake up! Amber!" Charlotte turns, eyes wide. She takes in the pyro user's battered state from taking the explosion at close range, then glances down at Farina, who's still receiving her cryo-healing energy and leaning heavily against her. From where they're fighting the Nomu, Yelan manages to spare a moment to nab the villain in her strings and yank him towards them, away from the students, but there isn't much else she can do. Wanderer curses loudly and goes to fly over, but the Nomu grabs his ankle while he's distracted, pulling him back down before flinging him into the fountain at the center of the plaza. Ironic, he thinks, then he crashes and ow. "Wanderer!" Yelan shouts, eyes flitting around as she tries to keep tabs on him, the injured students, the blue-haired villain, and the bird monster all at once. She flips out the way of a heavy hit from the Nomu, letting loose a few shots while she does. "Fine." Wanderer replies, grimacing as he pries himself out of the bricks and stumbles to his feet. His vision flashes for a moment, bursts of static clouding his sight. Drops of blood splatter to the floor, though he isn't quite sure from where they're coming from. All of him hurts. Still lying on the floor, Eraserhead blinks at him lazily, as if uncomprehending why he would get up after being so badly injured. "You." Wanderer sneers in response, straightening and throwing an attack at the Nomu that leaves his ears ringing and his arm feeling on fire. He curses heavily, gasping at the white-hot pain. His arm is likely broken. "Wanderer!" Yelan snaps because of course she noticed. What did I say about staying down when injured? Oh, F you too, is the response. Wanderer stumbles back into a proper stance, glaring fiercely at the Nomu. If it means his juniors can avoid being hurt more than they already are, he'll gladly break his arm 1,000,000 times over. There's the sound of a tongue clicking behind him. Wanderer, Xianyun scolds, coming to stand next to him. She goes to say more but pauses, seeing something in his expression. Instead, she just sighs and places her hands on his arm, letting her healing energy flow through it. One must disapprove of your reckless actions, she mutters to herself. A senior student would be expected to take better care of their body. Alas, one must still commend your determination. Whatever, stop nagging me, Wanderer huffs, pulling back his now healed arm for another attack. While it still throbs with every movement, it's nowhere near as painful as before. Thanks. Xianyun just nods, closing her eyes for a moment before surging forwards in a blur of vaguely bird-shaped anemo, her own famed technique. It might appear similar to Yelan's, but the nature is very different. While Yelan near fully merges with the world of elemental energy, Xianyun uses short bursts of anemo to shift her form into that of pure elemental energy. The exact science is complicated, to say the least, but anyone with a vision can tell it takes a lot of effort to MSTR. She dives down at the Nomu, releasing a small burst of anemo as she shifts back to her human form in front of the injured students. Sparing no moment, Xianyun activates her burst. A rush of anemo birds scatter around the present vision holders, both healing them and giving them a feeling of floatiness. Farina can finally stumble upright on her own, frowning in concentration as she summons her hydro creatures to aid the fight. In the shallow waters, Amber blearily blinks awake, smiling and patting Kaliai's head as the Dendro user cries into her chest with relief. Sadly, Xianyun's burst only targets people with visions, so Eraserhead is still lying bloody on the floor. Thinking of non-vision holders, Tsu and Midoriya still haven't returned from when they brought Shinso back to the lobby after the purple-haired student had passed out from trying to mind control the Nomu. Charlotte feels immense disappointment at the hero students in action. The disappointment turns into mild disgust when she thinks of how Noelle was able to easily make it to the fight within moments, but none of the UA students have made an appearance at all. This whole time, she'd been trying to keep an optimistic attitude towards UA, chalking up their prejudice to ignorance and lack of education, but this is hard to look past. Looking back at her fellow vision holders, Charlotte notices Noelle seems to have realized the same thing, if the upset expression on her face is anything to go by. The two of them make eye contact. The Geo user just shakes her head, turning back and focusing on generating new shields for her classmates, since the original ones expired a while ago. When the pale yellow constructs only envelop those with visions because of their elemental energy, she can't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction. It's not very nice, but too many TA students have been hurt for those from UA to just sit there doing nothing. Now protected with a shield, Wanderer and Yelan abandon all caution, dashing closer than before. Yelan flits back and forth around the Nomu, capturing it in her hydro strings which then explode. At the same time, Wanderer releases his own burst, shoving a tightly condensed ball of anemo at the monster's exposed brain. Finally, when its brain completely explodes and spews bloody mush everywhere, it doesn't start reforming like before. The Nomu collapses to the ground, almost squashing the blue-haired villain in the process. No. Speaking of the villain, he stumbles back and forth, screaming and yelling at everyone present. When he goes to attack Xianyun, she simply blasts him with a crane-shaped anemo attack that both forces him back and tears a gash along his shoulder. One suggests you remain still, Xianyun says. The authorities will soon arrive to detain you. As if on cue, there's a commotion at the lobby as costumed pro-heroes pour down the stairs. Many of them hesitate when they see the Nomu's prone form lying on the ground, its brains splattered everywhere, and some go so far as to attack the TA supervisors. Yelan quickly shuts that down by restraining them in her strings, clicking her tongue in disapproval. Unfortunately, before any of them reach the blue-haired villain, the warp villain from earlier reappears and the two vanish. They took the Nomu too, Wanderer idly notes, kicking at the bloody mush left behind where the monster used to lie. "Hey, you aren't meant to be here," one of the pro-heroes shouts, and he's quickly backed by others. "Excuse you," Wanderer scoffs. He flashes his vision at them, rolling his eyes. "We were given XPLCT permission to intervene with our students' matters, dipshit. Take it up with the principal of this useless coward school if you're that pressed. Arkans, I'm so sad right now." He turns and makes his way towards his juniors as the pro-heroes sputter behind him. There's the sound of arguing, but Xian Yun is quick to confront them. "Wanderer!" Charlotte exclaims when she sees him, her shoulders slumping in relief. "Frina got healed, but I don't know if she's, Amber is. I'm sorry, I don't know who to help." Wanderer just waves her off. "Come on, let's get you guys out of here." Freminate, are you okay? We saw the news. Lynette, are you buying? Already purchased. On the screen, Lynette turns her laptop for Liney to see. Our flight is in 5 hours. It's the earliest one that has room for 3. 5. That's too long. Liney whisks back to his little brother, getting unnecessarily close to the camera. "Are you sure you're okay? You aren't hurt, are you?" "Arg, I'm going to sue this stupid school." "Please stop," Freminate mumbles, flushing in embarrassment when he notices some of the UA students looking his way. He goes to lower the volume of their call, but it's then that their father appears. "Liney," Arlecchino says, lightly pulling him back with a hand on his shoulder. "Settle down. Lynette, cancel those flight tickets. Your brother is fine." She then looks back up at the screen. "Freminate, it is good to see you are well." Yes, father," Freminate murmurs, then winces. Please don't start trouble with you. Are you kidding?" Liney throws his hands up in frustrated exasperation. "I can't even believe it. This is Japan's top hero school. I mean, how ridiculous is it that the students have to protect themselves against full-grown criminals? Do they need to be reminded that T isn't even a proper hero school? I knew the exchange was a bad idea." "You're the one who encouraged Freminate to sign up," Lynette reminds him, frowning. "Though I agree. The lack of security is frankly concerning. Father, should we pull him out of the program?" Arlecchino looks as if seriously considering it for a moment, but ultimately ends up disagreeing. It is Freminate's choice. No matter what, I don't doubt his abilities to keep himself safe. Can you guys please stop talking about me like I'm not right here? Freminate flushes in embarrassment once more. "I don't want to leave yet. It's been kind of fun with my classmates. Not the UA students." Lynette immediately picks up on what he's saying, because of course she does. Next to her, Liney just sighs. "Figures. Just stay safe, okay? Father, are you sure we can't sue the school even a little?" "It is against your brother's wishes," Arlecchino dissuades, and Freminate breathes a sigh of relief. Although, I doubt Headmaster Ningguang would be willing to let this go so easily. "Yes," Liney exclaims, scrambling out of his chair and leaving the camera's view. From off-screen, Freminate can hear him yell out, "I'm gonna go talk to her, bye Sue, Frem." "Wait, Liney do." "He's gone," Lynette says. "It's good to know you're making friends, Freminate. I'll try to stop Liney from being too overbearing. Call us when you're free." "Okay," Freminate nods, going to end the call. "Freminate," Arlecchino interrupts before he presses the hang-up button. She fixes him a look through the screen and he stiffens nervously, wondering if he did something wrong. "Good work today." Freminate blinks, not having expected that. "Thank you, father." Arlecchino offers one of her rare smiles. "Focus on helping your friends. We can talk again later." "Amber? Amber!" Kale calls worriedly, clutching onto the side of the medical cot the older girl is strapped down to. The first aid responders had said she would recover just fine, especially with Xinyun's healing, but right now she doesn't look the best. "Are you sure you're okay?" "Kale," Amber murmurs, squinting up at her. "Your phone is ringing." What?" Kale frowns, finally noticing the buzzing coming from her pocket. Fishing out her phone, which she has no idea how it survived all the action from the fights, she answers without checking. "Sorry, hello? I'm a little..." Kale. All the air in her lungs rushes out. Dad. Kale, what happened? Are you hurt? Lesser Lord, I'm so relieved to hear your voice. Tinary takes a deep breath that sounds crackly through the speaker. Your papa and I have been trying to reach you for almost an hour. We were so worried. Are you all right? Why, I'm fine. Kale sniffs and sits down on the floor of the ambulance, her legs feeling shaky. There was some kind of interference with the signal, but they fixed it. I was with my classmates, they kept me safe. And the supervisors showed up before anyone got too badly hurt. Well, a few people did, but they're okay now. Arkans, I'm so glad to hear that, Tinary replies, followed by the sound of shuffling. Kale, are you there? Sino's voice asks, meaning Tinary probably gave him the phone. Papa. Kale leans back against the wall of the ambulance, exhausted. I'm here. You aren't hurt, are you? I swear, this stupid hero school. Sino mutters, his voice cutting off as Tinary takes the phone back, to prevent their daughter from hearing the obscenities Sino spews against Yue. I'm okay. I didn't really, see everyone, but Kale grimaces, thinking of her classmate states. Frina got hurt pretty badly and Amber. From the cot, Amber frowns. Kale, it's not your fault, she murmurs, noticing the guilty expression on the younger girl's face. Amber, she blew up her Baron Bunny to stop this creepy criminal guy from getting to me, but, Kale winces, we were really close, so she, protected me from the explosion and, hurt herself. Are you with her right now? Tinary asks. Kale nods, then realizes he can't see her, and mumbles an affirmative. At her dad's request, she puts the call on speaker. Amber? Are you there? Oh, yes. Amber blinks. Professor Tinary? Thank you for keeping her safe. It means a lot to me, to us, truly. Thank you, sir, Amber responds, but it wasn't something I did to be thanked. I don't want Kale to be hurt. Ever. Amber. Kale hisses, embarrassed. Then, thank you for being her friend. We're glad she found someone as caring as you, Amber. Dad. Kale yelps, quickly taking the call off speaker and covering her flushed face with an arm. She lifts the device back to her ear. Stop embarrassing me. Ugh, you're the worst. Tinary just laughs. I'm just happy you're okay. On another note, do you want to come back to China? I know the exchange just started, but I doubt the headmaster will have any issues with students returning early. Kale hesitates. Not yet? It's been fun, actually. If Headmaster Ningguang ends the exchange, then I won't complain, but I do like hanging out with my friends on our own like this. Nice. All right. Sino and I do have to return to our classes, but stay safe, okay? Love you. I love you too, Kale mumbles, then, wait, you're teaching right now? Dad, go back to your students. Wanderer isn't very good with kids. He knows he isn't. Still, the girl looks so lonely and unsure by herself at the edge of the sidewalk, he can't help but sit down next to her. Hey, Wandersama, Xiangling mumbles, trying for a smile but faltering when she meets his eyes. She huffs a sigh and turns back to studying the pavement before her. Just call me Wanderer, he replies, slouching forwards onto his knees just like she is. They sit in silence for a bit. Sorry we didn't get here faster, Wanderer finally says. He isn't so blinded by arrogance to not know Xinyan could have avoided that hit if he'd showed up maybe 2 minutes earlier. What do you mean, Wanderer-sama? Xiangling asks softly, turning to face him properly. Her expression is purely innocent confusion, and the senior student wonders not for the first time why these kids had to have all that happen to them. Your friend. Xinyan, right? He asks, instead of voicing those thoughts. When I got there, it was a bit after she was hit. I probably would have gotten there before that if I tried harder. I didn't take the situation as seriously as I should have because I was too arrogant. I forgot that even if vision holders are trained better than the average quirked criminal, it doesn't make us invincible. Especially not juniors such as yourself. Wanderer sighs, propping his chin up with a hand on his knee. I was given a good opportunity by Professor Boer. Since my abilities exceed my peers, her words not mine, but I didn't take the actual responsibility that came attached to the job. I was meant to act as you guys' supervisor and make sure none of you had to handle stuff you couldn't at your current experience level, but some of you were still badly hurt. I'm really sorry. Xiangling doesn't say anything for a while. Wondersama, she finally smiles. It's okay. You're still a student too, even though you keep retaking your final year, 'cause you still don't know what you want to do in the real world. That's a bit irrelevant right now, but okay, Wanderer mutters. Wait, does everyone know that? So don't blame yourself, okay? Xiangling continues, ignoring him. I mean, imagine if you weren't here. Xinyan. She hesitates, her smile dropping. Xinyan would probably have gotten even more hurt. And Hu Tao might have been really badly hurt as well. I heard that you fought off the weird monster thing and saved a lot of our friends. Thank you for doing that. I just explained that. Wanderer trails off, studying the younger girl's body language. He frowns, thinking of what Nahida taught him about taking care of the juniors. Do you want a hug? Huh. Xiangling looks back up at him. Now that he's focusing, he can easily see her eyes are teary and slightly bloodshot. She doesn't say anything else for a while, and he starts regretting he asked, but she eventually mumbles a quiet affirmative. Wanderer has little to none experience giving any kind of physical affection, so he has no idea if he's actually comforting in any way, but Xiangling easily falls into his open arms and curls her own around his torso. She sniffles a bit, face hidden in his shirt. Wanderer hesitatingly pats her back. Xiangling starts crying, so according to what Nahida told him, that means she feels comfortable enough to express her emotions? Meaning he's doing something right? He hopes so, anyways, but the girl doesn't pull away, so he takes it as a sign she appreciates his hug. He shuffles closer to hold her more comfortably, looking up at the crowd of ambulances, police, news channel staff, and of course students. Xianyun is talking to maybe 3 people at once with 7 microphones shoved into her face, but she doesn't seem that stressed. Since she works mainly with TA's public relations, she has to deal with nosy, ignorant people all the time. Meanwhile, Yelan discusses with a few pro-heroes, including those on UA's payroll, looking completely exasperated. Their students are scattered around the area, some being fretted over by first aid responders while the others clump together with their friends. Wanderer knows he should, as a TA representative, be within that crowd as well, but he glances down at Xiangling, who's stopped shaking with sobs but still hasn't moved from the embrace, and decides he has more important things to spend energy on than arguing with a bunch of dim-witted, insensitive shitheads. And when Xingqiu and Chongyun rush over, their injuries deemed in good enough condition they don't need to sit still, Wanderer easily opens his arms to accommodate for the 2 extra children. Well, Murata snaps, crossing her arms and shifting back in her seat. She doesn't often get this riled up, but anything concerning her students sets her off. Especially considering the details of this event. Surely we cannot allow the exchange to continue after this blatant display of complete disregard to our students' safety? Next to her, Venti hums, twirling around his champagne flute with a hand while the other holds up his head. His mood has been so soured, even one of his favorite wines doesn't seem as appetizing as usual. Now, dearest. Professor, you should know by now that T doesn't let go of these commotions so easily. Murata scowls at him, opening her mouth to shoot back a retort. Friends, let's not fight, Neuvillette interrupts placatingly. Despite being the newest head teacher at TA, he's adapted very quickly and already has a good feel for how things operate at the academy. Should we not hold more trust in our headmaster? Zhongli nods, but his eyes are slanted in annoyance. Arguing so childishly, Venti sticks out his tongue, while Murata rolls her eyes, is not what we should be wasting our time on. Well, Nahida says with a smile, turning to the head of the table. You already have a plan, don't you, Headmaster Ningguang? Ningguang places her hands on the table, pushing forward a paper. If we've all calmed down, I have a proposal that could further twist this situation to our advantage. Striding across campus grounds, Ayato adjusts his collar as Thomas' hands flutter around him, trying in vain to perfect his image as they walk. Unfortunately, even if he needs to appear professional for this situation, Ayato has no patience to sit still and wait for the other to delicately shift every strand of hair into position. Ayato-sama, if you could just… Tama murmurs, biting his lip in concentration as he's dislodged from where he'd been adjusting the folds in Ayato's sleeve. I told you to drop the honorifics, Ayato reminds him, refusing to slow down. I apologize, Tama, but I'm afraid I do not have the time to waste for you to perfect my appearance. This will have to do. Tama grumbles in annoyance, frowning when he notices how Ayato's shoulders aren't properly lined up, but he relents. Apologies, I understand this is an important matter, but I'm sure Ayato-sama has already taken note of my behavior during stressful times. Tama, please, drop the formal language. I'd prefer to have you as a friend during this time, not a servant, Ayato replies, sighing. Yes, I know you get perfectionistic when you're anxious, but I cannot sit by as my sister. He cuts himself off with a frown. Right. Sorry, Tama mumbles, backing off slightly but still hovering with concern. Nothing ever seems to break Ayato's calm facade, yet the slightest mention of Ayaka being in danger is enough to make him immediately lose face. They continue the rest of the way in slightly awkward silence. Pardon my interruption, Ayato says to the security guard posted next to the platform that leads to the Jade Chamber as the two of them arrive. I have urgent business with Headmaster Ningguang. The council is currently holding a meeting, the guard dutifully replies, but he moves to activate the platform regardless. Fortunately for you, the headmaster has allowed specific individuals to attend. Hydro student Kamisato Ayato and Pyro student Schmidt Tama. Yes. The two of them nod, stepping onto the platform. A moment later, it glows green as the elemental energy within it is activated, shooting up a beam of energy towards the matching platform on the Jade Chamber directly above it. Tama feels more than sees his vision glowing hotly, followed by the sensation of his pyro energy rushing through his veins as his body is completely lost to the stream of energy. A moment later, he rematerializes on the Jade Chamber's platform, hurrying after Ayato, who has already stepped off and is steadily walking towards the headmaster's office. The doors are opened by the guards stationed there, one of them giving Ayato a slight bow as they stride past. That guard likely hails from Japan, recognizing the Kamisato name as the clan in charge of the Yashiro Commission and expressing his respect. The two of them walk past the headmaster's actual office, entering instead the room next to it, where meetings with a larger number of people are usually held. Inside is the scene they expected, the headmaster at the head of the long table, with the council teachers sat on both sides. The only difference is the addition of several other teachers or students, some sitting at the table while others stand around it. Kamisato, Headmaster Ningguang acknowledges, dipping her head in respect. While Ayato is technically her student, she knows when to see him as a fellow political authority, and this is one of those times. Your presence is greatly appreciated. And expected, I should assume? Ayato replies, voice just shy of polite as he takes a seat at the other end of the table. Since this is a matter concerning Japan and he's one of the most powerful Japanese vision holders on campus, no one argues with him taking the seat. After all, this is a matter personally involving the Kamisato clan. Yes, of course, Ningguang easily agrees. I did not mean to offend. Have a look, we've discussed some early plans for how to both salvage the situation and boost the reputation of vision holders as a whole. It's a shame Ms. Huang couldn't join us. Her insight would be beneficial for these matters, Zhongli comments as Ayato schemes the document he was given. If damage control is what concerns you, professors, I can assure you the Fatui would be willing to lend a hand, Liney replies with a smile, the only student allowed to sit at the table. Arlecchino had sent him on her behalf, as he's getting to the age where establishing himself as a reliable connection is important. His eyes flick to the headmaster, sharpening. Since one of our own operatives was involved, it wouldn't be, too much of a stretch to inquire, of course. The quotations are obvious to recognize. It would be easier to get the Fatui's cooperation by referring to Freminet as a proper member of the organization, instead of making it out to be a personal offense. The Fatui's support is appreciated. Ningguang relents, not too keen on making more deals with the questionable organization, but as of now, TA has the assets to deal with the situation. Liney nods with a smile, bringing his elbows onto the table to rest his chin on his hands. Inwardly, he very much wants to yell at them to hurry up already. Put ein de Merd. But since his quirk relies on others having a good impression of him for the charisma to kick in, he holds his frustration. This plan is much too sloppy, though I can partly excuse the quality as being an early draft, Ayato notes, having finished his reading. It relies completely on the media to change the perspectives of the people, though there is no indication of a failsafe in the very possible case the media does not align with our intentions. And what of the students themselves? I assume none of us are willing to retract the exchange program so quickly considering its long-term effects, meaning they would be completely exposed in a foreign country. We've seen how inefficient UA's security is, and while I do not mean to doubt Ms. Lu Yelan, Ms. Huang Xianyun, or student Raiden Kuni's abilities, they will be incredibly limited in their capability to actively protect the students. I suspect they are currently negotiating their right to remain in Japan and use their visions freely, with UA's useless principal refusing to lend his aid, are they not? The room is silent. Tama fidgets nervously from where he's standing behind Ayato's chair. Not many are willing to criticize the headmaster so easily and without restraint. Of course, Ningguang just smiles, her eyes glinting. It's not easy to find a person who would willingly challenge someone as powerful or well-learned as her. Your input is appreciated, Mr. Kamisato. I assume you've already come up with several adjustments to rectify those weak points. Ayato leans forwards as a response, summoning a pen from somewhere and scribbling on the paper. It would be too risky to send more TA members considering the current public's opinion, so we could instead, for instance. Why was I not informed about this? Aizawa snaps, 2 days after the USJ incident and finally released from the hospital. While he's still covered in bandages, he's at least able to move his body somewhat freely. And the very first thing he did was take a cab to UA. My, Shota-san is quite pressed, is Nizu's reply. His cold black eyes stare straight at the teacher, unwavering. Taunting. Whatever could the matter be, for you to barge into my office so suddenly? And while still recovering too. Don't play dumb with me, Aizawa scowls. He slaps down today's newspaper, which he just so happened to have found a copy of while leaving the hospital. On the front page is an article about the USJ incident, which is to be expected. However, if you were to read the headline, Vision Holders at UA, Unbelievable Collaboration between Japan's Top Hero School and an Academy for the Quirkless. It's easy to tell what the focus of the article really is. The teachers from Teyvat. Why was I not informed they came with the students? Teyvat Academy, Nizu hums, taking a sip of his tea. In all honesty, their headmaster had not informed me of this arrangement. I contacted her about the issue, but she has yet to respond. Of course, Aizawa mutters, cursing these infuriatingly arrogant vision holders in his head. He isn't one to discriminate, but someone should remind them they're still quirkless. Biologically weak. Indeed. Rest assured, from our initial correspondences, I am still under the impression that Wei-sama is a very intelligent woman. According to reports, she has been TA's headmaster for well over a decade now. I have no doubt she knows what she is doing. Does this satisfy you, Shota-san? No, it doesn't. This concerns the safety of his students, and Aizawa is not too keen on playing housemates with a group of trespassing quirkless. They aren't even proper pro-heroes, since T isn't a real hero school. However, he knows when Nizu is actually entertaining his thoughts or when the principal wants him to drop the issue, so Aizawa hums an affirmative and leaves the room. He does still have a class to teach, after all. Thanks to the miracles of modern healthcare and Xianyun convincing the principal to give them all an extra day off for recovery, come Thursday, every 2A and TA student is present and accounted for. While there is still much bad blood between the two schools, the USJ incident had rattled them all enough to keep the bickering and snide comments to a minimum. For now, at least. We're going to be doing an ability assessment test today, Aizawa starts. Immediately, several hands go up. Midoriya? Are you sure you should be teaching, sensei? Midoriya winces when everyone's attention is turned on him. Why just, don't look the best. I am fine, Midoriya. I was cleared for teaching. Thanks to a combination of the extra day off, as well as the TA supervisors intercepting before the villains decided to injure him any further, Aizawa isn't too badly hurt. He's still covered in bandages and a cast here and there, but he's alright for the most part. Alright enough for Recovery Girl to reluctantly let him teach class today. As I was saying, we will be assessing all your abilities today. For my class, we'll be updating your current records. I hope you've all improved since last year. If you haven't, that is a clear sign of lack of potential and effort, and so you will be facing expulsion. A few groans from the UA students, though they're more exasperated than anxious. We already know it's just a logical ruse, Jiro mutters, rolling her eyes. A few classmates echo the sentiment. As for the exchange students, Aizawa continues, letting his eyes flash red as a warning to his students. This will serve to measure your strength level. I was told you were all the same level as my students, but I'd like to confirm that for the upcoming sports festival. Wait, what? Yuamiya frowns, raising her hand but continuing to speak without waiting for permission. UA's still doing that? Isn't it, I dunno, dangerous? Despite disliking pro heroes, the TA students are aware of the sports festival. After all, they did a ton of deep diving into UA before the exchange actually happened to prepare themselves. And an event as flashy and revealing as the sports festival? Right after they learned people are after their visions? Kind of a stupid idea. Yeah. Hu Tao adds, also not bothering to wait to be called on. We all know those guys are after our visions, right? And they were able to break into a facility on UA's grounds. Doesn't this seem a little unsafe? Phew. Interrupting the teacher is incredibly disrespectful and unbecoming of future students. Ida interrupts, standing up abruptly and swinging his arms around. Apologize to Aizawa-sensei right now. Why should we apologize? This is a serious concern. Yenfei exclaims. We were guaranteed a safe educational experience, and on our first official day in this class we got attacked. We should be expecting reassurances that the security will be improved, not that we're meant to be participating in an event whose sole purpose is to expose the abilities of every student to public domain. You think your villains aren't smart enough to watch those videos? What would a lousy quirkless extra know about UA? Bakugo responds, scoffing. His palms start to spark. You should be glad you're allowed to have this experience to begin with. Right. Siro adds, rolling his eyes. I don't even get why a bunch of fakes get to be part of it. They'll just be cheating. Quiet down, Aizawa says, activating his quirk and silencing the room. Even though it has no effect on most of the TA students, they stay silent. Ida, sit down. The rest of you, this isn't up for debate. It is imperative that we hold the sports festival this year, to show the villains we are not disrupted by them or fearful of their schemes. Principal Nizu is arranging for added security at the event, and several pro heroes will be on scene. If you can't trust the school, this part he addresses to the TA students, you can at least trust the heroes. As if, Xingqiu mutters, while Xinyan rolls her eyes. In any case, we are going to perform the ability assessment test. Everyone, change into your P.E outfits and meet at Field 3 in 15 minutes. Anyone who's late will have to stay after school and help clean the support labs. An effective threat. As much as UA's support course is praised for being one of the country's best, the experiments happening inside can get a bit wild. It could take anything from 1 to 4 hours just to scrub away all the soot. This is a terrible idea, Yenfei murmurs to her classmates as they change into their provided gym uniforms. I guess we can't really do anything right now though, Yuamiya replies, disappointed. We can at least try to enjoy this assessment thing. Amber encourages. We can talk to the supervisors later and get this whole festival thing sorted. 12 minutes, Aizawa states, once the final student has arrived. Much too slow, but I can forgive the exchange students for being unused to quick changes. But Ashido was the last student, Mika frowns. He doesn't say anything of course, but it still makes him feel a bit uncomfortable. We'll start with the basic physical fitness tests, Aizawa continues. Your quirks and abilities are allowed. If you don't, it will be seen as not taking the assessment seriously, and you will be marked as having no heroic potential. Like we should care about that, Xiangling remarks to herself, speaking in Mandarin to not cause another scene. She shrugs it off. Well, I'm sure this'll be fun anyways. While the TA students spend the majority of their time training their vision abilities, they also have classes dedicated to physical capability. After all, they need to be able to use the weapon they channel their elemental energy through. In any case, none of them do too terribly with the tests, even those who don't have abilities that help those specific tests. For those that do, however, it's pretty funny watching the UA students freak out over quirkless losers beating them in certain areas. Hu Tao and Ayaka both use their special movement abilities to easily clear the 500-meter dash. Razor uses his Electro-Wolf construct to help propel himself above the bar for the high jump, and Fiscal summons a giant version of Oz that she proceeds to ride on for the endurance test, making a few more laps of the field than everyone else before Aizawa tells her to stop. When it's time for the ball throw, Amber calls the TA students over. "All right," she starts, pulling out 2 tickets from her pocket. "You all know Yunjin. She gave me these tickets from the last Secret Santa we did. They're refundable for any of her concerts and don't have an expiry date. Whoever has the most original tactic for throwing this ball gets them. Since I have 2, there's 2 winners. How's that sound?" "What?" Hu Tao exclaims. "Holy Archons, I'm so in. Those tickets are mine." "Oh, get in line." Xingqiu snipes back. "They're mine." "What are you even going to do? Stab the ball with your Haido blades?" "Tough luck, buddy." Xinyan laughs. "Wow, it's working," Amber laughs, awed. "Well, Yunjin is very popular," Charlotte notes. "Her voice sounds amazing, and she's one of the only public performers that's also a vision holder." "Well, yeah, I knew that, but don't they know she does shows at TA for free twice a year?" Charlotte shrugs. "I guess they just like being competitive." "Hey, if you shitty fakes are done gossiping, it's your turn," Bakugo yells. When the TA students turn back to the field, Aizawa is standing expectantly next to a circle of chalk, holding a baseball in his hand. The pause. Half of them want to go over and sock Bakugo in the face, but they hold off the urge when Amber waves the tickets at them. There's a bit of a squabble over the order, with people claiming others will cheat off their idea. Xingqiu, Xinyan, but Hu Tao ends up going first. She tosses the ball up in the air, summons her burst, and lets her little ghost smack the sheet out of it. The flaming ball flies quite far, but it sadly crumbles into ashes midair, shortening the distance. A few others use the burst tactic. Ayaka unleashes Kamisato art, Sumetsu on the poor ball, nearly shredding it to pieces before it can even go anywhere, while Noelle hits it with her elongated claymore. Yuamiya stabs the ball onto one of her arrows and shoots it, Chevruz loads it into her musket and fires, and Kale sticks it onto her boomerang, throwing it as far out as she can. Xingqiu uses his dual hydro slash to propel the ball forwards, while Freminet smacks it with his claymore, using the ball in replacement of Purse. Both Farina and Fiscal get their elemental summons to carry the ball far away, but Fiscal gets much farther since Farina doesn't have as much practice keeping her summons shape over long distances. Xinyan hits it with the back of her guitar, and it goes surprisingly far. The others don't try as hard, simply pitching the ball since they don't have abilities that would help or don't care to win the tickets. Bennett somehow manages to throw it backwards, hitting Razor in the face. The Electro user gets rushed to the nurse, skipping his turn. After much debate, one of the tickets is awarded to Fiscal and the other Chevruz, since they both had pretty good ideas and also managed to get the ball quite far without it falling apart. Hu Tao and Ayaka. While Amber originally wanted to give one to Xingqiu, since his idea both worked and required concentration to get both slashes to hit the small ball, if she did, Hu Tao and Xinyan would surely jump him immediately, and that's a whole mess she doesn't want to break up right now. In any case, now that the tests are done, Aizawa calls the class back together and unveils the list of students. Ranked 1 to Hu Tao excitedly scans the names, knowing she did well in many of the tests. When she has to keep going down the list, the excitement turns to confused disappointment. Finally, her eyes stop at number 24? Which, okay, so maybe she isn't as good as she thinks, but then she goes back up the list and finds Ayaka at 21, being the highest ranking vision holder. Actually, now that she's processing the names, all of the UA students take up the spots 1 to 20, with the TA students being 21. That doesn't seem right. Some of the highest scores were ones from the vision holders, meaning we beat at least some of class 2. What? Hu Tao blinks, rubbing her eyes. Sensei, I think you tallied the scores wrong? Really? Ojiro frowns. Just because you found out you're not as good as you think doesn't mean you can criticize our sensei. If you're ranked low, it's because you weren't good enough compared to quirk users. No, she's right. Kale points to her own name, ranked. I definitely beat Hagakure-chan, Shinsukuin and Ishido-chan at the distance running, but they're ranked 19, 17 and 14, while I'm 32? That doesn't mean anything. Jiro responds, defending her friend. Maybe you just SCK at everything else. But, don't you find it a little weird that all the vision holders are ranked in the bottom half, when Ayaka was able to beat Todoroki-kun at both the plank and 500-meter dash challenges? Xiangling wonders. Look, he's first place, but he didn't win 2 of the tests. Yeah. Yuamiya exclaims. Ayaka should be in the top 5 at the very least. She's been in the top 10 of every test. Charlotte has been keeping track. Charlotte lifts her camera. I took a ton of photos. First you fake quirks, now you fake scores too? Ciro sneers. Who do you people think you are? Do you need a reminder that you're all quirkless? You're literally biologically weaker than us. Why are the scores any surprise to you? Maybe in that quirkless school, you shitty extras are the best, Bakugo scoffs. But beating a bunch of other quirkless losers doesn't mean anything. None of you are good enough for you. Exactly. Jiro chimes in. You guys should be grateful you even get to be here, instead of complaining about your own uselessness. I am so sick of this. Xinyan shouts in response. These scores were obviously fudged up by your obviously visionist teacher. Why can't you idiots just acknowledge the fact that there are people who are better than you? Good enough for you, eh? Xingqiu laughs incredulously. What? This lousy school that churns out delusional, arrogant idiots running around in stupid costumes, causing havoc wherever they go. You are the ones not fit to attend to. At least our school doesn't abuse us, Mina points out. See? You've all been brainwashed into thinking pro-heroes are bad when they keep civilians safe from villains and risk their lives every day. How is that delusional? Those villains never would have existed without hero society. Yanfei retorts. Your views have been so warped, you'll call anyone a villain these days. The poor who have to steal just to feed themselves, the drag addicts that get unstable from going cold turkey because they can't afford proper support, the homeless who break into abandoned stores just for shelter, they're all the same to you. Dirty villains who only deserve to be imprisoned and spat on by society just for being less fortunate. What would you know? Bakugo snarls. None of you are heroes in any way. No, but we do have experience with the law, Chevruz cuts in coldly. Are you even aware of how many people are prosecuted and punished badly instead of being given the support they need, simply because the pro-heroes who apprehended them called them a villain? It's like once you hear that word, your brain just FING shuts off. Hu Tao yells. What happened to critical thinking? How about, I dunno, a sense of morality? Why should anyone want to be a hero after hearing all the shit you lot have done? How dare you? Ida snaps. Heroism is an honorable, just, and noble profession. My own brother was irreversibly injured for the sake of saving others. Oh, I get it. Xinyan retorts. You all just love feeling powerful, don't you? Having power over others, being able to control them because of your position, that's what you all are after, isn't it? Stop. Midoriya interrupts, distressed. Please stop disrespecting pro-heroes. They do a lot of good. What you're describing isn't at all what heroism is. Midoriya-kun, Kale replies, frowning. Do you honestly think bigots are the right people to act as heroes? Why would I place my trust in someone who would be unwilling to save someone like me, someone who's quirkless? And that's not. Midoriya starts, but he's interrupted. Why does that even matter? Ciro retorts, crossing his arms. We all know quirklessness will die out anyways, we've all been to class. Besides, it's not as if they're going to contribute much to society, are they? Those poor people you were talking about would probably end up being quirkless, Mina adds, referring to Yenfei's earlier description. In any case, Yude students do know that quirkless people are just, well, weaker than everyone else, right? Like, I don't know what your school taught you, but it's a biological thing. Do you even hear yourself? Do you even hear yourself? Farina shouts, throwing out a finger and aggressively stabbing it into Mina's chest. You would let a quirkless person die because they're weak? No, that's not what I said. Mina argues. Like, just, statistically, you know? No, I don't know, Hu Tao snaps, stepping forwards. Why don't you show me how FING weak I am? Look, I'll even fight without a weapon. Hey, maybe we shouldn't fight, Uraraka nervously interrupts. Aizawa-sensei? Well. Hu Tao ignores her. She gets closer to the UA students. Or are you all too scared to face me? What happened to that bravado, huh? I'm just a poor quirkless little girl, aren't I? Wow, what happened to the whole being honorable and noble thing you were talking about? Xingqiu shakes his head. Deku, you said your brother hurt himself saving others? Surely a little fight between students isn't so bad, is it? Unless you're scared you'll end up like him? You? Ida starts, eyes wide with anger and disbelief. Do not tarnish his name. He worked hard and was a great hero. How dare you ridicule his injury? Oh, but it's okay to say quirkless people are weak and should just die? Xinyan shoots back. Well, come on, fucking cowards. Fight us. We effing dare you. Cowards! Bakugo roars, dashing forwards in a blind rage. How effing dare you shitty quirkless extras call me a? Quiet. A flash of red, and Bakugo stumbles. Aizawa watches them all silently, and honestly Kale is this close to just kicking him in the nuts when, if you're going to fight, at least do it in a place meant for fighting, Aizawa drawls. 80% of the world's population has quirks. Of the 20% born quirkless, roughly 65% are of senior generations, those who were born when quirks were still first emerging. To them, their status as a quirkless person does not have any effect on their lifestyle, as no one will target an elderly for being born in a different era. The same can't be said for the remaining 35%, though. Does developing a quirk automatically make you stronger? No, of course not. Quirks are constantly evolving, and this includes devolving as well. For instance, Mao Qinshue's quirk allowed him to perfectly replicate any chemical composition he ingested, as long as he had the materials at hand. Several generations later, his great-great-granddaughter Mao Xiangling only has the ability to discern the species of any food she eats, as well as a natural affinity for cooking. In terms of strength, this quirk is completely useless. Many geneticists had first predicted this situation when quirks started becoming more and more frequent. Since quirks were so varied in ability and biological makeup, most were incompatible with one another. As such, children born to parents with incompatible quirks often ended up having either no quirk or a weaker strain of one parent's quirk. Even though the quirkless gene factor is SBMSSV, the body naturally prioritized survival and basic functionality over any kind of special ability. Enter quirk marriages. While a cruel and barbaric concept, resulting in many individuals, mostly women, getting treated abusively and raped, it had the intended effect. Since the quirk of the other parent was specifically selected and usually tested for compatibility, there was no need to worry over the consequences of a self-harmful quirk. A wave of children born with powerful quirks brought forth a new era, completely reforming society and establishing quirks as being the norm. Thanks to them, the quirk factor evolved much quicker than had it been left to nature, making devolving quirks much less common as incompatibility was overwritten. Now, if two quirks are incompatible, the body will regardless force a combination and prioritize the emergence of an ability, whether it have debilitating physical effects or not. It's quite easy to see why quirkless individuals were looked down on. With all these evolutions, the possibility of being born quirkless became slimmer and slimmer, until it was so unheard of it was just pitiful. It also didn't help that most quirkless people never made it past 25. Suicide, assault, abuse. As the quirked population grew, so too did the number of hate crimes committed against the quirkless. At the end of the day, it's in human nature to beat down those who are different. And in a society that relies on quirks as a central part of one's identity, it was all too easy to point fingers at the quirkless for a sense of power. Oh, what a shame, they'd say. Poor lad isn't going to get anywhere in life. Might as well give up early, no? Do the world a favor and get rid of your quirklessness before you pass it on to another. The violence persisted. Authorities stopped pretending to care. Educational institutions started overlooking quirkist behavior and teachings. Quirklessness became a curse, a shackle, a sickness one was born with. Your life was over before it even began. How can a population of people without special abilities fight back? Easy they can't, never mind those. With quirks being biologically stronger, no one would be willing to help the lesser species unless they were quirkless themselves. The most the quirkless could do was pray, pleading on their knees, begging to the skies, praying and hoping and wishing anyone, please help us. Or just let me die. Or why was I even born in this world? Even then, there was no response. There was never any response. But they persisted until their eyes lost light and their throats went raw, persisted until the pills and knives and ropes did their jobs, persisted until they couldn't tell who they were even praying to, because what else could they do? And eventually, their cries reached the ears of the deities of old. Slumbering, eroded, lost to torn-up books and twisted folktales, they no longer held any physical form, nor existed on the mortal plane. Yet, their sense of duty to their people was so great. When they heard of the quirkless plight, they gathered the last vestiges of their power and crafted it into gifts of the past, visions. In times of old, a vision could be described as the fruits of one's ambition for the proud, or an acknowledgement from the gods for the faithful. Today, it is hope. To be gifted a vision is akin to being told, do not give up or fight back or simply live. It is a sign that someone, somewhere, is watching, listening, caring. Sadly, again, it is in human nature to beat down anything different. Because while quirks were strange at first, they were a product of evolution. They are biologically a part of someone. Visions? Fancy baubles that allow the manipulation of the elements. It could almost be described as magic. Not only were they strange, but they were also powerful. Immensely powerful. It was soon discovered that not only did visions permit a person to freely manipulate the according element, the only hurdle a vision holder had was their own personal limit and knowledge. That is to say, there are little to no repercussions for using a vision. Unlike quirks, visions draw on an outside source of power, elemental energy. As long as one was skilled enough in the extended use of this energy, one could keep their abilities running. The inherent use of a vision does not result in any debilitating effects. There was no such thing as quirk drawbacks or quirk exhaustion. And since it was soon found that only quirkless individuals, or those with very weak, devolved quirks, could possess a vision, there would be no problems with incompatibility. In other words, vision holders were now the most powerful group of people. This did not sit well with any quirk users. Fortunately for them, visions were very rare. Out of the 20% quirkless population, roughly 0.01% would receive a vision at any point in their life. That's one person in every 10,000. Worldwide? Around 0.002% of the world's population. Of the 8 billion-something people living on Earth, only 160,000-something possessed visions. What had intended to be a gift from the heavens in an effort to help the unfortunate strive ended up becoming a symbol of struggle and misery. Laws were passed restricting vision use, visionist propaganda was spread across the globe, revealing you had a vision was akin to signing your death warrant. Statistics of violence against the quirkless spiked, and it soon spread to those with weak quirks, because those people also fit the requirements of gaining a vision. It is human nature to beat down those who are different. This is because humanity as a whole is afraid. Afraid of the potential those who are different have. Afraid of becoming obsolete if there is no distinct line between those who are better and those who are inferior. Afraid of one day passing that line themselves. That one day, they will be those who are different. The society of today completely revolves around quirks and the flashy, mesmerizing abilities of said quirks. Those with quirks have put their time, their effort, their lives into succeeding in this society. What will happen to them if quirks become nothing? They would lose everything. And no one in their right mind would be willing to accept that conclusion, especially not with an easy solution right before their eyes. The Archons have long since passed. Their time is long over. With no one left to fuel the Gnosis, the number of visions gifted can only be deduced from the remaining dregs of power left within the celestial objects. It is incredibly limited, hence the small percentages. Not to mention, the world is still unaware that the visions stem from Celestia to begin with. They have no idea that praying to the Archons will allow the CNCPTN of more visions, nor do they know who the 7 even are. With the limited amount of vision holders who can exist to begin with, there's hardly any competition at all. Factor in the need to learn how to use the visions and you have a group of people who, if blocked from receiving any support, might as well have never existed to begin with. And that was how Hero Society completely rejected the vision holders and the quirkless in the process. Or so they thought. Because give or take a few decades, and suddenly a school springs up in mainland China, with an exclusive admittance requirement of having a vision. It starts out with 2 teachers who double as admin and maybe a dozen students, those who are well-connected and born to fortunate families and able to easily find and attend the school. Then it grows, thanks to those connections and fortunate families. And grows. Come 10-something years after Teyvat Academy was first established, it's been renovated 4 times its original size. Its students number roughly 100, and the first potentials for a guild is set up. That's still not a lot in the grand scheme of things, but considering how much is stacked against them, incredibly impressive. Near impossible to fathom even. It doesn't stop there either. An underground vision-friendly organization hears of them, deems their cause worthy of investment, negotiates a bit, and allies itself with the Fatui. The expansion progresses twice as fast with their new support, and within 20 years, TA has a full roster of teachers, a couple hundred actively attending students, and 2 separate guilds created to help the vision holders navigate Hero Society. Most importantly, with the Fatui's resources, the community is able to piece together the real story behind the visions, their original source of power, and the Archons of old. Altars are built for the 7, offerings are made, prayers are redirected to an actual figure, and it's just enough for the world population of vision holders to be bumped up to maybe 0.0021%, an extra 8,000-something people. The Academy's population grows. T signs government contracts, slips through 12 or so loopholes, and manages to become officially registered as an independent nation, to some degree. They're still part of China and have to obey the Chinese government to a certain extent, but they're permitted to organize their own police force and exert the law on their campus grounds. A few years and a new headmaster later, TA is now lawfully permitted to grant adventurer licenses, which allow free vision use outside the school. An attempt to set up an online presence is made but promptly thwarted. No matter what they do, their websites and articles about visions and the Archons of old are taken down. Undeterred, multiple Adventurers Guild offices are set up in neighboring countries. If they can't spread the news of their existence digitally, they'll do it physically. The number of students reaches the thousands. 45 years after Teyvat Academy was first established, Headmaster Ningguang agrees to an exchange program with the principal of Japan's top hero school. This is ridiculous, Yanfei comments, frowning as she adjusts the fit of her adventure outfit. Those hero kids don't stand a chance. You don't know that, Xiangling attempts to reason. I mean, they're hero students, right? Surely, they have a lot of training experience. You're too generous, Lingling, Xinyan scoffs, slinging her guitar-turned claymore over her back. Even if they do have training, they don't work in teams, remember? I doubt they're better than us at cooperation. They shouldn't have picked a class-on-class fight, Hu Tao giggles, stretching out her arm across her chest. In any case, the brats are the ones who took on the challenge, so whatever happens is what they asked for. After the aggression at the end of the 2 classes argument plus Aizawa's enthusiasm, both sides had agreed to fight in a battle royale. They'd been given separate preparation rooms to change into their hero costumes or adventure outfits and strategize, with a time limit of roughly 10 minutes. Is everyone ready? Amber calls out from the back of the room, where she's helping Sayu attach their belt. Various affirmations answer her, a few students finalizing their outfits or checking over their weapons. Are you sure we should be fighting so soon after USJ? Noelle frets. Her eyes flick over to Farina against her will. It's difficult to forget her blood-curdling scream. If anyone would like to sit out, they're welcome to, Ayaka responds, checking her blade's sharpness one last time. I assume none of us will hold hostility towards them. Her words receive nods and muttered agreements. They wait for a few more moments. The students who were more heavily injured during the incident do have varying expressions of wariness, but none of them step up to withdraw from the fight. Good luck, Chongyun says as they all move towards the exit. Thanks, Chongyuni. Tao Yen, he mutters, rolling his eyes at the nickname Hu Tao used on him, but the door's already closing behind her as she leaves, laughing. Xingqiu pats him sympathetically on the shoulder, as if he wasn't the one who started calling him that name. Chongyun just sighs, pushing open the door and stepping outside. The arena picked out for them by Aizawa ends up being one of UA's large arenas. Seriously, how much funding does this school have? It appears to be a sports stadium of some sort, but the seats are empty and the giant screens are dark. A wide, open space. It seems Aizawa intends for an all-out brawl rather than any kind of strategic play. Chongyun squints across the field to see Class 2A standing there, several dozen feet away. Somewhere between them stands Aizawa, who had taken it upon himself to referee their match. Not that he trusts their teacher will interrupt if TA's the one getting beat up, but luckily that won't be happening. This isn't just about individual pride after all, they're fighting on behalf of the entire academy and vision holders everywhere. They won't lose. Out of bounds, Aizawa gestures to the white line painted around the arena, or getting hit too hard to continue means you're out. Winner is whichever class is still standing. Are you all ready? His face is bored, but the glint in his eyes betrays his interest. Yep. Hu Tao smiles, cracking her knuckles. A few others echo the sentiment. Across from her, Bakugo laughs. You extras are gonna use your stupid weapons. That hardly counts as a real fight, but it'll be double the satisfaction when I beat you all to a pulp. Hey, we're here too. Jiro frowns, noting the way he only mentioned himself. Fiscal laughs. If thyself wishes to emerge victorious from this battle, it would be sagacious to make use of all one's available assets, including weaponry. The Prinzessin der Veritelung and her valorous companions will just as lief avail ourselves of them. The F-. Speak Japanese. Ready? Aizawa interrupts, fixing both of them with a look. Out of the corner of his eye, Chongyun notices Hu Tao and Amber quietly conversing. He doesn't think much of it, probably strategy discussion. She said it's smarter to use all the supports you have, including weapons, 'cause we will, Bennett faithfully translates. Like, work smarter, not harder, you know. You kidding? Only weak extras need weapons to fight. Bakugo shouts. Oh, but that's what you fuckers are, right? Hey, Bakubro, maybe you shouldn't. Kirishima attempts to soothe, glancing guiltily at some of their classmates who frequently use support items, such as Yayorozu or Shinso. Shut it, shitty hair. Start, Aizawa announces. It immediately goes to hell. At least we have a formation, Amber thinks wryly, as half her class rushes forwards. She, alongside her other long-range classmates, stick to the end of the arena and start firing. Up ahead, Noelle activates her shield and manages to cover at least a dozen people. It's to be expected as she's still a student, but she still feels a bit of disappointment at being unable to protect everyone. She allows her self-pity for a moment before shaking it off and dashing forwards. She still has things to do. AoE supports rush towards the middle of the arena, the most accessible place for their classmates to receive buffs. Bennett leads the charge, slamming down his glowing field, and Kale sprints forwards to toss her Quilon Onbar before retreating to where she can provide cover fire. Hesitantly, Mika pulls up his crossbow, aims somewhere near the middle of the crowd, and fires his skill. Chevreuse crouches and releases her burst, Razor and Fiscal diving in to trigger overload and activate her pyro and electro damage boost. Other students move towards the vicinity of whichever buff affects them the best. Damage dealers crowd at Bennett's circle, while those who can utilize Kaliai's Dendro application head towards the doll. Of course, the hero students aren't just sitting idly. Bakugo leads the charge, shooting himself forwards with explosions and crashing straight into Hu Tao, who takes him head-on but is forced back from her advancing classmates. While Hu Tao is one of the TA students' strongest fighters, so is Bakugo for Class 2A, and so it neutralizes any disadvantage one side could have had with their ally occupied. The UA students otherwise are holding their own quite well. Each and every one is engaged with the fight, though as the seconds tick by, it's clear to see they're much less organized. None of them have designated supporting roles, meaning it's basically an entire team of DPS to put it in TA terms, and they constantly get in the way of one another. Jiro's shockwave attack against Yuamiya gets interrupted by Todoroki's wall of ice. Siro's flying kick connects with Mina instead of Xinyan. Ida is forced to keep stopping and swerving to avoid running into an ally, and Tokoyami's Dark Shadow has a hard time targeting enemies with everyone getting in the way, as examples. It's only to be expected, since UA focuses mainly on the improvement of oneself compared to TA's prioritization of cooperation, but for a class who considered themselves better than the other for having quirks, well, it's a bit disappointing for both sides. Xingqiu catches the eye of his friends, dashing forwards and performing a hydro-infused backflip right as Chongyun leaps forwards, summoning his skill circle. With a rush of cryo that freezes the surrounding opponents, thanks to his boyfriend's elemental application. Using his hunched-over position as a springboard, Xiangling kicks herself up and ahead, throwing her polearm with a skilled flick of the wrist. The string of elemental energy tightens in her fist. The polearm catches on fire as she lands, spinning around and taking out those frozen students with a blast of vapor from the melt reactions. Zigzagging across the battlefield, Ayaka pops up and unleashes her burst, disappearing back into the ground with a speed only countless hours of training could make possible. Within the absolute chaos of Kamisato art, Sumetsu floats Furina's Hydro companions, shooting at a person here and there with varying degrees of effectiveness. It's not much, but again she's very new, and the effort is appreciated. There are a few wins on UA's side as well, naturally. Kale gets caught in a sparring match against Yaoyorozu and is promptly flung out of bounds. Mika is knocked out by a quirk-charged kick to the head from Midoriya, not on purpose. He didn't expect the guy to be so short, and Sayu accidentally rolls past the white line after hitting a line of opponents. Sadly, it's not quite enough. By the time the 2-minute mark is announced, the TA students outnumber Class 2A2 to another minute, a cry of breaking news. As Charlotte's burst revitalizes her nearby classmates, it's now a ratio of 3 to the 5 remaining UA students hardly stand a chance. Kirishima has held up well against attacks so far, but a well-placed blow from Freminet has him flying out of bounds. With so many opponents scattered around the field, Tsuyu has a hard time finding a safe place to dodge to, and Yinfei's giant stamp construct slams down on her. Amber's rain of pyro arrows melts Todoroki's ice protection, and Yuamiya's rapid fire both melts any new ice he creates as well as forces him to keep moving. Eventually, he's cornered by Xinyan and driven out of the field. Xingqiu and Farina team up against Midoriya, using their Hydro Blades and Hydro Pets respectively to keep a constant barrage of elemental attacks against him. Fiscal shifts into her form of Oz and inflicts electrocharged reactions. Razor jumps in with additional electro, and finally Shiver's Pyro Bullet creates an explosion that flings him out. The only UA student left is Bakugo, who is still sparring with Hu Tao. They had been fighting at the back of the arena and ignored by pretty much everyone else. Somehow, they're so evenly matched that there hasn't yet been a winner. Not wanting to interrupt the match, the other students watch them duel without a word. Is it just me, or is something up with Tao? Xinyan frowns, massaging her shoulder. Yanfei observes their fight for a few seconds, focusing specifically on Hu Tao. Yeah, there's no butterflies. She isn't. Xingqiu gasps. You're right. Oh my archons, this is hilarious. Wait, what? Charlotte turns, confused. Since she isn't as close to Hu Tao, She doesn't know the pyro user's fighting style or skill set that well. What do butterflies have to do with her fighting? It's a little hard to explain her technique, Yanfei replies, keeping an eye on the fight. But the gist of it is, Tao can give herself a buff at the cost of vulnerability. She's much more exposed when she uses her skill. Just one normal punch could take her out. In exchange, though, her strength goes up by a lot. It's a bit like an adrenaline rush, in a sense. Another effect of this skill is that she gives herself pyro infusion, Xinyan continues, grinning as the duel goes on now that she knows what's happening. Because of the adrenaline rush, she sorta generates too much infusion for herself, if that makes sense. It'll cause little red butterflies to kind of fly around her, which are the manifestations of that excess pyro energy. So, the more butterflies, the more adrenaline she has. And as you can see, there are no butterflies. Xingqiu jabs a thumb at the fight. She's limiting herself. Oh, really? Farina gapes, amazed. Apparently, the rest of their classmates were listening in as well. Wow, they're already fighting so hard. That's amazing. I know, right? Yanfei grins proudly. She's amazing. Hu Tao huffs as she ducks under another explosion-backed punch. Using her foot as a pivot, she quickly turns in time to block a kick with her polearm. Bakugo snarls and presses down harder with his foot. Her arms tremble and she wonders if she should just use her skill and be done with it. She reminds herself firmly, twisting her weapon vertically and pushing Bakugo's leg away before his now-freed boot can hit her. Lunging to the side with a quick somersault, Hu Tao quickly spins, presses her soles against the ground, and kicks out of her crouch towards her opponent. Unfortunately, Bakugo recovers much too fast for her liking. He's able to grab onto her polearm before it connects, turning it sideways so they're both pushing against it. Hu Tao's footing shifts back slightly at the force and he notices, a mocking grin spreads across his face as he leans in even more. What? Bakugo taunts between heavy breaths. Too strong, another breathe, for you. Hu Tao just grits her teeth. She doesn't need to waste her breath on arrogant brats like him. Out of her peripheral vision, she notices he's open and takes the shot without hesitation. Her foot slams into the spot between his legs. A dozen or so feet away, Bennett winces in sympathy. Bakugo tenses up with a strangled noise, face twisting. Hu Tao takes the opportunity to yank her weapon out of his hands and slam it into his side. When she tried that move earlier in their duel, it hadn't worked since his stance and build were too solid. However, now that he's distracted and his footing is off, her hit, paired with a kick to the legs, is enough to topple him over. A quick step, a swing of her arms. When the dust clears, Hu Tao stands at his side with her polearm aimed at Bakugo's throat, blade close enough to brush his skin when he swallows. It's not the best pinning position there is, but while she knows how strong she is, Bakugo is built for muscles compared to her agility. Standing directly above and or on him, or straddling him, is risky. He could very easily overpower her in either of those situations, hitting a leg to unbalance her or wrestling her off, respectively. There are probably other better solutions than relying on the threat of her weapon to keep her opponent down, but she doesn't know of them. After all, she doesn't have to go easy like this in most field situations or training back at the academy. The various shielding and healing abilities allow TA students to go all out without actually killing one another or damaging them too badly. Thankfully, Aizawa calls the match before any retaliation from Bakugo's end. He's not happy, if the scowl on his face is anything to go by, but he declares TA the winner regardless. Hey wait. Kaminari argues. That wasn't fair. She kicked him in the nuts. That was a cheap shot, Ojiro comments, glaring at Hu Tao. She took advantage of her situation, Yanfei responds, unimpressed. Do you think the villains you guys encounter won't fight dirty too? Besides, the only rules were if you're out of bounds or unable to keep fighting, you're out. Aizawa-sensei never said anything concerning how those conditions could happen. Still, that wasn't very manly. Kirishima says, looking uneasy. And she was using a weapon when Bakubro wasn't. Hey! Hu Tao interrupts loudly. Her expression is unusually cold. Compared to his heroic quirk, this metal stick isn't really anything game-changing, is it? She lifts her polearm. Indeed, when you look between the weapon and Bakugo's powerful quirk, the comparison is rather laughable. What? Kirishima frowns, confused. His expression clears a moment later. So then you do have a quirk. I feel like it's a little unfair, since he was going easy, 'cause he thought you didn't? A quirk. She cuts him off once more. This time, her voice is furious. I don't have a quirk. You feel like it's unfair? I didn't hide information. I didn't have some kind of ace up my sleeve or whatever. He knew I'm a fighter, he knew I use a polearm, he knew I don't have a quirk. It's his own problem if his prejudice causes him to hold back. Then why don't we fight again, huh? Bakugo, who had stood up at some point, growls. I'll use my quirk fully this time and I'll beat your shitty quirkless butt. Then, I'll use my full power too. A moment of silence. Did none of you even notice? Hu Tao asks, almost disappointed. Throughout the entire match, I didn't use my vision once. As if evidence, she jabs a thumb at her classmates. I had my lovely friend Amber hold on to it for me. You know why? Silence greets her words. Chongyun recalls seeing the two pyro users discussing before the battle and figures that was when the vision changed hands. To prove a point, Hu Tao continues, while Amber pulls out two pyro visions as proof, one is hers, the other belongs to Hu Tao. I fought without any special abilities, and I still managed to beat you in a one-on-one. Everyone here saw it. How are you going to call me weak now? Well, I mean, Mina attempts to reason. We didn't know you guys would actually be, like, that strong, you know? So we weren't really completely serious. Are you kidding me? Xinyan gapes, struggling to process the absolute stupidity of that statement. We beat the shit out of you. And then everyone's devolving into an argument again. Guys, Midoriya tries, but no one hears him. He's jostled to the back of his class as his classmates surge forwards in anger. You're all a bunch of dirty cheaters, anyways. Like we should believe you. People like you are the reason why society. Like you have any room to talk. Guys. Midoriya furrows his brow, pushing his way to the front of the class. Hey guys. Why are we pretending you people have any idea? There was no point coming here if this is how. Stop! Midoriya yells, emerging from the crowd and holding his hands out. Everyone just stop. Midoriya-kun, what are you? Please, just listen to me. He's not a fan of cutting people off, but he really doesn't want the situation to get any worse than it already is. Thankfully, while his classmates are all riled up, they trust his judgment enough to quiet down. The TA students follow suit out of respect or curiosity. He doesn't need to find out. Okay, Midoriya starts, taking a deep breath and turning to Class 2A. Let's all calm down. This meaningless argument isn't going to get anywhere no matter how many times we have it, so please listen to what I have to say. Midoriya-kun. Please. When his classmates show no other sign of interruption, he continues. I don't want to put blame on any one of you. And I don't want to seem like I'm picking sides, but, as if already predicting what he's going to say, some of his friends start grumbling again. You guys, no, we are acting very immature, unprofessional, and most of all, unheroic. Midoriya risks a glance over his shoulder at the TA students. This is an exchange program, remember? We're supposed to be learning from one another and making use of this situation to our fullest. Instead, all we've done is let our prejudice take control of our words and actions, and treated our guests really terribly without hearing them out first. Midoriya-kun, you don't have to always play devil's advocate, Siro responds placatingly. We all know you're a kind and compassionate person, Yaoyorozu adds gently, but you don't have to feel pity for them just because they're quirkless. This isn't out of pity. Midoriya refutes, before the two classes start yelling again. Do you guys remember how I told you I was a late bloomer? How I was so terrible with my quirk because it only came in recently, since I used to be too weak to have it. It's clear that none of his classmates will listen to what he says when they already have a negative opinion of the topic. He needs to change his approach into something that they will actually care about. In other words, make it personal to them. His idea works. At least, it makes them pay attention, if the confused expressions he's receiving are any indication. Distantly, he notices Bakugo tensing at his words. What does that have to do with this? Kaminari asks. I didn't know I would have a quirk, Midoriya continues as an explanation. My doctor saw no indication of it manifesting. My mom didn't either. Why do you think she was always coddling me and threatening to pull me out of UA whenever quirk accidents happened, even though quirk use is a core part of heroics in the first place? Because she's overprotective? Uraraka offers. Because I was quirkless for the first 14 years of my life, Midoriya answers. Because to her, I'll always be that little kid who got picked on by others just for being born wrong. For being born fragile, weak. A few classmates flinch when they make the connection between his words and the insults they were using against the TA students, but they still don't seem sorry. But Midoriya-kun, Karo, you aren't quirkless anymore, Tsuyu states. No, I'm not. But 14 years is a long time. A long time to be treated like trash. Worse than trash, useless. He pauses for a second to gather his thoughts. Class 1A was the first class to ever treat me like a human being. Like I was more than a disability, more than a statistic on a suicide rates report. A wave of muttering greets those harsh words. Some of his friends look like they want to argue against his statement, but he keeps going before they can. I didn't say anything because I didn't want it to be true. I didn't want to think that the first friends who loved and appreciated me would end up being so mean, so hurtful and inconsiderate of those different from them. I really think you are all great people. We're heroes in training, aren't we? He pauses again, choosing his words carefully. I was scared to acknowledge this side of you, because it made me wonder if you would all think nothing of me if I didn't have this amazing quirk, or if it never manifested the way it did. I really hate thinking about that. But I've realized I can't stay complicit anymore. You all have the potential to be really great people and do really great things. However, if I just allow this prejudice to happen without trying to change anything, you'll all turn out to be awful people and awful heroes. Hey, isn't that a little harsh? Hagakure asks. He can't see her face, of course, but she sounds disapproving. I think most of you have been spoiled by society, Midoriya replies. You don't feel the need to better yourselves outside of a quirk-related context, because as long as you have a good quirk and are in a good school, you have high value in society. For example, Endeavor being the number 2 pro-hero even though his civilian casualty and property destruction rates are abysmal and he's expressed quirkism multiple times. It's all brushed off because he has a powerful quirk. Todoroki doesn't say anything, even when some of their classmates turn to him for a reaction. To someone like Midoriya, though, who's always had an eye for details and has spent a lot of time around the boy, it's too easy to spot his eyes widening slightly in realization. I'm sorry for not saying anything earlier, he continues, directed at the TA students. I let my insecurities get the better of me and ignored what I've been working towards my whole life, being a hero who helps everyone. I won't say it's okay because it's not, Amber responds on behalf of her classmates. Discrimination is never okay, and staying silent in the face of unjust treatment is no better than actively participating in it. Midoriya nods. Having already predicted this reaction and knowing what she says is true, he ignores his friends getting mad that he's putting in so much effort to be nice and you're acting all arrogant. But, she sighs, giving him a tight smile. We're glad at least one person is willing to stand up for us and empathize with our situation. There's a silence, then a shuffling sound from the back as another UA student steps out. I owe you an apology as well,